for you today.
With the runners through there, unbelievable, Wilco.
It's a little bit of a wave.
The sprints are away. At the moment, this is anyone's, I don't know. Oh, look at that. Big smile on the face as he takes the flag there.
He's stoked about that one.
So great surf skills from all the girls there.
Across the finish line, arms thrown up in the air.
The parents will be so proud.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. It is the 2024 Surf Life Saving Age Championships here at Queenscliff and the North Stand. Joining me this morning, absolute legend of the sport. I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest with you, Bonnie. Bonnie Hancock here with us for the morning and for the day. Big days of action here. Day 4, finals day, but we're going to be starting off with some board rescue. What are you most excited about today?
Oh, Harold, I am so excited to be here. This takes me back to my days of racing as a nipper at Sawtell. I love the board rescue event. I used to do this event with my sister Courtney, and it's some of my best memories. So I'm looking forward to the board rescue coming up.
And you've already said the club Sawtell. We are going to see the black and white quarter cap a little bit today. We've got a few nippers coming through. Great to see them back in the finals, competing at that top level. But most of all, having the big smiles on their faces. So not too much swell today. You only flew in yesterday afternoon. Asked a few questions about the swell. Thursday was pumping. Friday receded a little bit. Couple of blue bottles yesterday afternoon, so we're not too sure what today's going to bring out, but it's looking quite calm at the moment.
Absolutely, and that's it, isn't it? Looking out, adapting to whatever comes. You know, it'll change throughout the day as the tide starts to go out. We've had really big swell on the Gold Coast at the moment, big winds. We're nice and protected here today, so it's honestly beautiful competition. We have the best view on the beach here right now.
Finals day is where it's at, and just look at that beach at the moment. Beautiful at the moment. So the march past is on at the moment. In the background, you can probably hear a bit of bagpipe action. Looking for the lowest points to come through. Be interesting to see who'll be taking that one out. We've got some board rescues coming up, so some residual events that had to be held over from Friday. So we're finally going to get through those. More finals, iron, men and women, 13s, 12s, and then finishing off with some Camerons and then some beach flags for the under 13s and 14s.
Oh, it's a big day, and you've got to be ready right from the get-go. You know, with those semi-finals, 1 or 2 mistakes and you can be missing that final. So, you know, they've all been out there this morning doing their warm-up, listening to their coaches, and they'll have a race plan and ready to go. So I'm excited to see it.
So tough conditions, I guess, competing against the best of the best, but we've got a sunny day. Air degrees at 21. Water temperature is actually a little bit higher than 23. Yesterday they said it was the highest recorded ever water temperature here at just on the Manly Beach stretch at 24.8 was the official figure. And yeah, minimal swell. So it's just nice, calm, and I guess friendly conditions for some even and fair racing.
Amazing conditions for racing here. The kids are so excited, and you couldn't get better than that. How good's that? How good's Australia?
It is good. Legends on the beach there. Rachel Creer's got another child in tow again. She'll be with us next week for the Opens program. But we're going to be starting with some board rescues. But okay, so you as an athlete your whole way through, 2 days of action, what was the thing that you wanted to make sure that you got through for a Sunday morning on finals day?
I was always a board paddler growing up, so I actually didn't like the swim until I was, you know, probably 14 years old. So for me, it was that board race, and you know, back in Sawtell under Terry DeCarl, we had an amazing squad there, and it was always the board race for us. As I got to that 14s, I started to love the Ironwoman and the swimming, and you know, that Ironwoman and Ironman event is such a testing event with, you know, your transitions. That's almost become the third leg really now, having to sprint those, and yeah, I think the Iron Woman for me became that ultimate test of endurance and strength.
Endurance and strength, trying to also, I guess, quiet the noise in your head and don't listen to the demons, but in that growth mindset to know that you can keep pushing to, you know, get the best result you can have.
Totally. I think I used to tell myself as well when I was in pain that everyone was feeling the pain as well. It's supposed to hurt. And, you know, up at Mermaid Beach on the Gold Coast with the nippers that I'm lucky enough to coach there, I tell them, you push yourself at training like you do in a race. So when you get there, you've practiced those skills. You've practiced putting yourself in that pain cave, to be honest, so that it's not new on race day. So you've got to practice at training what you want to do in that race, not just expect to turn up and do it on race day.
Yeah, so important. You know, have your fun. It is fun training to find that pain cave as such, but to have your fun before and after with your mates. But training with intent is a huge thing when we're with the nippers. You know, whether, you know, you'd rather probably just have your 45 minutes of intent, trying to, you know, apply what's being coached, get these skills right, and then we have our fun before and after. There's no real need at this stage to be having your 2 hours and 2.5 hour flogging sessions, you know, of yesteryear.
Totally, plenty of time for that later. And I know we were talking about this before, Harold, that as a nipper, it's so important to develop those skills in a really organic way, to head out with your mates before and after training, catch those waves, catch those bombs, come down a wave on your knees. And, you know, there's some of the best memories for me off Sawtell Island doing that. So you develop your best skills doing so.
And the most important wave you can catch is at the back end of a board rescue when everything is burning and hurting and you just want something to take you home. And we're live with the action now for the under 11 ladies board rescue. So it was supposed to be Friday afternoon, and the ladies coming through. Great chest position there. Eyes probably just in front of those front handles, trimming across nicely. And talk us through the importance of actually being in sync when we're paddling.
Absolutely, it is everything. The timing in board rescue. The back paddler wants to watch the hand of the front paddler just on one side and nail that timing. So every time the left hand goes in, the back paddler's left hand's going in as well. And you also want to talk to each other. That communication is crucial, especially when it comes to, you know, heading into the break zone, looking behind, seeing what's coming, lifting the rating, and then getting off the board as well. That's a really crucial element. So as they start to come in this wave zone here, it's going to be really interesting.
Interested to see the variation. So the back guys we've got on that right edge probably got a little bit more size in there, and I've actually heard of a few coaches saying if we're going to be that big, just get your legs on the water and try and use it like a kickboard, because we need any sort of propulsion to get us forward. But look at these girls at the front, chest up high on the butt, pulling the water nicely, still having that little peek over the shoulder, trying to find what's happening, feeling the rise and fall of the ocean, possibly a little one there for them.
The North Bondi girls are doing a fantastic job here. They're starting to lift the rating. They've just fallen off a couple here. Starting to lift. You can see the ocean building for something now. This is crucial here, not to make any mistakes. So the back paddlers looking around now, talking to the girl on the front. Here they go, starting to lift again. Can they pick anything up coming in?
So interesting to see this. So the North Bondi 18 that we've got on screen at the moment has Zuri Felix and Emmy Hu. So Emmy Hu's competing up from the under 10s just to help out with some teams there. She won everything on the weekend.
Oh, fantastic. So impressive. And they're going to come through now. It looks like the North Bondi girls are going to do it nice and comfortably. They'll be very happy to get that one under their belt.
Yep, so they'll book themselves into the final, which will be coming up shortly. So they're there across comfortably. Wait to see who those next four are going to be. So we will have that 8 in the final. Interesting though, this morning though, Bonnie, we did notice yesterday afternoon at the dropping tide, the board rescues were run semis through to final, and it was tough conditions on the really, really low tide where it was nearly, unfortunately sometimes with surf life-saving, it's all upon the alley and the can you're given.
Absolutely, so much. And you know, these athletes, they're very smart. They're always communicating with their coaches. You know what alley you want to get, right? You draw that certain alley on the wrong side, and that can be your race gone before it starts. So it is a crucial thing, that barrier that you pull, and you know, you can just hope to get a favourable one. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out, because these North Bondi girls, you'd almost consider one of the favourites.
And Manly making their way through, we believe. Geez, the sun is in a really tough condition here.
Absolutely. It's got that real shine on the water at the moment, makes it difficult to see the caps.
Yeah, so that's the southern end of the beach. So that's the Manly B team of Indy Eames and Alice Warno. Alice Warno actually does have the nicest smile on the beach. Always smiling, always saying hello, always having fun, and they get rewarded with a nice little wave across the finish line.
They're doing a fantastic job there. That's really crucial, that tiny little wave just breaking on shore there to make sure your timing's right. And, you know, these are the semi-finals. In the finals, you can assume it will be closer. So these girls, this is also a practice run through for them, and chatting with each other before the final and correcting any of those little errors they might have made.
And the beauty of the board rescue, it is one of the only events that we have that is a specific skill that we do use when we're patrolling.
Absolutely. That's, you know, initially this event was designed to test if there's someone out there in trouble in the surf, getting out as quick as you can on that board and rescuing them. And sometimes that's multiple people, you know, if it's a bit of a mass rescue. So these nippers, they are learning skills for life, and they are learning, you know, to keep people safe in the surf. And there's been incidents where little nippers have gone out on their nipper boards, you know, after patrolling hours and help people, which is really, really special. It's what it's all about.
So usually in a surf race in these type of conditions, it is going to be the fastest and the fittest will always win. But the potluck of board rescue is what it is. The swell's always changing. water moving in and out. Sometimes it would be on that far left is the best alley to get out, and then all of a sudden the wind changes, and then in the middle is where it is. So it is always so exciting. So even the best paddlers and swimmers will never, they may never win this race.
May not win. This is a race. It's a team event for a reason. And you know what? Exactly. Sometimes you might pair your best swimmer with your best board paddler, but it's not the best combination on the board. So you want to get on that board and test that dynamic and see what's going to work. You know, it is an absolute sprint swim to that can there. I tell my nippers to look at it like a, you know, almost a 50 or 100 metre sprint in the pool. And you want to get out there, big, nice, high raise with the arm, hold that arm up so your board paddler can see you, and then it is absolutely on for those board paddlers as fast as you can get those hands in the water. And you know, I used to like, as a swimmer, having a bit of a break on the can. That was always my favourite part. I did have to do the board at different occasions where you have to turn straight back around and come in, but it was nice doing the swim, and I used to consider that a little coffee break out the back.
Now, communication with yourself and your sister board rescue back in the day, who was the more verbal one?
Oh.
And was it direct or was it specific to the race?
I would say probably the both. We were pretty even, and you know, sometimes there was some heated exchanges as we got a little older and started to move into the Australian Open Board Rescue Finals. But you know, there's some of my absolute best memories, and we used to practice it all the time. And as sisters, you just have that, you know, really unfiltered sort of dynamic. And I think being unfiltered and direct is a good thing in board rescue.
It's not personal, but sometimes it is.
That's right.
So coming up, we've got the semi-finals showing the teams are getting through. So North Bondi, Coogee, Swansea Belmont, Wanda A, Manly B team just missing out. So too Allura, Bulli and Cooks Hill. And then we're going to be having our final coming up. So in the background, the teams will be making their way to Marshall. So we've got the Coogee A team that's going to be in there. Sawtell.
Oh, there you go. The Sawtell girls have gotten through there. That's absolutely so exciting for me. You know, Sawtell, that was my childhood, spending days running around barefoot on the beach and at the surf club. And, you know, I'm so excited to see the black and white quartered cap out there. It's easily recognisable, and I'll be cheering the girls on.
Cheer it on while you can. So Avoca also in there. Wanda A, North Bondi B, Swansea Belmont A, North Curl A, and the North Bondi A team that was just victorious then. So if we go through finals coming up, the North Bondi B team and the Avoca A team were first and second in the semi-final, and then the North Bondi A and the Coogee A team were first and second. So I guess looking through, Sawtell thereabouts as well, third in that first semi-final.
Right, and I think what stands out to me there is the real mix of clubs there right across the state. It just shows the absolute depth, and you know, some of those country clubs doing really well. You've got your metropolitan areas in there too. So, you know, these kids, they train hard, they race hard, there's depth. It is incredibly difficult to get on the podium in these races, or even just to make the final. So, you know, for a lot of people, that's their goal, to be there on the start line in that final. It's a driving motivation for a lot of these nippers.
And the first time these under-11s have done a board rescue at a state title, so they would have had a couple of local carnivals, they would have participated in this event, but to get to that top 8 is an unbelievable effort. It was quite funny though, watching a few of the under-9 races crawling on the beach on Thursday, and they're coming across, they're winning gold and silver medals, and they're like, oh, this is fun. And I was like, just in the back of my mind going, you may never get this again. Like,
absolutely. That's right, isn't it? Every medal you win, or every experience you get to be in that final, you want to treat it almost as if it's your last, and really stand up. And one thing I used to like to do, and still do, to be honest, is paddling out the back of the break and looking along the coastline and just taking that in and thinking, how lucky am I to be here doing this sport. And it can really help to ground you and relax you, I think, before, you know, it's very hectic, you know, it's an intense environment being on the start line. So I think that moment you can take to stop and reflect and enjoy, that actually helps your performance too.
And the intensity comes from all different angles. So you've got your starters there trying to make sure everyone is on the right can. You've got your coach there barking orders from the left or right-hand side, ensuring that we know what the plan is, what we need to execute. And then you've got mums and dads on top of that.
Absolutely.
So yeah, interesting. So then you've got the parents in there, but then you've got that next dynamic where you've got your teammates all screaming at you as well, wanting you to do the best, because you're not only representing themselves but the whole club.
You know, it's a lot of noise, it's a lot of colour. When you're even coming into the beach, you can hear the cheers, and honestly, if you look along the beach, all the colours of the tents blend in with the finished flags. Can be overwhelming.
All right, I think we're going to pass down to Carlo Valenti, carnival referee. The man's a legend. This is his 4th day on the beach. I know he's got some sore feet, and he's going to be down there with Millsy.
Some stamina.
So we've got Carlo Valenti and our super guest commentator on there, Millsy, down there as well. Going to talk about the conditions. Carlo, the legend, what has he got for us, Mills?
Here for finals day, we've got Carlo, event coordinator. Can you tell us a little bit about conditions and what we can expect from the program today?
Conditions very good today. 2-3 foot wave, nice and calm seas. Lovely sunny day. Going to be a big day. It's finals day. We're running at the moment board rescues that we've been trying to run for 2 days. We've had a bit of blue bottles coming to annoy us, but everything today looks really good. Going to be a great day.
Perfect. Very much looking forward to it.
Carlo Valenti, what an absolute legend. Again, he's been crowned as one of the Super Mario brothers with one of the other officials down there, Louis. But
Gosh, it's an impressive effort, isn't it? A couple of days on the beach, you know, and then there's all of the organisers behind the scenes, the setup. There's so much that goes into these Nipper State titles, and you know, this is really the celebration, getting to watch these races and seeing the smiles on the kids' faces, the excitement, and there's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes, though.
There is, and it's interesting having Carlo in there as the carnival referee. He chases all the big boys around, so he does all the summer surf activities, does the state Aussies for the big boys as well. He loves coming down and hanging out with all the young nippers we've got down there. But always fun to have the best athletes in the water, but then also the best officials.
That's right. It's a big season, isn't it? It's the, you know, officials are on the beach almost every second weekend, sometimes back-to-back weekends in a row, and you know, the best of the best. They know what's going on. They adapt and make decisions throughout the day, and we're very, very lucky to have them.
All right, we're going to run through the start list for the under-11 female board rescues. So the A team of Coogee in alley number 1 of Hayley Avard and Sophie Rolls. Sawtell Team A of Brooklyn Graham and Miller Powell.
Woohoo! Go
Let's
the
go.
girls! Go Sawtell!
Avoca Beach team of Ella Stevenson and Stella Webster. Wanda A of Charlotte Brown and Olivia Ryder. North Bondi B of Cassidy Bowler and Sienna Mabry. Swansea Belmont of Billy Brooks and Piper Williams. North Curls, Neve Cleary and Billy Kasparitz. And the North Bondi A team of Zuri Felix and Emmy Hu.
Awesome. So it'll be a really interesting race. Obviously, those North Bondi girls in there would have to be among the favourites. My heart's with the Sawtell team here.
But even looking at that start line from the drone footage above, where would you think would be the best spot to be?
I think, you know what, it's hard to tell, isn't it? Obviously, just getting here this morning, that those middle alleys aren't a bad one to pull, because you can sort of go with the conditions on the way out and move left or right as needed. We're going to tell pretty early into this race where it's pulling out more in this swim, which swimmers are going to be getting the assistance here. Obviously, we've just come high tide not long ago, and it'll start to recede out. So the swim is actually a little bit longer than it would be later in the day. It's actually quite a decent swim, which is interesting. So this swim leg right now is going to be really crucial.
One thing we actually haven't spoken about, so great that we're having a board rescue final this morning. The girls have already gone through their heats. Some of them have also got swim teams, but this was an event that was supposed to be run on Friday. We couldn't get through it due to the time constraints. But a lot of these athletes will now need to back up for a board race, a surf race, possibly a camera, and then an iron final today.
It's a huge day, isn't it? That's it. Backing up, making sure you get plenty of water in, rehydrate those electrolytes if you needed. I've got my dietitian cap on here, getting your, you know, your soft textured carbohydrates, things like some nice fruit and pikelets and sandwiches, and keeping fueled. And it can be really hard when you get nervous to keep eating, and sometimes it's the last thing you feel like doing. You know, so it is really important. We try to really emphasize that with the kids, that you can do all of the work leading in, be totally ready, and not fuel yourself on race day, and unfortunately fall short when it comes to you know, the important races at the end of the day.
Yeah, the parents aren't yelling at you to have something to eat or have something to drink just because they love you. They're actually looking out for your best interests. So I know that with Devara, my middle child, when we first started doing carnivals, it was like, I don't feel like eating. I said, well, you have to eat. She goes, but I'll feel sick, so I will feel sick forcing it down. And you know, she learned at a young age to force down 2 Wheat Bix and some banana and honey before every carnival.
Perfect.
And then now learned to a point where that's what I have to have every morning.
That's
and
right.
you learn to enjoy it. So
it's so true. And I think the other thing to note, it is getting warm here. You know, we're sitting under the sun here, Harold. We're sweating in the sun. And I think shade is a really crucial element today as well. So when the athletes finish, getting under a tent, getting an umbrella, getting in the shade and reserving those energy stores, because you can be a similar ability to the person next to you. But if you get on that line better prepared, essentially you can put the race together on the day.
And the hard thing has been out here as well, because we have had a nice onshore breeze, it's actually been quite cooling, so you're not actually noticing how hot that sun actually is by the time you get to sort of 11 or 12 o'clock and you're already fried and dehydrated.
Right, you want a good quality sunscreen out there and keep reapplying. I've made that mistake plenty of times and ended up peeling after the first day of competition. Looks like these girls are getting underway here soon, which is super exciting.
Now in the starter's hands, toes behind the line, don't want to get too eager. Waiting for the call from the starter. Emu on screen, and they're away and clean. Girls are trying to get those hips up nice and open. Emu being one of the shorter ones, she's down nice and early. Couple of dolphin dives, and then they'll be straight into that sprint stroke to get out there as quick as possible. But visibility, the girls are going to be swimming blind probably for the next 150 metres or so.
It's a huge factor, isn't it? You can barely see those cans out there for the sun, and you know, you don't want to be swimming zigzags out there and adding distance or end up on the wrong can. So that's actually absolutely crucial. Sticking your head up, having a bit of a sight of the cans every 20 strokes or so, getting straight into this 6-beat kick here and pulling the water. And you can see that that northern end is doing quite well at the moment. So the girls in alley 1 being Coogee, wow, they're absolutely flying out there at the moment.
Yeah, Billy Kasparitz from North Kirkle had a really strong start at the bottom of the screen, but then Emmy, who's now making her way out past her. But Coogee out in the lead in alley number 1 at the moment. And like I said, you just see that glare off the sun. We can't even see what capsize are, let alone these girls will have no idea what actually can they're getting to by the time they get out there.
Gosh, the Coogee girls are going to have a good advantage by the time they, well, if the board paddler can hold on here, she's going to get a nice little handy lead from her swimmer. The other two girls on the northern end, I would say, are second and third. It's pretty close. The North Bondi girl down this southern end at the moment, sort of in line with them. So it's going to be tight for the other medal positions.
And we spoke about the visibility. It looks like Sawtell is actually now on that inside left of the lead swimmer there from Coogee, but then going to be hard to tell. Is Coogee taking that right lane or not? But look at the wave coming through the middle.
Oh, that's going to be a factor.
Coming in, yes, because there's not much white water there for anyone else at the moment, but it looks like it's 1 and 8. And the alley's taking us out at the moment.
That's it. Looking out for that northern end coming in. You've got a wave actually breaking through that section, whereas there's nothing on the southern end coming in. So the girls on the southern end are going to probably have to paddle a little bit harder so they can get to that wave zone in front ideally. But it's a pretty big gap to catch at the moment. I'd say the girls on the far end, far northern end there, being Coogee, probably have the advantage.
Judy Boat out the back would be there, ensuring that the girls are getting those arms over, hands up nice and high. There'll be all the different officials with the goggles up, and it looks like it's going to be North Bondi, bottom of the screen, 1 and 2.
She closed that gap, didn't she, right towards the end there, that last sort of 30 metres or so. That was fantastic. Head down and swam hard to get, really, it was an even, I'd say, the two board paddlers off the beach there. Yeah,
then I think it was just followed by Wanda, Swansea, Belmont, and Avoca. That's the top 5. Punching through that one there, some nice skills. One more wave, it's going to be out. Clean and green and fast water for the North Bondi A team.
Look at that rating of the board paddlers now. They are hungry for the win here and they are straight into it. So hands in the water, stroking hard. You don't want to be moving your head, bobbling your head around too much. It'll make the board sort of do zigzags there. You want it nice and streamlined with the board through the water, that nice position on the board, usually chin at the back of the front handles, and it looks like they're planing the board through the water really well. But when they turn and come in, you've got another person on the board to consider, and you want to keep that nice board position. And looking here at the moment, it actually looks like, again, that northern end is in front.
Talking about board position too, the interesting thing is, so a few of these teams have opted to use a specific board rescue board, which is, I guess, has a lot more volume, but a bit more volume. Sometimes it's harder to pop over those waves. You can't get those arms down as deep, and it feels like you're nearly padding the water and actually getting that arm nice and deep and ripping through.
Yeah. There's pros and cons to both. Obviously, with the lighter board, the regular board you'd use in an individual board paddle, it's going to go a little bit quicker. The board rescue boards have a bit more volume. They're built to carry 2 people, but sometimes they're a little slower for the actual individual board legs. So in a big board paddle like this, as I said, it's on pretty much high tide. It's a long paddle. You'd think that the thinner boards better, but you can see these girls are on a board rescue board here. They've got the handles on the back. So see how we paddle together coming in.
And look at that, they've given away a couple of metres there at the back, but it's so important on that pickup to try and get it, I guess, close enough to that can that we can actually turn and burn, but then also having enough time to I guess, be comfortable, get on the board and ensure that we're both comfortable and facing square as we head back to shore.
That's right. There's been plenty of disqualifications. You've actually got to pick your swimmer up behind the can, and there's been lots of DQs, you know, but you look at these girls coming in, they've got to lift the rating now. They've got to talk to each other. They've got to be in time and really give it everything coming into this wave break, because it's pretty close at the moment for the gold. They're racing pretty neck and neck now.
So Coogee in the lead at the moment, North Bondi sneaking home on that bottom edge of the screen, but it looks like Avoca team making a bit of a move there. Ella Stevenson and Stella Webster, noting early before that wave came through the middle there, Bonnie. So what is going to transpire over the next 100 metres? But the board on the bottom from North Bondi is absolutely flying at the moment.
Girls are flying here. They're really in time. You can tell that they've practiced together leading in here now. This is the time to put it all together right here in the final of the board rescue. There is a gold medal on the line, New South Wales Junior State. They are giving it everything at the moment, and they are almost there. Go girls, really lift now. There's a few little swells coming to help them out, but I don't know, the Coogee girls aren't going away here. It's still pretty close. I think it's anyone's race.
It is anyone's race at the moment, and it doesn't need to be a fast rate. It just needs to be in sync. So sometimes I always say to my kids, low and slow to start off with. Once you've got that rhythm, then you know when to pick it up, because once that board gets moving forward, what? On the outside, Bonnie.
That's that northern end has just picked up to help the girls through there from Coogee. Looks like they're going to do it. Excellent work. Pull down that one, and there you go. The surf was the deciding factor.
Hayley Avard, Sophie Rolls, victorious, taking home the gold medal. They can't believe it. Second and third still on at the moment. North Bondi out of shot. They are through. They'll be the silver medalists. Can Avoca hold on? Ella Stevenson, Stella Webster. On the inside, Wanda A-team of Charlotte Brown, Olivia Ryder were pushing hard. Nose up and out. Is there one on this wave? Is there two on this wave? Lost the swimmer.
Oh, they've done well to hold the nose up. The swimmer's got to get up and get that back strap and get across the line, hopefully for the bronze medal. We've just lost North Bondi out of shot before, but looks like Avoca
through.
Take the bronze possibly there.
And a backstory to this emotion, what people won't know about. So yesterday afternoon for the under-11 surf teams, the Avoca team was thereabouts ready for a medal. Ella Stevenson, the board paddler but swum yesterday in the surf race, got stung by a blue bottle and had to get rescued. So then team was done. She was all upset. I've cost myself a team a medal. I couldn't finish a race, you know. And then it was just emotions everywhere. And sometimes the surf gods just look down.
She's
looks
backed
upon
it
those.
up today with a bronze medal. What a fantastic way to start the day. And you know, something like that has a flow-on effect across the whole club, across all of the nippers from, you know, from Avoca. They'll be so excited for the girls. They'll be super pumped for their own races. And fantastic work. That was a wonderful way to start the day.
Momentum is the thing. Coogee's got it at the moment. Hayley Avard, Sophie Rolls led it from start to finish and looked really comfortable. Just in that bottom edge, like we thought. North Bondi was looking strong.
Right.
The waves are coming through the middle at the start of the, I guess, at the start of that race, and then
it just shows Surf Life Saving it's hard to pick sometimes, isn't it? And, you know, I hope the competitors in the other races in that area were watching that race. That's what I encourage my nippers to do. You want to watch the race ahead of you and see what the surf is doing, because it will change throughout the day. And as we just saw then, it was the northern end. There's the Sawtell girls coming across. Good on them to be in a state final is absolutely fantastic.
Huge achievement, absolutely huge achievement. And we're just going to go back and have a look at this replay. So just watching through at the start, focused. So important to not get too excited and just wait, react.
Absolutely. You've really got to just react to the surf as it's coming in. You look here, this northern end with the Coogee girls swimming out, that was a fantastic start. But as we got towards the can later on, you can see how big that gap was at the start. The North Bondi girl closed the gap down, and it was a pretty, you know, as I said, pretty even start for the board paddlers. You can see the hands in the water.
Yep, so they're looking strong through there as well, aren't they? So North Bondi was thereabouts, and then we saw Avoca made that bit of a push straight on the board, made the wave from about 5th into 3rd, held it through, and then that's the winning wave there.
Fantastic, that was the winning wave. Look at the girls grabbing that back strap. The board paddler did super well at coming through. Big hugs and smiles at the end.
And getting the fin up nice and high away from the ankle, so important.
Oh, that's important. I've been fin chopped a few times in my time, as I'm sure have you. And yeah, that communication, and they did that so well, the Coogee girls.
Yeah. Courtney, I said flip the board the other way. Is that it?
Exactly.
It's just how I grabbed it. It's just how I grabbed it.
I do remember it was actually senior state titles back on the Gold Coast, and I was on the back, and we took a bomb out the back. Look, I don't know if we should have. Coming down as the board paddler, you're trying to lift the nose up and just completely nose diving and losing the board in. I think we went first to last. So we had plenty of disastrous efforts in our time, but it's all part of the fun of it.
But that is it, though, right? And I keep saying that to all the kids. The medals, everything is great, but you always remember the stories and the memories that were made.
Oh, exactly. That's it. At the end of the day, it's the people you meet. It's where you travel to. It's times like this. Being on the beach is such a healthy lifestyle, and you just learn the most amazing lessons in resilience too, right? I think, the girls who might have missed out then, they'll be super excited to get back out there for the next race and possibly scrap and claw to get their way to that podium.
Yeah, because a few more races, and then one thing that's probably been, I guess, instilled from me from the Smith family, so I won Kerry Smith and Gemma Smith, that finals day, last event, everyone goes for ice cream. Swim and then ice cream. So we'll be doing that today. It's going to be good fun.
Absolutely. That was part of my childhood too. Ice
creams and beautiful beaches. So have you got a favourite beach in New South Wales that you remember or still enjoy competing at?
I actually always loved going to Swansea Belmont. We did a few state titles there. There was actually, back in the day, it was the Cracker Championships at the Swansea Belmont, and from Sawtell, we used to have to load the car up, myself and my three sisters, all of our boards on top. I do remember at the end of a state titles coming home, Dad was driving straight into the garage and forgetting to take the boards off, and just the crunching sound is still with me. But Swansea Belmont had always turned the surf on there, and that's what it was about for me, was getting out in the waves. I loved it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if most of the nippers would agree with you, noting that we had 5 years straight there for state titles, but it was such a great location. We had all the weather, all the, I guess, mind you, that's what it is synonymous with state championships, either having really good weather, but you remember the bad weather. So we had some issues here a couple of years ago at Queenscliff and North Stain, where the carnival had to get shut down just due to some water quality, wind, water, and but tell you what, for Thursday through until today, we could not have had more perfect conditions in such a pristine location.
It is absolutely, it's really turned it on here. I'm often biased towards the Gold Coast beaches, but I don't know, Harold, this stretch of beach is, I think, quickly becoming my favourite every time I come down here, whether it's the summer surf down at Manly. We had one at Freshwater as well. It seems like the weather is just perfect. So, it's Jimmy Walker walking past here. Hey, Jimmy. He'll be, I'm sure, mentoring a lot of the North Bondi, competitors here today. We'll be very happy with that last race with the silver. And, that's the thing, a lot of ex-competitors, ex-Olympians, ex-Ironmen and Ironwomen here today, and now passing on their skills and knowledge to the next generation.
Yeah, even just walking past before, big Maddie Freeman now involved with the Bulleye Club. His daughters are in there, so they've had some really nice results. Daughter Aria got a couple of medals, a couple of silvers in this board.
Fantastic.
Board in the swim in the under nines, and first state titles to do that with your dad looking after you and helping you and your friends, week in, week out, and having fun on the sand. So important.
That mentoring is just, it's priceless, and we're lucky enough at Mermaid Beach to have Kai Hurst as the head coach there, and Matt Poole as well. And certainly before our Nipper State, we've actually got Kai and Matt coming in to talk to the kids, and I know they're going to really enjoy that. And looking back, I know Kai won 10 Australian surf race titles, which I don't know will ever be done again.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
So just passing on that knowledge of the surf, how you body surf, from one of the best in the business, the kids are picking these skills up and then implementing them into their own races. And I think in this sport particularly, that live feedback after a race is so important as the conditions are changing, and you just constantly grow and develop, and it's really special seeing some of that, as I said, these fantastic skilled athletes now passing on to the next ones.
Passing on the skills and the stories, it's so important. And I guess one thing now in this TikTok culture where everything is accessible, that the information is so accessible. So, people will follow your paddling around Australia, which is absolutely amazing. We've got all the top surf, Ironmen, Ironwomen, posting stuff on their socials about their nutrition, about how they're training, what they're up to. I know that the Newport girls, they do a takeover Tuesday, so we can actually see what their squad is doing and who does what individually, whether it's getting up early, squatting, going to school, trying to study, do that, whatever it may be, just so that everyone can, I guess, know that they're not alone, or to even just pick up little things here and there to be the best they can be.
Absolutely. There's certainly pros to social media, and I know personally one thing I've really tried to do is show the messy and the ugly and the raw and real, as well as just the, I guess the more glamorous sides. It's great winning a medal or, getting that certificate and showing that. But I think it's what it takes to get from A to B. And I absolutely love that when athletes are really willing to share those hard times as much as anything in those challenges, and, give those nippers some of the insights into, after having a loss, picking yourself back up, getting back out in the water, and everything it sort of takes to get to the top. And this sport is it's a masterclass in resilience, because you might be winning the gold medal in the next race. Everyone does that jag through on the wave, and you've got to pick yourself back up and keep going. And I think you can apply those skills to life.
So important. But the state championships could not happen, and for the feels like the millionth year in a row, your local club have been our major sponsor, and we thank them again for their continued support and our, agreements going through to the future, supporting everything we've done. Northern Beaches Council doing a great job. Oakberry aside, just next to us, we'll be getting through a few of those later on. So the major sponsors are great, and we again thank them for the continued support of this amazing movement but lifestyle.
Oh, that's it. It couldn't happen without the incredible sponsors. And as I mentioned before, there's just so much that goes into, there's months and months of preparation into an event like this, and the sponsors are crucial. So, as I said, it's all worth it on finals day here to have, that sun glistening off the water and the kids down on the beach excited and ready to go. There's such a great vibe down here, isn't there? There's members of the public walking past, stopping and having a bit of a look at what's going on, and I'm sure it'll get busier and busier as people come down on their Sunday.
And you say the sun is glistening, it feels like it's absolutely beating down. This is burning my non-hair on my head.
Definitely. We've certainly got the sweats up under here, and I can tell you, looking out at the water, I feel like taking a plunge into the ocean myself. But that water temperature, almost 24 degrees, you could not get better than that. And ambient temperature's quite nice. We just need that little breeze to pick up here, I think.
At least you've got a short sleeve shirt on. I'm wearing my Free State one that's long sleeve, but at least my arms are covered. But
I know, it was a strategic move from myself, actually. Got the, sun safe here, got the long pants on and plenty of sunscreen, which is important. I think being down here, you can see everyone with their umbrellas and hats on. It is so important in this sport to be sun safe, and we have so much more awareness now about the dangers of the sun. And I know at one of the summer surfs, I think they were doing free skin checks, which is so important.
Next week, actually, they'll be here. So
there you go. So free skin checks next weekend at the Senior New South Wales State Titles, and I do regular skin checks myself now, and it's not something I did growing up. But you've got to prioritise it. You've got to prioritise your health and certainly your skin here in Australia.
Foot health is also a massive thing on the beach. I am one of few that choose to wear shoes the whole time on the sand, because 4 days of barefoot in concrete, especially on the promenade, it's a killer. So
plantar fasciitis.
People judge me. People think I'm old, but I'll take comfort over pain anytime.
I am in the same boat there. I do get around in the hockers and the socks on the beach, and the kids do give me absolute grief for it, but better than the alternative, right? And I tell you, your lower back as well when you walk around barefoot for those days. So little hot tip there.
Yep. Or just stretching the hammies out or anything. So warm-ups on. So we've got some finals underway. I think the 9 o'clock was the actual start time for the finals today. So we can see just the warm-ups, some more warm-ups happening. So no boards, just swim only at the moment. So we're going to be having a huge program: surf finals, board finals, iron finals, finishing off with the cameras and then some flags. Exciting stuff.
I think it's so important, isn't it, to stay warm, I guess, in between your races. There's some of the nippers that might have raced then and have races coming up. Again, you can certainly sit under that tent and let your muscles get cold, and by the time you come to your final, you might not have even moved too much in that time. So I think that's something we try to do, certainly at the summer surfs and the Australian titles and state, and that nippers can replicate, is keeping your body moving. And you can see the nippers out there at the moment, they're doing exactly that. They're feeling the ocean, and they're keeping that blood circulation happening so that they're ready for when they've got to perform.
Yeah, awareness and routine is so important. I was talking to a couple of other parents down there that the Evoca crew actually brought up all the ice baths from the open squad, so that all the nippers have been having ice baths at the end of each day for, just for recovery. And the parents are like, a few of them are like, think it's quite funny, or is it a little bit too much? But I was like, no, this is the routine, and the kids need to get it instilled early. Like the same as having breakfast before Carnival Day. When the Carnival's finished, we're stretching, we're rolling, we're ice bathing because we want to try and back up the next day. Because there's no point in putting in your 5 to 8 sessions a week as a nipper if you're not going to be able to back it up.
Absolutely, those extras are so important, and it's the same with nutrition as you mentioned, and you may as well get those advantages, right? Like if you are training that hard and turning up to those sessions and really putting the effort in, you may as well do the extras, the rolling, the ice baths, to sort of really let your muscles recover so that you're able to back up and train or race better the next day. And that's how I sort of say it to my nippers, if you can just get a couple of % out of doing that thing, those different sort of elements there, you may as well be doing it. And I can tell you, when it does come to the senior competitions, you need to be doing the extras, because you are racing world champions and Olympians, and all of that stuff adds up by the time, when these nippers get to the Australian titles on that Sunday afternoon where you've been racing all week. And yeah, fantastic.
But I ask, you were all in that race and you were all absolutely amazing. So it'd be wonderful if you can all go and congratulate each other up there. Yeah? Okay. Well done, girls. So,
here we are, the deliberation.
hang on.
Results. There might have been some issues, possibly, or not. No, we're still waiting
8th
for the
position,
results
we
to
have
come through.
Sawtell, congratulations.
So Sawtell in 8th.
Go the
Congratulations,
girls.
Sawtell.
Yes, Sawtell.
We're going to scan you. 7th, Curly, North Curl. Congratulations, girls. We've got 5th, we've got Spency Belmont. Congratulations, well done. 4th, Wanda. Congratulations, well done, girls. 3rd, Avoca. Congratulations. 2nd, North Bondi. Where are you, girls? Oh, those ones are you. Yep, good girl. And 1st, could you? We go the other way now.
So Coogee with the win, reconfirming. So officials just double checking everyone running around all the right cans. And we've got the team of Hayley Avard, Sophie Rolls getting their medals around their neck, taking some more gold back to Coogee. North Bondi into Zuri Felix and Emmy Hu. And then 3rd place from Avoca with the biggest screams on the beach. Ella Stevenson and Stella Webster will take out the podium. Wanda A of Charlotte Brown, Olivia Ryder. In 5th place, Billy Brooks, Piper Williams for Swansea Belmont. 2 points going back to the club there. Cassie Bowler, Sienna Murphy from North Bondi. B team taking some more points back to North Bondi. But we're going to go down to Millsy with our winners.
We're here with Coogee, winners of the Under Board Rescue. Congratulations, girls. Can you tell me about that race?
It was stressful but really fun. Yeah.
Such an amazing race. What do you love about the board rescue?
That we get to work together and that it's a team event. Yeah. I really like when if you catch like a massive set, you don't have to it's just so relaxing and nice. It's just the best feeling ever.
Amazing. Congratulations, gold medalists. Back to you guys.
What legends, big smiles on their dials. Sunday morning opening up with a gold medal. Momentum.
Oh.
It's going to be there for for the Coogee girls now.
Absolutely. How much confidence does that give you, getting that win on the board? And as we said before, not just for the Coogee girls, but all of the Coogee team. North Bondi in 2nd, Avoca in 3rd, all of those nippers, their competitors, and their friends they train with every day will be so excited for them. But that race was an example of the importance of the surf. Hey, you've got to work with it. You've got to know what's happening. And once it comes to the individual races, you can control a little more the alley you take out and coming in. Board rescue, it's a bit hard to do that.
Yeah, so good. Sawtell in there for a state final. I think we had 4 rounds, so quarterfinals, semi, and final. So there was, 60 teams or so, and they've made their way through to in the top 8 in the state.
How about the endurance of these nippers, backing up on the final day to get through that many races and turning up and putting a performance on like that? It's incredible to see.
So lots of cuddles and kisses from parents down there, because the parents love the medals as much as the kids do. But it's just the just rewards for the 4:30 wake-ups, all the sitting by the pool, all the 483 towels that get left on the floor throughout the week.
Oh, it's not just the mermaid nippers that do that.
Oh,
but
it's the worst.
It's you're right. It's all the work behind the scenes. It's really. I mean, these nippers are starting training on the Gold Coast. Certainly, we started in July. You know, it might be August or September down here. It's a little bit cooler, so nippers might start a little bit later. But you know, they've been training essentially since August or September to get here in March to turn up with their best performance. And you know, throughout the off season, you're sort of building that bit of fitness and building a bit of base, and then you sort of, when it comes to, you know, closer to competition, you're sharpening up those skills, you're getting out in the surf, you're practicing your starts so that you can put it all there together. And I think in surf lifesaving, you just need this whole range of skills. You need endurance, you need strength, you need the skills in the ocean. It tests every single part of you. And like you said before, that mental strength to turn up, you know, sort of put the nerves aside, know that nerves are normal, and turn up and compete on the day. So these nippers are absolutely incredible.
And then have your break. A couple other parents I was talking to on the beach, their son got like he was not unhappy, but he was like a 4th or 5th in the board race. And he's like, Dad, you know, we need to get back out there and start training. He's like, mate, as soon as we get home, that nipper board is getting put away, the surfboard's coming out, and you're not touching it till September. He's like, what? He goes, no, we're done. Let's surf. You've got your rugby coming up and all your other sports. Have your fun. You know, we'll pick it back up in September. Relax. It's all good.
So true. You don't want to specialise too young, right? You don't want to specialise too young. And, you know, I think Yannick Sinner, when he won the Australian Open, was so incredible in saying that. He said from a young age he was so grateful to his parents because he did all of the sports.
Because it's fun, right?
It's so fun, and you don't need to specialise. You will eventually find out what you like and what you're good at. And I can tell you that all those other sports, those ball sports, help your coordination, the, you know, cross country, etc., help your endurance. So it actually all comes back. And if you do eventually want to be, you know, an Ironman or Ironwoman or ski paddler, whatever it is, all of those sports you've done growing up will actually assist you later.
So what did you do when you were younger?
We did basketball was a big one in the Hancock household. You know, out there trying to shoot 3-pointers in the backyard.
That was mine. That was my sport. Basketball and golf was my forte.
Oh, I wish I would have picked up golf or tennis.
So
I tell you, that would have been a good one. Athletics, cross country, you know, just even on a weekend, like I said, we'd get the surfboards out there, get down to the beach and, you know, get out there and catch a wave. And that would actually help your nipper skills too. Surfing, it directly correlates. So.
And it's different levels of achievement and being outside your comfort zone. So, yeah, it's so good. We've got coming up the under-11 male board rescue. Time is 8:48 on a Sunday morning. Feels like we've been here forever, but we're pumped and ready to go. Victoria from Soldiers Beach on screen there. She is been doing some great work on the beach as our first day, but we're going to throw to our all-age beach relay. Check this action out. ...2024 New South Wales Surf Life Saving Championships All-Age Beach Relay. North Bondi, South Maroubra, Queenscliff, Bronte, Mona Vale, Byron Bay, Coogee and Wanda. It's actually Wanda 8. I threw the extra P in there for good measure. Now in the starters' hands, under 9s are in there. Wanda out early through that right-hand edge in the middle. The boys working really hard through there, and it looks like North Bondi working really strong at the start. We've had some really nice changeovers there, 1, 2 and 3. Mona Vale through the middle, North Bondi on that outside right-hand edge through the middle. It looks like we've got a bit of movement from South Maroubra, changing over from the 10s into the 11s. Mona Vale in the lead at the moment, North Bondi, Coogee not out of it yet, Wanda still got some work to do. As we get to that last bit, South Maroubra extending that lead, North Bondi in 2-3. Mona Vale not out of it at the moment, but what a changeover there from South Maroubra, holding on to that lead at the moment. 2 more legs, 1 gold medal on offer, but we've got some work coming from Coogee, North Bondi, South Maroubra, North Bondi, Coogee there as well, but like we said, Wanda's out of it, South Maroubra there, last changeover. Who's going to be the fastest one to get through? South Maroubra out there early. North Bondi closest to the fans. Can they hold on? Can they minimise that gap? Coogee waiting for that last little dip across the line. And oh, what a finish. South Maroubra there in 1. Coogee 2. North Bondi in 3. Queenscliff in 4. Wanda in 5. And then Bronte will be taking 1 point home to their club. What a finish.
We're here for the under-10s female beach flags final. We've got the top 6 here competing for the number 1 spot.
Exciting stuff. North Curly, North Stain, Terrigal, Coogee, Cronulla, and then one just out of shot at the moment, but we'll just see that headwind that pops up. It's Mona Vale. Top 6 in the starters' hands. Everything needs to be perfect.
Heads down and go. The girls are off. They're running.
Nice and clean, waiting for the dive there. Great footage there. Look at that from North Curly. Evelyn Vale, she's comfortable. One's going to drop out. It looks like it's Sienna Metcalf from Terrigal, unlucky. Top 5 ready to go. Back in the starters' hands.
Girls getting ready. We're just waiting to see those heads pop up. You can see the girls adjusting as they're getting ready to go. Heads up, and we've got heads down, and they're off.
Oh, it looked like North Stain might have had a bit of a movement there. All right. One false start, and then we are live. So the next person to break is gone for all money. That is their championship over, but they'll still take home the top 5. Back in the starters' hands. Mona Vale looking strong at the moment. Jasmine McCamey. I like the look of her.
You can see them getting ready. Got to be nervous, getting ready for this race.
Up and turning through the middle. Cronulla looking really strong through there, waiting for the dive, and Jasmine McCamey there from Mona Vale just out. Look at the speed there from Cronulla. Jasmine Shadlow.
What a close finish on that. So we're now getting ready for the next one. We've got 4 girls left.
No mucking around here. Again, another clean start. Up and away. Cronulla so strong. Alex only there at Coogee, strong as well. Waiting for the replay. Who's going to miss out on this one?
All right, what a close finish there. We've got North Curl just missing out. Just missing out. Down to the final 3.
You know what that means? Medal time. Let's go.
Here we go. Everyone ready for a medal? And
so quiet down there. Go.
Oh, we've had a small stumble there. Oh, another close finish there.
Phoebe Dobson in no man's land there for North Stain, but she's still going to go home with a bronze medal. Congratulations, Phoebe. We're down to the final 2. Jasmine Shardlow from Cronulla, Alex Only from Coogee. The customary handshake. It's always fun to see.
Always good to see. You can see them getting ready there. Final race. We've got a race here for gold and silver medals here for the girls.
Yeah, the amphitheatre, it is actually quite full. Everyone's up on the promenade in the shade in the afternoon. Another handshake, that's 2 for good measure. So Cronulla on the left-hand side, Jasmine Shardlow, Alex Only from Coogee on the right, now in the starters' hands.
And here we go. Girls are getting ready, getting themselves sorted. Very exciting in this final race. Someone's going to end here with a gold medal, which is very exciting for their club. Heads up, heads down, and they're off. Oh, a little stumble. You can see the girls running. All right, there we go. Congratulations, Jasmine. Cronulla's taken that gold medal. And a huge congratulations to Alexandra as well. Coogie's taken home the silver.
Unbelievable. Look at this grab. Look at the aggression. Look at the power. Cronulla, another gold medal for Cronulla. Gemma Smith, welcome to the commentary box area.
Oh, we've got the best view of the beach. I think we've got our little tent set up, looking out over the 2 water areas on this cracking morning here at Queenscliff. It's an awesome day for finals day at the State Age Championships. We've got the under-11 male board rescue semi-finals coming up next in the action.
So we got 8 teams. Who have we got?
We started off in lane number 1. We're going to have Cooks Hill Team B. We've got an Ocean Beach Team A as well in lane number 2.
Ocean Beach.
Yeah, local club from up there on the Central Coast. And then we go just from down the corner, Manly Team B, into Cooks Hill Team A, Byron Bay Team A, as well as a Terrigal team, Collaroy, Wanda, and North Cronulla. So a bit of a mix of clubs. Plenty of clubs getting represented from all around New South Wales.
Yeah, and again, like I was saying to Bonnie earlier, so a lot of these boys are going to have to back up for a surf race, board race, possibly iron, Cameron. So a huge program. 2 days of competing fully and then backing up to go again. But this is why we do it, right?
Absolutely. This is where they want to perform. You know, this is the end of the season for the under-11s, their last major competition. So coming to state championships, you always want to put your best foot on the line every time you race, and these boys are undoubtedly going to do that and put it all out there in these semi-finals. Semi-finals I always find are the most nerve-wracking races because everyone wants to get into the final, but there's only these 9 spots for the team, so it's absolutely crunch time, and yeah, hopefully they'll be able to have a good race and put it all out there today.
So boys, underway very shortly. Byron Bay team, good to see them back in the semi-finals and finals. Been really tough too because the boys, Oliver Bowes and Roland Cohen, have been up and thereabouts, finals, semi-finals all weekend, and I kept calling it North Bondi because North Bondi's been at the front for every single race. So that's probably been my biggest learning for the week, is trying to make sure that I call Byron Bay, which I can do in this race because there is no North Bondi.
No, there's plenty of club caps all across New South Wales that are very similar. Byron Bay, definitely one that is very similar to North Bondi with the red and the brown
Black
and the white. Yeah,
kills me as well.
Yeah, it's great to see so many different clubs though coming down for the state championships down here at Queenscliff. So it's awesome they've made the trip down. I know lots of those clubs right up the northern end of New South Wales really make a big effort to bring a team away to some of these carnivals. So it's fantastic to see them up here in these semi-finals with these two boys, Oliver Bowes and Rylan Cohen. Hopefully they can have a great race.
So hopefully there won't be too much cap dyslexia from me this morning, but we'll do our best to get through it. Terrigal, just the navy blue, all okay there. Phoenix Montgomery, Ethan Quick. So they've got the two dads there that are in everything, helping coach, skis, board, irons, whatever it is, and it is all about the strength of the squad. But on the screen we just saw there, one young boy that has burst onto the scene of the Central Coast Nipper ranks is Caden Fitzpatrick. This kid can fly in the water, Gem.
Yeah, wow, that's awesome to hear. It's fantastic that Ocean Beach are up here in a semi-final. You can see they're on the bottom of the screen right next to Manly and Cooks Hill there. So these boys, their swimmers, are getting ready. Their foot's on the line, ready to go. It's always the most nerve-wracking part, waiting for that starting call. But you can see the tide's pretty high this morning. It's pretty much high tide right about 5 minutes time, 9:02. So the water's not much beach here this morning, but as the day moves on, that tide will continue to drop and we might see a little bit more of a wave action. There's not too much on offer at the moment, but enough to make a little bit of a difference if these boys can pick up a little bit coming back in. So.
And just off screen, we saw head coach there, Maddie Smithers from Ocean Beach, been there a long time, tireless volunteer work, looking after everyone. And then also Josh Thomas, who's going to be out there for the other team for Ocean Beach, is actually visually impaired. So having that rising sun and not being able to see is going to be tough enough as it is, but having Josh out there doing what he does best is fantastic. So congratulations, Ocean Beach, on finding some diamonds in the rough to represent your club at the highest level at the state championships.
Yeah, it's fantastic that there's so many people that are able to come and have a great race down here. We can see on the screen we've got Caden having a fantastic swim out to the can to start. So these boys have had to get straight into their swim stroke pretty much. Not much wading and dolphin diving here this morning, but pretty much a pretty even start by most of the middle of the field there. We've got lane number 1 up the top from Cooks Hill having a great swim, but also right down the bottom of the screen in alley number 8, we've got North Cronulla there.
So you can see, I don't know, again, that bottom lane is right into the sun. So there's probably, about 15 to 25 metre gap between North Cronulla and the Wanda Team A, whereas the cans are usually only set about 5 metres apart. So there's going to be some extra swimming required for one of these athletes, but we'll wait to see which one it's going to be.
Yeah, well, it looks like lane number 1 from Cooks Hill is out there on his own at the moment, so I'm not sure if he's gone a little bit off course to start or the rest of the field looks pretty bunched up in the middle there. So it'll be interesting to see when we get those cans come into screen who's had a good swim and a straight swim out to the cans, because in a board rescue you want to try and pick your line, so you have to swim the least distance possible. You don't want to be going crooked and having to swim a couple of extra metres, because it's all about getting out there as fast as you can to signal back to your board paddler to hit the water and come out and pick you up. So it'll be interesting to see who's been able to negotiate this little sun glare this morning here at Queenscliff. It's pretty hard to see the cans standing here on the Corso, so these boys have definitely got a bit of a tricky swim to start their day.
Now, you as an elite board paddler in your Nipper ranks, I'd probably still call you elite now because you're still very, very fast, but the angst at the start line now, watching your swimmer go off course and you can't do anything about it, does that just add to the extra amounts of, self-perceived pressure for you to go at the right time, but then also knowing that you're going to have to do a little bit more work?
Yeah, absolutely. You're always just hoping that your swimmer picks a good line. Sometimes you can see there every couple of strokes, the boys, instead of breathing to the side like they normally do for a freestyle stroke, they'll have a look up. They'll try and be able to see that can, but the boys have done a pretty good job there. We can see North Cronulla's hit the cans in front. They're signalled to their board paddler that it's time to go. But you'll see as these boys come up to that can, they'll put their first arm over the top of their can colour and then put their other arm straight up so that the board paddlers can realise that it's time to go. So hold your hand up there for a couple of seconds to indicate to the board paddlers to signal out, but it's pretty easy for these boys to see their swimmers today because there's not too much wave action. But sometimes when the surf's super big, you want to leave your hand out for as long as you can because sometimes it's hard to see intermittently between the swells when your swimmers hit there. So, but yeah, most of the field's got away pretty clean now in this board leg.
So North Cronulla let us out, and we had the team of Cooks Hill there in second, but it looks like we've got some movers coming down that bottom end of the screen. But North Cronulla looking really strong at the moment. Last race, wave come from the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, right. Well, it's going to be interesting. He was having a bit of a look there, having a look at around where the rest of the field is. Even though it is a semi-final, you want to make sure that you qualify through that final in a comfortable position. So he does have a little bit of a lead on the bottom, or the top of the screen there from North Cronulla. We've also got, the two teams at the bottom of the screen here, Cooks Hill and Ocean Beach, right up there as well. So to see these boys that are going to pretty much hit the swim cans in the next couple of seconds. You can see at the top of your screen, that North Cronulla team is going to be able to pick up their swimmer. They're definitely going to hit there first. So they'll sit up, they'll swing their board around. The swimmer jumps on the front typically, as you can see there. Sometimes they jump on the back depending on, what they've practiced in training and who distributes the weight better on the board. But you can see, these boys making their way back. They might be a little bit too far forward, just got to readjust there a little bit. But they'll make their way back to shore now.
Yeah, adjustments are crucial, especially when they're paddling. And I always say to the kids that if it feels wrong, it probably is. Adjust it, fix it. So you don't want to go paddling through 65% of the race with the back of the board stuck down and you're not moving any water. So rather get it right at the start slow, get into that rhythm, and then start powering home and look at that through the middle of the pack.
Yeah, it looks like Ocean Beach have had a fantastic pickup and they're really powering coming back to the shore. You can see the person at the back. I think that might be Joshua Thomas there on the back of the board. You can see his kick. Even though, they're on a fiberglass board, these boys are typically, some of them are really quite tall, so they don't quite fit all on the board. Sometimes the one at the back, definitely does hang off a little bit. So you can see him really trying to kick and just make as much forward propulsion as possible. They're having a bit of a look now as they come back closer to shore to pick up a couple of little waves, but there's not too much off it. They might just get a little bit of a lift off some of these little swells coming through. But anytime you feel something come underneath you really want to try and lift your rating to just get that board speed up to, really try and get back to shore as quick as you can. But you can see North Cronulla team having a bit of a look around. They don't know if there's going to be too much coming back. There might be a little one that they just slip off the back of there, but they're definitely thereabouts now.
So talking about rates, notice that the guys from Ocean Beach are about to actually get swamped. There's a bit of white water from behind. Are we going to have one from the back marker? Unbelievable. So we've 1 and 2 leading the whole way by a fair bit. Waves coming through. Can the boys get through it? Shoot out in front. Now, this is where we practice the skills that we don't practice enough.
That's it. I think we're going to have... I think the North Cronulla team have just had a bit of a spill there at the finish. So the other teams that have come through, if they can get over that line with both members holding the board, Ocean Beach are definitely through nice and safely, but the North Cronulla boys there might be in a little bit of trouble. They just came unstuck right at the end there trying to dismount as that wave kind of caught them at a really tricky spot. So a bit of bad luck there for the North Cronulla team that were definitely out in front and led early, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges call, because I think for semi-final they'll be taking the top 4 through to a final. So there was 5 on that wave, so we'll just have to wait and see as the results come through there. But you can see the last couple of teams are making their way back to the beach. You can see here the waves are just breaking right on shore, so it is quite tricky to pick up a wave because they've got to be able to slide back nice and quick before their nose hits the shore. So you can see the Byron Bay team there done a fantastic job. They'll make their way up and cross the finish line. A great job, great effort for those boys after a big couple of days of racing.
So I think to the naked eye, it would have been the Wanda Team A in second place, Cooks Hill there in third. But like you said, I think it may have just been the team of North Cronulla that may have missed out, led from start to finish. And then as we've seen so many times, and we'll continue to see so, which is what we love so much about the surf, is these waves coming through. So, yeah, great stuff.
Absolutely. We can see here the race replay. The boys, the swimmers just had a great little start out through that little bit of a shore break, but they got into their swim stroke nice and early. The middle of the field did definitely bunch up, but we could see the top of the screen there. North Cronulla flying. I mean, in the swim out, hit that orange can in front. Then it was closely followed by Cook's Hill there. So
That's what you want to see too, right? Chest up nice and high, arm up as high as possible, ensuring that the visual is there, and then negotiating that little shore dump.
yeah, absolutely. We can see here, as we spoke about before, Ocean Beach had a really quick pickup. They pretty much, caught right up to the North Cronulla team just in that pickup alone. So that put them in good stead to come back to the beach. So it's been fantastic to see. And then we've got this replay here of the finish. So, yeah, as that wave caught the North Cronulla boys, they unfortunately just lost control of that board a little bit. And we had the other 4 teams scrambling to get up the beach as well. But I think they all might have just crossed in front there. It was going to be really close to see. You can see the judges there just deliberating, double-checking that both members of the team had contact with the board as they cross that line. If you only have one person that crosses the line, one person still waiting, they unfortunately get disqualified. So we'll have to just make sure that everyone's done everything correctly. And then obviously you just got a judge who crossed the line in front of one another there. So a bit of a nervous wait.
To see what transpires. Did you know that the fastest a person can ever run is when the person carrying the board is waiting for the person to get onto the back of the board after they've fallen off in a board rescue? Studies have shown that.
Yes, definitely. It's definitely a very nerve-wracking situation. So these boys will definitely be scrambling to get up that beach. You can see there's lots of yelling that often's going on as well from the club mates and the parents up on the beach as well as the teammates. So it's fantastic to see. It's such a great event, the board rescue. It's one of my favourites from growing up in Nippers as well.
There's probably some of those down on the beach there as well. Millsy, who have you got for us? Maybe we don't, Jim. But beautiful scenes on the right-hand side. We can just see, looks like we might have some finals action underway. So the under-11 male board rescue semis is now pending. Lots of action down here. A lot of people watching from the promenade, but also abroad. If you're watching from home, we are live on all of the Facebooks, the KOs, the Foxtels. That's me talking like an old man. But it is broadcasting around the world. And Harold Marshall, which is myself, referring to myself in the third person. First time I've actually done that all weekend, which is kind of stupid. Here with Gemma, we're going to have a ball. And, we can't wait to see, what happens with the overall point score tally. See the stories come across. North Bondi in the lead at the moment, being dominant through there. And then we've got the results coming through, Jem, for the board rescue.
Yeah, as heat number 2 or semi number 2 hits water, the results are just coming through from that semi-final number 1. We did have the Ocean Beach team, had a great dismount, took out that first place, followed by Cooks Hill, Wanda, and then Terrigal. So unfortunately, the North Cronulla team that were our leaders pretty much for the entire race look like they've just missed out after a bit of bad luck. But we've got semi number 2 in the water now. It looks like we've got the Manly team on screen. So another team from Manly out there. They've got a fantastic group of young nippers there from just down the club. But looks like Queenscliff as well from the looks of things on the screen. So it's fantastic to see the home club from our New South Wales Championships getting representation in this under-11 male board rescue semi-final number 2. So it's we've got a lot of teams as well from Yamba. We've got a Bulleye team in there, Woolgoolga, Allura, as I said, that Manly team, and then Swansea Belmont as well. So it's great to see so many different clubs getting a start in these semi-finals.
Yeah, and a long morning. So a lot of these board rescue competitors had their surf teams this morning. It was a 7 o'clock marshal this morning. We're down at 9, so they've already been in the sun for 2 hours with probably about another 5 hours to go. Medals and offer, lots of racing. Millsy, what have you got for us on the beach, mate?
We're here with Caden and Josh from Ocean Beach, who have just competed in their semi-final for the board rescue. Can you boys tell me about how long you've been in surf and what you love about it?
I've been in surf for 7 years and I really love the competition, just getting winning and also being with your mates.
Oh, perfect. And how about you, Josh?
I've been surfing a lot, so that's how I kind of got into board paddling. And so I went to Nippers. My dad did it when he was a kid, and then me and Caden became best friends there.
That's so perfect, and you boys work so well together. So, Josh, can you tell me about how you work with your spotter and what that involves?
I need glasses, so I can't quite see Caden's hand go up. And so Dave actually, like, he taps me on the back when Caden's hand goes up, so then I can run out.
Thank you. Perfect, thank you. And so, Dave, you're working as the spotter. Can
Yes.
you tell me how you work with these boys for this race?
Yeah, well, it's a lot of pressure actually because I don't want to get him off late and give him a good start. So yeah, what we do is I can't yell out anything. I can't yell out go in case someone else goes. So I keep an eye and I watch for Caden's hand. I ask him to hold it up for a good 20 or 30 seconds, and I give Josh a tap on the shoulder, and away he goes.
It's been great watching you guys race today. Congratulations with the rest of it, and back to you guys.
Oh, it's fantastic to hear about how that dynamic works with the Ocean Beach team there. So they've done an amazing job to take out that semi-final number 1. So a great job to those boys. They'll be backing up for the final in a couple of moments' time. But we can see there we've got our semi-final number 2 Yamba team making their way out on the board for the semi-final number 2 of the board rescue. So it's got a nice little stroke going there. You can see lots of these boys are having a bit of a look around as they make their way out, sussing out where the other teams are. But we've got a team on the bottom of the screen there absolutely flying. They've got definitely a really great solid lead there. So I think it's the team from Swansea Belmont. So we've got...
It's a huge lead, Jim, absolutely monstrous. So flat conditions, that could be the difference between getting through into that top 4 to that final. The elusive final, only 8 to go through, or 8 in total, sorry.
Yes, we've got Liam Blair and Bodie Cousins, the team from Swansea Belmont there. So they're just about to hit that can, but the team from Yamba are right up amongst it as well. So
it's always fun to say Yamba. Again, a nice good nippers program coming through. So a couple of really, really strong competitors going through. Yamba team of Clarence Doherty and Ziggy O'Brien. Could you have any 2 more different names? Clarence and a Ziggy.
yeah, what a combo. But they're a great board rescue combo. They've had to do a little bit of a readjustment there. It's definitely worth making sure that both are comfortable before you get going, because the last thing you want is to be fighting each other the whole way back to the beach. And you can see as they've had to do a bit of readjusting, the other teams have managed to just claw their way back into the race. So we've got the Allura team there, William Botha and Jacob Gillard, right up in amongst it as well. So we've had 4 teams that have kind of cleared out, but as we saw in that last race,
Didn't we watch it?
anything can happen.
Anything can happen. So I guess now that we're that high tide, dropping tide, what does that mean? A bit more action in the wave centre?
Yeah, absolutely. As this tide starts to drop now, it's been high tide already, we'll see the water get a little bit shallower, which just means that these waves will break out a little bit further. So we'll get a bit more swell coming through from those cans, and then the waves will probably break about halfway back in from the cans to the beach. So as the tide and the sandbank becomes a little bit more exposed, the whitewater will definitely be able to pick up these competitors coming back to the beach. But at the moment, we've still got the team from Swansea Belmont out in front. They might be able to pick up a little bit of assistance from this wave here. Just tease them. Oh, I think they might just get down it. They've done a great job there to pull down it. So they'll get a nice ride back into the beach. So the leaders this time were rewarded, and they'll get into the beach nice and cleanly. We've got team 2nd place and 3rd place there, I think, from our Allura club.
Yeah, looking comfortable through there. But let's just talk about these little extras of 1% effort. So we saw the 3 boys then all trying to push onto that one wave. And then we had the team of Swansea Belmont literally probably only a quarter of a board length in front. And that was enough to get over the top of that wave. So regardless of where you are in the ocean, we still should always be trying to get our maximum effort in, because you never know what's going to transpire. So if they hadn't put in an extra 4 or 5 harder strokes earlier, they wouldn't have been in that position to then pull down that wave.
Yeah, and you can see there that North Bondi team was right next to the Yamba team, I think it was, and they've just managed to pull down that wave. So those boys didn't look around as much then, and it really paid off. They've been able to dismount nice and cleanly. But, the team from Cook Seal there looks like Queenscliff.
Queenscliff through there as well. Queenscliff, Allura at the back, but we'll have to wait to see what the top 4 is going to be. But the Swansea Belmont boys, strong.
Yeah, they're looking very strong. So they led early. Their swimmer definitely must have got out to the can nice and quick, because when we shot back to the screen with the board paddlers hitting the water, he had a really solid lead. So these boys will be backing up in a couple of moments' time for their final, but it's always a great confidence boost knowing that you've taken out the semi-final heading into the final, because you've already...
But Woolgoolga, is there a better beach on the East Coast? It's pretty nice.
It is very nice. We had a summer of surf up there,
So
not
good.
this season, but last season. It's an absolutely beautiful spot up there on the Coffs Coast. It's definitely somewhere that, I'll be going back and visiting, and hopefully we've got some more carnivals up there because it was a beautiful spot to visit.
Yeah, right in the middle of everyone as well. Now we're going to head across to the Red Arena. So a bit of surf race final. You just see this is looking like some fitter, bigger, stronger ladies, and I believe this is going to be the under 14s with Kalulu Leggett on screen there from your minor. A little bit of nerves. Girls are out there, so the under 14s, last time they get to compete as a nipper as such, then go and hang out with the big girls. So this is going to be one hot race. So if we just go up, so the semi-final number 1, we had Canberra Yamasaki from North Cronulla, had some great results last year as well. Sophie Hamilton, Evie Waller. The Pegram twins are going to be in there. Gabri Parmenter from Cooks Hill, Alana Dimick. A lot of big names in there. Luca Burge, daughter of ex-president Graham Burge at Swansea Belmont, legend of the club. Look at the caps that are in there. Manly, Hughesman, Carpenter, Amber Sky Stevenson. Can she get another surf medal in this race? Johnson from Wanda. 32 of the best female athletes in the state here, Jim.
Yeah, we've got plenty of talent, up-and-coming talent in this surf team's surf race final. Matilda Young there from Newport. She's a fantastic swimmer coming through the ranks. It's great to see lots of different clubs getting a start as well. Coogin as well. Plenty of athletes from up there. But
so, yeah, another name to come up, especially with your squad. Sophie Clue's going to be thereabouts as well. So,
yeah, these girls are absolutely flying. I see them training all the time at Newport, and yeah, they're such a strong age group. These girls have been racing all summer in the summer surf up in the under 15s age group. So they've got plenty of experience racing against girls that are older than them. So to come back into your own age group with all that confidence that they would have gained from racing across the season, they'd be looking to put forward a good race leading into Aussies in a couple of weeks' time. But yeah, these girls are super fit and ready to go under the guidance of Sophie Clue's dad, Mark Clue's down there at Newport as well. So he does a fantastic job bringing these girls through the ranks. But you can see, yeah, they're all getting ready for a start.
Yeah, big program. Now, talking about racing, how important is it to have more races than no races or less races? Because you always hear the parents, they're going, should I save my child and don't do team events? Should we, maybe I won't do the board, I'll just save myself for the iron of the board. What did you ever save yourself for?
Oh, I was always the person who'd love to just get out there and race in as many races as I could, and I still do to this day. I think it's, you get out there and you just want to enjoy racing with your teammates as many times as you can around the cans on the weekend. So
it's always a learning opportunity, right? Try and figure out where that threshold is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you're coming down here as well, it's not so much today when it's a bit flatter, but when there's surf on offer as well, the more times you get out there and used to the conditions and you know exactly what you've got to do to when you get to finals day. You've been around the cans, 15, 20 times already. You know what you've got to do, the feel of the water, how far the swim is, what you got to do to how comfortable, off your start you feel, where you're going to relax into your stroke a little bit, and then bringing it home. You would have also had, where the finish flags is. You would have picked your landmark so you can come back right onto your mark coming in and not have to swim further than you need to. So these girls would have been, around the cans plenty of times already this weekend. And I think, these girls are young enough too that they recover super quick. So I think, the more times you can get out amongst it this weekend, the better, especially as you lead into a carnival like Aussies where these girls will be racing over 2 days instead of 3. So
yeah, most definitely. So get those reps in. And probably another hard thing for them to do as well is to actually understand or have that self-belief that, we as parents and coaches and mentors in the club know that they can actually do this.
Absolutely. And I think, most of these girls train every morning and every afternoon. They'll be at the swimming pool of a morning, swimming for 1.5, 2 hours, and then at the beach in the afternoon doing board or iron. So the amount that you go around the cans in a training session, when you come to finals day, you might have, 3, maximum 4 races by the time you come here. So you do, almost double, triple that in a training session. So
yeah, true.
They're able to do that day in, day out in a normal training week. So even though the intensity is up all the time when you're racing on finals day and across these state championships, they've done it in training with their eyes closed day in, day out. So they're primed and ready to go.
And you haven't even taken into consideration of actually having to do your schoolwork, being at school for 6 hours, having your brain switched on, having to emotionally engage with your friends, and then sometimes you've got your other school sports involved as well. You're busing to and back and forth. Like these are big days, and surf carnivals, everything's pretty much in a nice measured environment.
Totally. Yeah, that's it. So these girls are getting ready now. We're about to get underway in this under 14 female surf race final. Sophie Clue's right in screen there. She'll have a flying start.
Is she as fast as the rest of the Clues?
They're all very, very quick. So definitely some fast switch fibers in those jeans there, but absolutely flurry of arms and legs as these girls make their way out in this start. You can see we've got a swimmer in the middle of the screen that looks like they've taken an early lead there, but Sophie Clues on the bottom of the screen is out on her own, but it looks like the top end of the screen is where the pace is at early. But you can see we've still got a very, very tight bunch of the field here, as there hasn't been too much to break the field up yet. There's no real bank where they can run out. They've got to pretty much dive straight into swimming. So be making their way out to this first red and yellow can. But yeah, you can see they're forming into that kind of V shape off that lead swimmer. We can't quite pick up the cap at this stage, but you can see the rest of the field is kind of trying to just jump on her wash. So
that is a heavy, long stroke. Though, look how much power is getting generated through that, Jen. Like the rate not that quick. The legs are firing hard because these girls are strong enough and fit enough to be able to keep that 6-speed kick the whole way around. Whereas we get to the older ranks, it's a little bit more conserved until we get to that last can, right?
yeah, it looks like they've got a very nice stroke. They're probably not stroke rating or their stroke rate isn't as high as what you can see some of the other girls that look like. It might be a bit of a pull swimmer stroke. They've definitely got a nice long catch. They've got a nice 6-speed kick working, but yeah, they definitely look like they're getting out into a nice lead early on in this race. But the rest of the field there, flurry of arms and legs. That's where you don't want to be, right in the middle of the pack. Well, that's where I didn't used to like to be. So we've got someone that's pulled up.
Yeah, is that Canberra Yamasaki from North Cronulla at the top there? Because she was closer to that edge up there as well, but really, really tough to see. Bottom edge of the screen, hard. You got that, looks like that little bit more work to get to that first can, but stretching out now as we get across that can.
Yeah, they'll hit this red and yellow, and then they'll go straight along the back of that string. So these under 14 girls, as they move up into under 15s next year, they'll have to go around the black and whites as well, the string of 4 behind. But as they're still in nippers, they get the luxury of just going around the string of 9 for this last time in their nipper career, apart from Aussie. So that lead early on, though, I think they might have just been caught and overtaken there by, was it Cooks Hill? Maybe, I think, out in front at this stage.
This is really tough stuff. I'm still waiting for Amber Stevenson to show her face because she's going to be thereabouts. Looks like we're 3 wide across the back there, but that means the pace isn't fast enough for the person trying to make the move on the outside right there. Newport tucked in second at the moment. First one turning for home. I think that actually might be Amber out in front. Amber Stevenson from Evoke. We're going to call that. I'm probably only calling that because there's no leg kick. She's not the leg kicker. So all through the arms, a tiny bit through the legs, taking the lead at the moment. Inside right, making their way through. Could be Lisa Durs there from Newport as well. Bulleye thereabouts into the wave zone. We are at the north end of the beach, so closest to the surf club, which is where we've seen the bigger waves all week.
Yeah, so these girls, you can see they start to fan out a little bit as they come back to shore. When you hit the wave zone, you don't want to be swimming behind anyone in case a wave comes up because you'll hit straight into the back of them and you won't be able to pick up that wave. So you can see, I think it is Amber Sky Stevenson is our leader coming back to the shore, but we've got Newport there on the left. I'd say that would be Lisa Durs that's just holding on. And also another cat there we can't quite pick up. It's so hard with this sun early on in the morning.
Oh, from behind, Jim, a little bit of water coming through, but just doubled up with that one in front, so possibly not enough for anyone there. But just those little bumps to feel that body moving a little bit more forward is going to bring the confidence through. Can anyone pull down this? A little bit of leg drive. One behind's definitely going to pick one up. Talk us through it.
Yeah, they might just, not quite. You can see where that jet ski is. It kind of just, the wave started to break a little bit, but they've probably got another 10 metres until they hit that zone where the waves are going to start to break. So you really want to try and lift your rating as you get towards that little bit of a sandbar as they hit back towards the beach. But yeah, you definitely don't want to be trying to look around too much because there's not much on offer, but anything that they can feel lift their feet up, they really want to try and kick and accelerate, pick up their stroke rate to try and get as much of a lift off it as possible. But looks like there's a little bit of a wave on offer out the back, but for these leaders, they might have to do it the hard way all the way and swim right to shore.
First one up and running is usually going to be the one that's going to win. Can Amber stay in front at the moment? Nyla Lynch there from Bulleye, but the first one up and out of the water. Amber Stevenson from Avoca taking home a gold medal in the under-14 surf race. What a swim.
Yeah, fantastic swim there from Amber Stevenson, and then Newport 2 and 3.
I think it might have been 4 as well.
Yeah, so Those girls are absolutely flying, but Amber Stevenson did it the hard way, had to swim all the way to shore. So, as we said, this high tide this morning, not much on offer, but for these back markers, a little bit of white water to help them with their run up the beach, but super close finishes, or a little bit of push and shove there as well.
Yeah, only one of the Pegram twins, sorry, Evie Waller from Redhead, you just got a little bit of a hip and shoulder there, but all's fair in surf race finals most of the time, Jim.
Yeah, that's it. It's always an interesting race, a surf race. They've got, 40 of the best swimmers in your age group trying to get out and around the course, so there's going to be some congestion. There's going to be some arms and legs flying.
Congestion, that's it. Is that the word we're using?
Yeah, we'll go with that. It's it's always an interesting one. Surf race, surf teams.
It is rough, it is tough, it is brutal, but again, it's not personal.
No, that's it. That's it. They're all friends. Once they come back, they'll shake hands with each other. All's good and fair out racing. So we can see we've got the next race lining up there, but this race replay here. See Sophie Clues there looking a little bit nervous before the start.
Yeah, it's still weird, isn't it? So how many, they would have done so many races, but the nerves means you care.
Absolutely. And I think, the nerves mean you definitely care, but you also want to do your best for not only yourself, but for your coaches, your teammates, your parents who are driving you to swim training every morning and driving you to the beach to train in the afternoon. So you definitely want to put your best foot forward and do your best for everyone that's helped you along the way. But I think we've got the under-14 male surf race with their start there.
So again, 32 of the best. So this was a straight semi-final. So in first position in the semi-final number 1, we had Sol Easman from Sawtell. Had a really good state championships again last year. Really ranked points. James Down, Nate Robertson, Mitch Chalmers. That was your top 4 in semi-final number 1. Semi-final 2, we saw Jacob Chalmers, not related to the other Chalmers. There's a million Chalmers, some from Swansea Belmont and some from Manly, but Jacob Chalmers from Manly taking out the semi-final number 2. Cody Burrows from North Dane. Reef Lewis from Wanda and Henry Whitehead from Manly, but Reef Lewis from Wanda is going to be one to watch. Chatting with Ben Sutton yesterday afternoon, the champion, lifesaver champion, board legend, all-around nice guy, said he was going to be the one to watch. So we'll be looking out for that, Reef from Wanda.
Nice, but we've just had the results pop up from our under-14 female surf race, so we knew Amber Sky Stevenson's took out first place there, but as we said, Lisa Durs was definitely going to be up and amongst it, and she managed to get across for the silver medal, followed by Sophie Clues there from Newport in 3rd and Matilda Young in 4th, also from Newport. So a Newport 2-3-4, but they couldn't take it away from the Avocan competitor, Amber Sky Stevenson.
We had Hannah Huseman from Manly in 5, and then Wollongong City's Michaela Want taking out the 6th spot, which means a point for the club in the overall point score.
Absolutely. It's great to see Wollongong City getting a point there. So top 6, you get club points, so it's fantastic to see some other clubs as well from down there in Wollongong getting some points for their club. So fantastic to see.
All right, so the boys are now making their way around this string of 9 cans. We think the ladies is brutal. This gets to that next level there as well, but with less nails. But the boys are out there working around. So past the middle section of the cans there, looks like we've got Manly tucked in nice and tight through there. So Jacob Chalmers, Henry Whitehead had a really, really strong season across the many carnivals that we have. Also done some work through competing up as 15s in the Summer Surf Series. So again, more racing is always going to be better off for you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. These two Manly boys, they were stroking, looking right at each other as they went across the back of the can. So as they would have seen, it was their club mate. They'll give each other a little bit of room. You definitely don't want to be slowing each other down. So you can see they've hit the lead, working their way back to the beach. But these boys would have been going around the cans with each other day in, day out for all of this season, and I'm sure across all their nipper career. So they're definitely having a great swim here.
Cooks Hill thereabouts as well, Jem, putting their name to the fro. So Will Munro from Cooks Hill is going to be thereabouts. And just tucked in on the inside, we've got, does that look, is it a Newport cap in there? Can't be. But the two Manly caps at the front, leading out. So Jacob Chalmers and Henry Whitehead. Had a chat to them early in the season about having Scott Thompson in there as a new head coach and whether or not that was actually able to, filter down to the nippers. And they're like, no, we're training with them. We're getting into it. And I was like, wow. So, if you're training with the likes of, Kendrick Louis and then, day in, day out, and that's what you're chasing, it's only going to make you better, right?
Absolutely. You've got, the likes of Kendra Galoo, but also Hayden Cotter, who's one of the best surf swimmers in Australia in the open ranks at the moment. So
due for a gold.
Yeah, he's had some great surf races across his career, but if these boys are chasing him day in, day out, there's absolutely no reason why they're going to be out the front of this under 14 male surf race here. But looks like there might be a little bit of a wave that they might be able to pick up just probably 5 metres behind them. So hopefully it's enough for those two. They're really going to have to lift now if they want to get any assistance off it. It's just going to fatten up right at the wrong spot for those boys, but they'll be able to feel it. They know they're getting close now. You can see the stroke rate in intense picked up. And yep, they're up and away. They're both going to be down this wave, so it's going to be a run at the beach between these two for the gold medal.
One trying to keep their feet up and about, same jammers, same cap, same everything across the line. 1 and 2 Manly. Go on, get some. Gold and silver going to Manly. High fives there, and then Cooks Hill. Sid Burns there from Cooks Hill. Look, possibly that might be the bronze medal there. Jack Woodrow from Newport. It was Woodport.
Yeah, the fantastic swim there. We've got the rest of the field making their way up through. So this is where the scramble happens. You want to try and get your chest across that line. Try and get as high a finish as you can. But the rest of the boys there making their way across that line.
So the cap we missed down the bottom of the start line that I didn't see, we should have known, Thomas Ravel. Of course, he was going to be thereabouts. I'm calling him as that bronze medal. But Manly in 1 and 2, what order is it going to be? We'll find out shortly. But it's going to be either Chalmers or Whitehead. Strong, big, fast boys. And sometimes that's just all it takes. The early ones to get that big growth spurt are going to be the ones that are going to be, thereabouts, and the other boys will have to grow into their bodies at some stage.
Yeah, it is funny seeing, when the boys hit that under 13s, under 14s, the different growth spurt periods. You can see the likes of Tommy Shrivel there, an absolute little firecracker, but hasn't quite had the growth spurt as some of these other boys have had yet. So he's doing really well to hang in there, but the two Manly boys just too big and too strong.
But even that, high elbows, lots of water moving, trying to get a strong catch at the front, pulling the water through. Tiny bit of a kick, and there would have been some gamesmanship in there, noting they've still got a few more races to go. If we're just in that first place, we could probably just temper our speed at the moment to try and keep a little bit in the tank, knowing that, I guess, the risk of them having to blow out the rest of the guys and seeing the waves there earlier, the risk was probably that little bit too high, but that was enough for them. So Henry Whitehead from Manly in 1, Jacob Chalmers from Manly with the silver medal, Will Munro from Cooks Hill taking another surf race medal back to the club in the Hunter region, Thomas Ravel from Newport in 4, Sol Eastman from Sawtell taking some points back to the club, and Tommy McMurdy from Manly, so giving them 3 of the top 6 spots. Go on, Manly.
Yeah, wow, that's very impressive to see. We had the Newport girls, 3 of them in the top 6, but the Manly boys have just gone out and done the same thing. So not only great points for their Manly club, but a big confidence boost for the rest of the day for these boys as they line back up, I would say, in the board race, especially the irons and then the Taplin relays. I mean, the Cameron relays looking very solid as well to come.
Yeah, who does what there, right? If you've got 3 top swimmers, we're going to have multiple teams in there. So next race, it looks like we're getting back to these smaller ladies, and it's going to be the under 11s, I'm calling it, the surf race final. Allura, Cronulla, Coogee, all the ladies on the line. So they've had some board rescues this morning. They even had some surf teams, so lots of swimming here from the under 11 ladies. Back to the green and gold arena there, Jem. And, yep, this is the under 11. So the semi-finals, the girls have had a few rounds coming through. So semi-finals, we saw Billy Kasparitz taking out that one quite comfortably. Scarlett Myson from Coogee Headland, Stella Webster from Avoca. So they're going to be thereabouts. But what I'm going to do, Jem, I'm going to jump out because I know a man that knows a few of these athletes pretty well is going to want to help out in this one. So I'm going to hand it over to you and Adam Mills to take us through this race.
Yeah, thanks, Harold, for being on this morning. I will welcome you back in a little bit. But these under 11 girls are off and away for their female surf race final there. So we've got North Kyoto Cat. Looks like they're leading out on the screen there. So I'd say that would be Billy Kasparitz out in front.
I think Scarlett Myson was the winner of this age group last year. Gemma, so she should be in the mix and she'll be up there with that front pack. I think she gave us one in her semi yesterday as well. So.
Yep, she got second just behind Billy in her semi, but yeah.
So we're liking about Billy and Stella Webster. We're probably going to look at her coming through as well. And our second semi yesterday was Sophie Rowles. We'll be looking for Millie Gaudry from Yamba. Charlotte Brown was third in the semi yesterday. So we're looking for those caps up in the front pack. So who we got out the front there now?
I think we've still got our North Curly cap out in front. It looks like Wanda maybe on the top of the screen there as well, in and amongst it. But you can see we've had two girls break out in front.
Could be Charlotte Brown from Wanda in the mix.
Yeah, looks like she might be our early leader early on in this race, but the rest of the girls are kind of fanning out and away. We've got someone who just doesn't look like they're pick up that can swimming out on their road at the moment, but how hard is it to be able to pick up where this first can is for these girls with this glare this morning?
Oh, this glare this morning is terrible, isn't it? Even from the beach looking out, just trying to pick up that can. I don't even know how the girls can see it. At their level, they're only just head above the water. So the waves aren't having much of an impact this morning yet, Gemma, because it's still pretty full out there. So they're getting a fairly good clean run through the surf. So I guess later on in the day, we'll see some of those waves come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. As the tide starts to drop, that sandbank will get more exposed and we'll definitely have a lot more whitewater action come into play, not only for them to negotiate on their way out, but also coming back in, they'll be able to pick up and body surf all the way back to the beach. But
so potentially it looks like Scarlett Morrison maybe coming up into the fore there from Coogin, hitting the lead, and she was the winner from last year in this age group, and she's just challenging, would it be Charlotte Brown from Wanda? Is that the two caps we're picking up?
I think that looks like who we've got out in front at the moment. So these girls are doing a great job there to turn that red and yellow, make their way along the back of that string. They've probably got a 1 to 2 body length lead, those two girls out in front over the chasers there. So it's always good when you get to that first red and yellow, you can have a sneaky little look under your arm to have a look where the rest of the girls are, and they would have seen they've got a bit of a lead, but they definitely won't be taking their foot off the pedal.
So Scarlett's got the inside running on the cans there, so she's going to try and hit that turning can first, and then get the first chop at any little swell on any runner. So what are they looking for on the way in, Gemma?
Yeah, on the way in, they'll be having a look under their arm every now and then when they get back a bit closer to shore to see if there's any waves coming through. But as we said, this high tide that's just come at 9 o'clock this morning, it means there isn't too much wave action on offer for these girls, but they'll be looking for their landmark. So in their races over the past couple of days and then the warm up this morning, they would have been talking with their coaches, knowing where they've got to come back to. So there is so many different tents, and it's hard to often pick up where the finish flags are, because at eye level, when you're coming back in and trying to look from when you're swimming, it's hard to pick up. So you'll often pick up like a tree or a building to come back to that they'll be able to see. But we've got Lizzie Wellborn down on the beach who we're going to have a quick chat to as these girls finish.
We're down here with Lizzie, Ironwoman and Aussie champion. Can you please tell us a little bit about what everyone should be looking out for in the surf today?
So we're really lucky today. The conditions are so awesome for Nippers State racing here today. It's pretty calm, not a lot of wind, but there is a tricky little shorey here, and I know that's definitely going to play a bit of havoc. It already has in the swims, but maybe in the boards as well, because I think getting off this shorey and picking up your board is going to be a little bit tricky, and it'll come down to who can do that the fastest. But all in all, it's pretty good and fair out there today, so it's great conditions for racing.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. And now back to the races.
Yeah, looks like we've got these girls just about to hit the beach, coming back to shore. I think we've got a Coogee cat that's just hit the lead as well as maybe our Coogin cat. So Millie Gaudry there.
From Manly, is it? Or is it Coogee cap, you think?
I think we've got Coogee out in front as well as a Manly cap. It is so hard to pick up.
There's Coogin in there, so Scarlett Meister in the mix. So these first four girls are really taking it. So I think the medals have got to come out of this bunch of four here, Gemma. So it depends who can hit the beach first and get a little runner in that wave.
Yeah, you can see this group of four, they're swimming back into deeper water though. So we've had two go out on the top of the screen to try and follow, looks like, a different line and some whitewater potentially. So it'll be interesting to see if that pays off, going a little bit of a different way on the way in. They might just...
So this is going to be a run up the beach, I think, in this final here. There's four on this wave. So the medals are going to come out of this bunch of four coming up here. One's dropped off the back. Who's up first?
Looks like we've got Coogee and then followed by Coogin.
Coogin, the headland.
So they did a fantastic job there to get to their feet nice and quickly. You could see they all, when they came down that wave, had a bit of a look up, but it was who got to their feet first. I think the Wonder Cap just looked up a little bit and they fell off the back of that wave.
Negotiating this little shore break, Gemma, it's pretty tough today in that shore break. So those girls hit the ground hard and they all managed to stay on their feet and run up the beach.
Yeah, they did very, very well to be able to scramble to their feet nice and quick and get up the beach as quick as they could. We can see the rest of the girls there doing the same. They're kind of getting thrown onto the sand with this little shore break here at Queenscliff. So it is very, very tricky for these girls to negotiate, but they're doing a fantastic job. The skills of these under 11 girls is just absolutely phenomenal.
It's out of this world, isn't it? It's unbelievable, the skill sets for these girls. I mean, if I wanted to get rescued, I'd be sending one of these girls out to pick you up, definitely.
Absolutely, it's fantastic to see the skills of these girls.
Here's some of the back markers coming over now. They're still pushing for positions. They want to try and better themselves, get a better position at the state championships, go home to their club and say, look, I got 20th, I got 21st in the final. A big achievement just to make a final in the finals package day.
Absolutely, to make a final is a huge achievement for these girls, and yeah, as you said, they're tussling for positions right down to our number 32, so it's fantastic to see. And a lot of these girls too, you'll come back to state next year and you're just trying to do a little bit better than what you did the year before.
That's it. I'll try and do that one place better. So I got 20th last year. I'm going to try and aim for the top 10 next year. Trying to work themselves up.
Absolutely. So it's fantastic.
So we're just trying to see who the final top 3 positions were there. Just trying to pick them up. Hopefully we'll get those results come up shortly.
Yeah, we can see a race replay here. They had a flying start down into the water. They pretty much just have to do one little dolphin dive under the shore break and then they're straight into their swim stroke.
So high tide's turn now, Gemma, so that tide will start running out. So as the day progresses, we'll get a sandbank will start appearing. And it'll start coming into play with some of the later races as we get to the irons and those Camerons in particular. So we'll see how the rip changes, if there's run-outs, and coaches will be watching for that.
Yeah, and that's where tactics, as you said, definitely come into play there. The coaches will be having a look, and they've been in these areas over the past couple of days as well for their heats and their team races yesterday, so they'll know what happens when the conditions change as the tide drops, where they want their competitors going out, and it's all about trying to get out there as fast as you can. But we've got the start of the under 11 male surf race now.
Yep, they're in the water. Now these guys, there's a couple out the front, they've got a really good start, and they've starting to narrow the field. They're all starting to get that arrow formation now, heading towards the first can. How important is it to get the first can, Gemma?
Yeah, especially in a surf race, you want to get out in front, get out of the pack, because that's where you're all swimming right on top of each other. There's arms and legs flying everywhere, and as you're trying to just get your own water, a lot of the time, you're slowing each other down because you're getting in each other's way. So we've had someone that's absolutely flying out in front. They've got a body length clear of the rest of this field at this early stage of this race. So all
right, so final of the under 11 female surf race. There we've got the top 6 finalists there. Sophie Rowles took out the gold medal from Coogee. Scarlett Myson came in second place from Coogee and Headland. Millie Gaudry from Manly. Charlotte Brown in 4th place from Wanda. Billy Kasparich from North Curl. Very, a lot of depth in the Kasparich family. Got plenty of swimmers in that group. And Layla Tolar from Cooks Hill. So Cooks Hill again up in the top 6. Lots of points for the club. Very strong in the water and all the team events as well.
Yeah, they've done a great job over the past couple of days. Lots of Cooks Hill club getting in the mix in results.
So the male surf race continue on, and this lead swimmer out the front has really taken it to the rest of the field. Liam Blair potentially. So in the semi-final we saw Liam Blair take it out. So we were looking for Liam Blair potentially from Swansea, and Ryder Pittams from North Cronulla, Jessie Jackson from Manly potentially. So is that in the front there? That looks like it's Liam Blair who's taken it out, I think, from Swansea Belmont.
Yeah, we can see the Swansea cap there on screen. He's had an absolute flyover start. He looks super comfortable too. You can see he's got like a 1.5, it's going to be almost a 2-can lead in this early stage of the surf race, 1.5 can. So he's absolutely had a cracker of a start. That is the way you want to start your surf race. So he's got out there in his own water. He can do his own thing now. The rest of these boys are just got to try and hold on, and they look like they're going to be fighting for 2nd and 3rd place. He looks like he's super comfortable out in front at the moment.
His stroke out the front, Jimmy, he's got that big arm, high arm stroke, and you see he's got his head out of the water, so it's a little bit different to pool swimming, isn't it? When it's got your head down to watching the line. He's got his head out, checking where he is, watching his scope, checking the can. He's really taking it on now. He's turning that can, and he's got a good 1.5 can lead, I suppose.
Yeah, it looks like he probably extended it out a little bit as he went around that string of 9. So he's still pulling away from the rest of this field, but he just looks super comfortable out in front. He's still got his big 6-beat kick going, but the boys behind are still in the chase. Looks like 2nd and 3rd place there. Might be North Curl cap and potentially a North Bondi cap there.
It's hard to pick him up, isn't it?
It is hard to pick him up, but you can see.
So North Cronulla potentially could be Ryder Pittams, who came in 2nd in the semi today. Could be Ryder from North Cronulla if we can pick him up as well.
Yeah, but Liam there doing an absolutely fantastic job still out in front.
There's not much on offer in terms of waves still, Gemma. There's still a long way to go, so he's going to be a swim all the way in, and he's probably potentially might pick something up as he gets to that shore break. It's about all he's going to have on offer.
Yeah, you can see he's still doing his strokes. He looks up every now and then to just make sure he's on track, but you can see there he just had a bit of a look under his arm as he did there just to see if there's anything coming that might be able to give him a little bit of assistance, but I think he's going to have to do this the hard way swim.
He's a wave building up behind him now, so if he gets onto this, he's home and hose. That's it.
Oh, it looks like he might just
pull on it.
Oh, that is great body surfing skills there to be able to pick that up. So he'll surf that all the way into the shore, and look at that lead. Just extend.
That is a nice wave. There's been not much on offer in most of the events this morning so far, and he's picked up a great wave there all the way to the bank. That's perfect surf racing there. It's textbook.
Yeah, he has a little bit of a fist bump. He's pumped.
He's happy. This is mine.
Oh, how good. He is stoked with that performance, and as he should be. He led early, extended his lead out, and then picked up that great little wave all the way into shore. So one of the most dominant races we've seen here this morning from our under-11 male surf race.
He's taken it out from start to finish, and he just headed off, and you said, you catch me.
Absolutely. He's taken it out there for the rest of the field to try and catch him, but he was too fast, too strong.
All right, the crew up at Swansea will be cheering on the beach. So they're a big club team up there. They're big about their team events up there, and they've got some really good competitors coming out of Swansea Belmont still. The coaching staff up there do a really good job of prepping their competitors for this state championships, and they'll be in the mix all day.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a Yamba cap there as well.
That could be Felix.
He's up and amongst it. It looks like we're going to have
Ziggo O'Brien, is it?
a lure across there, followed by a North Cronulla cap and a Manly cap. So Ryder Pittman's from North Cronulla could have got the silver medal
Jesse
there.
Jackson potentially in 3rd.
And Jesse Jackson. So well done to those boys.
And we might have been Ziggy O'Brien, who was 2nd in the semi-finals, just coming across the line there now. And we're another little Wanda competitor, which could be Jake Baumer.
Potentially there. So
right, all the boys coming in now, trying to get the best position they can to help their club and get their further up the rankings in the finals.
Yeah, you can see as these boys come across the line, they're often lunging with their chest out. So the chest is the part of the body that the officials are looking at to cross the line.
They're working, they're pumping it, they're trying to get the best position they can to take back to their club, saying I'm 19th, I'm 20th.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done a fantastic job. Just to make a state final is a huge achievement. So well done to these boys for leaving it all out there in their surf race today and representing their clubs with pride.
So look at the background there, Gemma. Some of these waves are starting to jack up a little bit now. So these next irons are going to be interesting when we start moving into the iron races. So I think these waves are going to start to come into play, particularly on the boards. I think we've got the board races up next before the irons, and there's actually definitely a few waves for them to catch today.
Yeah, and the boards, because they're moving so much faster than what you are swimming through the water, they'll be able to pick up any little lift or swell that comes through. So we'll definitely see these waves come into play and be able to affect the racing. So it'll be fantastic to see a bit of action later on.
Yeah, there's a replay of that race there, and there's perfect textbook body surfing there, and he's cheering. He's got the fist pump up.
He's holding up the number 3 there. I reckon
Yeah.
he might have been a past winner.
Past winner, I think. I'm saying he's claiming it. Looked like he was holding the 3 fingers up, didn't he? It was his 3rd race. So,
yeah.
So here's our finish. We've got Liam Blair from Swansea who's taken that out, and he's very happy about it. Pump fist over the line. Got Reed. Just waiting for the final results to come. So definite winner Liam Blair. Just waiting for the 2nd, 3rd place to be posted. So next race up is the under-12 girls surf race.
Yeah, we've got our under-12 girls lining up, ready to go for their swim. Got Cooks Hill, South Moober on screen. Another Swansea cap. So
in there.
They'd be pumped up after seeing Liam have a great performance in the race before.
Bulli in there.
We've got a Warrable at Barry Point.
There's a couple of Bulli competitors in there. Because there's a break.
Oh, we've had half the field stop. Girls, stop.
All right, so what are they doing? These, I mean, this is, are they bringing in the no-break rule for these finals, or they've given them a bit of leeway this weekend?
I think Nippers, they still have a one-break rule, so I think they'll get...
12 and up, I thought, was a no-break rule, but they have given them a little leeway. Particularly, there's a lot of noise and going on around the place, and it's hard to hear some of the start whistle, so they surely with a final like this, these kids will get a little break and give them another go.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves. It is... Especially for lots of these girls, it's their first race of the day, so they're probably a little bit jittery, a little bit jumpy. Someone's just started to move before that whistle has blown and the check starter has called them all back. So,
all right, so we're going to be looking in this race, I'd say, for the likes of Mia who last year actually streeted the field in this age group, and she won a semi here yesterday. Molly Young from Newport, Matilda Harvey from Avoca Beach. They were the top 3 in the first semi yesterday, and we had Piper Jade Wardrop from the Lakes, Coco Balmain, another famous name from the Wirral Barrack Point area, the Balmain family, and Charlie Moses. They were our top 3 in the second semi yesterday. I think you'll find that Mia Who's going to take this very hard, take it out first of the can. They like leading from the front, and she'll be saying, "Come and catch me."
Yeah, we saw the last race. That definitely paid off for the winner in the race before, so she'll be definitely looking to get out in front. Leave it out there for the rest of the girls to try and catch her, but we've got 32 of the fastest under 12 girls here ready to go.
They're on the line ready for a second start now, on their way. It's a nice clean start.
Nice clean start, no false starts in that one, so the girls make their way through. You can see they're doing a couple more dolphin dives now, so as that tide drops, they've got to negotiate that shallow water a little bit more before they head out to the can. Pretty even start across the whole field there. Not one side that's more favourable or quicker than the other at this stage, so they're just trying to get out into their stroke as fast as they can as they make their way out to that red and yellow can.
And the swell's starting to play a little bit of a factor, Gemma, as it picks up. So, like I said, just off the start, but also on their way out, they're having to pop over wave. So it does give them a good opportunity on the top of the wave to have a view of the can. They might be able to see that can bit when they have one quick look under their arm as they're going out.
Yeah, it looks like Sadie Martin there from Umina has had a great start as well. We could see her cap on the screen, but the results from the under-11 males has just come through. So we had Liam Blair, our definite winner, out in front, but William Botha from Allura took out second place, followed by Ryder Pittmans from North Cronulla, Jessie Jackson from Manly, Reed Martinez from Wanda, and Ziggy O'Brien from Yamba. So
Yamba, little club from the far north coast. Nice to see them up in the points as well.
Yeah.
It's always good to see little regional clubs get a swimmer up there or get a spot on the podium.
Yep, absolutely. So it's great to see that those boys had a great race. But as you picked before, we've got, it looks like Mia Hu out in front as they've kind of probably 3/4 of the way out to that can.
Yeah, look, she's already got a little bit of a lead there, and then she's sort of taken them on already. I think her tactics always in a race is to go to the front and lead and say, "You come and catch me."
Yeah, and that's what she's doing here. You can see. Yep, she's going to be, she's leading the field out. The rest of the girls are following in behind her, trying to get onto her wash. So as she's kind of made her way through from the start, they're trying to just hang on and get a little bit of assistance. So how much assistance can you get when you're tucking in behind a swimmer as you're going around those cans?
So that draft, that's right, we're talking about drafts and sitting in behind. I mean, you've got to make sure you're not in there getting in their feet, but if you can just sit on the edge of them and get dragged along a little bit, conserve a bit of energy. I guess the aim is if you aren't in that front lead and you're doing all the work, sit on just behind them, tuck in, turn around that last can, find your own clean water, and then head for home.
Yeah, so there's typically two kind of positions. You can wash out or get a little bit of assistance on someone. These girls are, you can either sit on the side of them and get a little bit of assistance, or tuck in behind them right on their feet. So they were trying to tuck onto Mia Hu's feet there, but I think she's doing a great job just extending that lead out at the moment, but the rest of the field is bunched up around the cans. You can see, there's a few.
It's a tight pack, Gemma.
Yeah, a few arms and legs flying there.
There's arms and legs, bodies going over the top of each other, so they're all very closely packed.
But it looks like we might have Allura and Yamina in second and third there, followed by Newport. So that would be
Charlie Moses potentially.
Charlie Moses from Allura and Sadie Martin from Yamina having a great swim so far. So they'll be following in Mia Hu there, who has just opened up a lead. Look at that lead that's extended out.
She's probably got about 10 body lengths in front now. Head down, she's extended it even further. She's got the big kick coming in now.
Yeah, but I think Molly Young as well there. Looks like from Newport has just pulled up alongside second and third. So she had a great turn off that green and gold can coming back into the beach. So she might have been tactically trying to reserve a little bit, maybe just jumping on their feet, going around those cans. And then as soon as she's turned that last can, going, okay, this is my time to go. This is my time to put the pedal down and go from there. But we're going to throw down to our winner, Liam Blair, from the surf race in the men's, and have a chat with him now.
Talk us through that claim, mate. Biggest one we've seen all week.
Oh yeah, well, it's a massive achievement for me. It's the third year in a row I've won it. 9s, 10s and 11s. State titles do not ever come easy. Work hard, train hard. Yeah.
That's enough, brother. Congratulations.
There we go. We picked it, a 3-time winner.
Yeah,
he was pumped as he crossed the finish line.
Oh, that's a bit of special achievement. Win 3 years in a row. It's pretty. Getting one gold medal at a state championship is a bit of an achievement, but 3 times. Yeah, I guess that's his signal on the cross the line 3 on the champion 3. So I guess he'll be backing up next year to try and do a quad. So Mia Hu in the wave zone now. Look, she's actually streeted this field. There was a back marker. Who's that swimmer come back up on it? But I don't think it's going to be enough to catch Mia Hu at the front.
Oh, that was phenomenal. That wave had broken behind her there, and she managed to pick up that body surfing
Molly
broken.
Young,
but
oh,
it's still going to be a sprint to the finish. It looks like Mia Hu is just going to get there. But a fantastic swim there from, I can't quite even pick up the cap who came through.
Across has picked up that wave all the way through. Is it?
Maybe it was Piper Jade Wardrop from the Lakes. And then
it did look a bit like a Lakes cap there. She's picked up that wave and just come right through. So there's South Maroubra coming across. It looks like a Cronulla cap. There's a minor cap, I think, coming across there now.
Yeah, Avoca, Queenscliff, Bulli, and Allura there. So
got a good spread of clubs, Gemma, in this race. So
yeah, great spread of clubs. So it's good to see so many girls being represented from all around New South Wales. We love to see the depth and the different cap colours shining here on finals day. So
we wait for the results. We think that's Mia Hu definitely out in front, but we think it's the Lakes competitor who may have snuck into second, and we'll wait for the results to pop up.
Yeah, the rest of these girls here doing a fantastic job sprinting up the beach to finish through those 2 flags. How hard is it when you've been swimming to then get to your feet and do that little bit of a sprint to the finish line, especially when there's other people around?
And is that in training, Gemma, the importance of doing those transitions and coming out of the water, doing that transition, the run? I noticed this year in all the summer surfs and Instagram, just that how much better the guys that have done all the work in the runs up the beach made a difference in the finish to their race.
Absolutely. So all the summer surf finished with a run at the beach, even in the ski races, the board races. You definitely got a much bigger run finish, but we've got the results coming through there for our under 12 females.
So definitely Mia Hu in first place. Stella O'Brien has come up from the Lakes in a silver medal, and she was stoked to come across the line.
She was. There was a big smile as she crossed the finish line.
And we could hear the cheer squad here on the beach as well, cheering for her. It was amazing, catching that wave and coming through for a silver medal. Then Molly Young, Newport, again another medal for the Newport club, and they're sort of marching with their points so well. So finishing off the 4th place there, Sophie Marley from South Maroubra, Piper Jade Wardrop from the Lakes. That's 2 Lakes competitors up in the top 6.
That's awesome. Awesome to see. And then 6th place, Sadie Martin from Yamina. So lots of girls from the Central Coast, as well as Kendall Payne from Gerringong and Matilda Harvey from the Avoca.
We'd like to see Yamina get up there, Gemma, in the places.
No, it's fantastic. Sadie's a great up-and-coming competitor, so it's awesome that she's managed to get a 6th place. Club points for Yamina, they'll be on the board now.
Nice, well, yeah, they're on there.
Yeah. But also, yeah, good club points for the Lakes with a 2nd and a 5th place.
So we've got the boys final in there. Is that what we're looking at in the race at the moment? So that's the next race of the boys?
Yeah, under 12 male surf race are in the water. We had our semi-final winners, Billy Stewart from Lennox Head, Alstonville, Thomas Penny from Bronte, and Jackson Swingler from Cronulla.
So it looks like Billy Stewart in there now. He's out the front. Very tight with North Stain competitor.
Yeah, it looks like those two boys are having a tussle for first and second out in front. They've got a bit of a gap on the rest of the chase pack at the moment, and they just extended that as that little swell just picked up underneath them. They got a bit of a lift.
Maybe it's a Bronte. It could be Thomas Penny from Bronte potentially, is it? Billy Stewart head to head. They're sort of battling this out, these two, right at the front. And they've really extended the lead from the rest of the pack. So we're picking up definitely Billy Stewart. We can see his cap. The second competitor there could be Bronte competitor. Or Caden Doust from Sawtell potentially. It's a bit hard to pick the cap. It's definitely... No, it's definitely got a bit of yellow.
Yeah, I think that's a Bronte cap.
That's a Bronte cap, I think. So potentially Thomas Penny, who got second to Billy Stewart in the semi-final yesterday. So Thomas has really taken the lead. Oh, here's a wave building up. So is Billy Stewart going to get on this and get him back up? No, I think our Bronte competitor has missed the wave too. No,
he got a little bit of a lift off it, but just couldn't pull down. It was in a tricky spot to pick him up. It had broken just behind him. So
he's got a nice lead out of that wave though, Gemma. So that's, unless there's something else that builds up behind Billy Stewart, it's going to be very difficult to catch from there.
Yeah, he was lucky there wasn't another big wave right behind him. He's just managed to get a little bit of a lift off that one. It was not going to take him in though.
So another broken wave on top of him. So they're very hard to pick up, though, broken waves. I see a lot of our Nutrigrain competitors work on that very hard. And I guess what's the secret to that, Gemma? Kick? Your kick, is it?
Yeah, you want to try and get your body as high out of the water as you can so that whitewash doesn't just roll straight over the top of you. So you really want to try and accelerate and try and match your speed with the speed of the wave that's broken behind you.
All right, so Thomas Penny, I think, is going to come in and win this race now. He's just those couple of waves, gave him that luge, and he runs over the finish line. We're just not picking him up on the screen, but Thomas Penny's come over for the gold medal with Billy Stewart coming in second behind.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight tussle there for a third place.
That's Billy Stewart coming over in second place. So Thomas Penny's already finished the race, and from Bronte has taken this out. It's going to be a tight finish for third place. Is anyone's going to be a run up the beach for this?
Oh, we had some back markers there come through on that wave that just want the rest, but who's it going to be?
There's South Maroubra, there's Coogee, there's Wanda. It's a sprint up the beach. Who it is?
Oh, I think Wanda just got there. He flew up the beach. He had definitely some speed in the legs there to finish off. A very great finish there from our Wanda competitor.
So that might have been Jordan Prince. Jordan Prince?
Yep, Jordan Prince, who'd say it would be at this early stage. We'll have to wait for the official results to come through.
All right, the rest of the boys coming. So those waves now, Gemma, are starting to play a bit of a factor.
Yeah, we can see, in our finishes now, there's going to be more competitors coming in all together on a wave, and it's going to come down to that last 10-metre sprint up the beach. So you need to get to your feet nice and quickly. You want to ride that wave in as far as you can, but also wait for the wave to explode, push you out the front of it, and then get to your feet as quick as you can. So the under 12 boys just finishing off their first final of
So we're moving over to the 13 girls board race. By the looks of it there, we can just see Lila Wessel there from Coogee in front of us. We've got a Yamba competitor look like.
Yep, so the first of the board races for our finals day lining up here.
So finals package, we've got Liv, looking at our names here, we've got Liv Manser from Avoca, we've got Grace Van Esveld from Cooks Hill, Jocelyn Melbourne from North Kirkhill. That's a well-known name, the Melbourne family. Alexandra Hall from Avoca Beach. Evie Davis from North Kirkhill. Again, North Kirkhill showing their strength in this. They've got 3 paddlers in this final. So they must have a pretty good, strong beach board relay team. Savannah Glynn from Yamina. Another good Yamina competitor in there, Gemma.
Yeah, Sav is a great up-and-coming board paddler there on the white blackboard, but it looks like North Bondi out in front.
Yeah, so it'll be Lillian Winemo, is it, from North Bondi? We've got Emily Jones from North Kirkhill in there, Andy Smith from Wanda, Catherine Jordan. We've got Lila Wessels from Coogee, Willow Rowley from Yamba. So Asha Hoser from Swansea Belmont, Ava Knight from Avoca, Ivy Meister from Coogee, Montana Smith from Wanda rounding out the field.
Oh, you can see they've had to negotiate a wave coming through. So our early leader from North Bondi there just got held up a little bit more in the top of the screen. Those 4 girls that were just in that little bit of a deeper water didn't have to sit up and pop. That kind of slowed our early leaders back. So bit of luck there for the girls at the top of the screen just to have that alley where they were in that bit of a deep water.
So they've got a nice run out on that left-hand side now. So the waves again starting to play a bit of a factor. So the coaches are going to be watching this race and they're going to be starting to adjust their tactics with their paddlers.
Yep, as those waves start to become a little bit more frequent and breaking on that bank that looked like it was more on that southern side, they might be telling their competitors to run to the north end. If you're drawn there.
So it's a North Bondi competitor in front, so that'd be Lillian.
Yeah, and it looks like I think Umina there in second place as well. Savannah Glynn, her younger sister, got a third place on the board yesterday, so she's looking to post another strong performance for the Umina club and her family as well.
Bit of pedigree there, is there, with the Umina club?
Yeah, they've got definitely some good board paddling genes, but it looks like Grace Van Esweld from Cooks Hill
has hit the lead out in front.
Yeah, so
and she's got a nice big strong paddle too, big long arm stroke.
Yeah, she looks like she's nice and tall, so she's able to get those arms out nice and far, get a nice long stroke in and kick those legs out as well. She's doing very good. Oh, but Savannah Glynn there as well, just tried to sneak up the inside, but
she's tucked in behind her now. And we've got an Avoca cap, I think, just in the back behind there. I can see North Curl, a couple of corner curl. There's a Swansea Belmont, is it? Oh, that's Avoca tucked in the back.
Yeah, there's two Avoca caps in this final, so they'll be up and amongst it looks like.
So Cooks Hill out in front, got the best run of it. So you can see all the girls in there all trying to stretch out and trying to find their own bit of clean water now and try and find the best line. You're looking for runners. Not much on offer at the moment. Looking out in the water, there's they've turned the can literally and headed north, all these paddlers. So the coaches have seen something with the swell on the north end of the bank. So they've all literally turned and headed north, and they're now trying to reach for a couple of the waves. They're coming in the wave. There's not much on offer at the moment with our front pack. There's a wave building up out the back, so we might see some of the back markers coming through here.
Yeah, there's not much on offer for these leaders at this stage. The ocean has gone flat, so they're going to have to keep doing it the hard way. You don't want to be looking around too much.
There's a big wave out the back here. There's a competitor who's probably sitting in about 15th spot is on a wave, and whether that's going to bring them right through the rest of the field or not.
Oh, it'll be interesting. I think we're going to have a lot. Oh, look at this. Oh,
1,
look
2,
at how
3,
many
4,
we're going to
5, 6,
have.
7, 8, 9, 10. There's 12 of them this way. This, you're going to have, particularly have the whole field. This is going to be a run up the beach. Just about, you've got the whole field bar one.
Oh, who's got the best finish? Who can get up and get across that line? Run, 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 run. Oh, it's going to be tight. I'd hate to be a finish judge for that finish.
How do you pick that? I think it might be, is that an Avoca cap that might have got up there in first place? There's a Newport there.
Yeah, I think Avoca.
Lila Wessels has been left in no man's land, so she's still coming through, but that's just pretty much the whole field, apart from Lyle on that one wave and the run up the beach. Again, how important is that finish?
Oh, how important is practicing your starts and finishes when it comes down to a finish like that at the state titles, state championship on the line, medals for second, third place.
Chance of that could be Liv Manser, who's come through from Avoca to win that.
Potentially, or Alexandra Hall. I think those two were definitely...
So wait for the results. So it could be a win for Avoca in this race. And look at this. Here's this finish again, Gemma. Look, all on the one wave. You wouldn't read about this, would you? Having just about the whole field on one wave.
No, you wouldn't pick that this morning with the amount of swell we have on offer. But yeah, the waves are definitely coming more and more into play in these races as we're going across finals day now. But the poor Grace Van Eswald from Cooks Hill, who was our early leader,
swamped
right at the finish line. So we've seen in the past couple of races, sometimes being out in the lead pays off, you get your own wave, but sometimes like that, the party wave comes into play, and that's where you've got to be able to back yourself and know that you've done all the starts and finishes at training to be able to nail them in a situation like that.
That's what we love about surf, though, as well, the unpredictability of the waves that comes into it. So, you might get the best paddler out in front, gets a really good lead, and the others might come through and change up. Someone might get hit on the way out and catch up on a wave on the way back in.
Absolutely. It all evens out across the day.
Waiting for our finals to come up here. We've got the 13 male board race coming up. So Felix Forbes from Yamba, I think, medalled last year, so he's another good contender. Callum Adita from North Wollongong. Marvin Condrick from Redhead. Bradley Nitz from Freshwater. Felix Stevens from North Stone. So that's another name that's been synonymous in the last few years with medalists. So Felix has won this race before in this age group. I think he's been a medalist the last couple of years, young Felix. So he'll be back up in it. Max Bowmer, who we just saw, I think, medalled in the swim just before. Ruben Tiapana. So is that we've got a bit of a pedigree there with
yeah, with Pippi's older sister.
Pippi's
phenomenal
sister.
Competitor.
Yeah. Is that another who in there I saw? Was it Ethan who?
And we've also got Tommy Truitt, Darcy Stepanovsky, Harvey Collins, Jack Mulholm, and look out for Zach Mitchell there from the Lakes as well.
Former winner Zach Mitchell. I remember him. I think he might have won the 10 years. He's won it a couple of years. This young Zach from Lake, and he's got the ability to get up in get those waves. He's really good on the surf and the wave skills, and he's just one of those little fight. And there he is in the picture there now from Lakes. He's just loves it. He's a fighter. He gets very excited about it.
Yeah, he looks like he's pumped up, ready to go. A couple of hand claps, getting ready to go. We've got Wollongong City there as well, throwing the arms, doing a couple of arm swings to Walmart, ready to go.
There's our competitor from North Stain, Felix, and he'll be up there in the medals, I'm sure.
You can see a bit of a different approach there from a couple of the boys. Some of them are nice and relaxed, sitting on their boards, just taking it all in. Others are a bit more jittery, a bit more movement happening.
Might have some first-time finalists here, a bit nervous. And the boys that have done it before, they've just going through their paces, going through the motions, all ready to G themselves up. So we're just waiting for those final results from the previous race. Boys lining up, waiting for a nervous start. Some of them are fairly looking pretty relaxed about it. And we just know the conditions are starting to change it up a bit. So these board races are going to be a lot more interesting with the waves. And that's what we like to see on a day like on our finals package. Rather than having those flat conditions, we need a bit of wave to make it a bit more exciting and a bit more challenging for the kids.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, it is surf life-saving. We love it when there is a bit of surf on offer, and we can see there in the corner there at Queensy, those waves are really starting to come into play. So a bit more action and variables thrown in the mix, hopefully over these next couple of races, make it nice and interesting for our remaining finals to come. But the boys there probably just held up a little bit because that under-12 girls board race, under-13 girls board race was so close. So sometimes when the judges have a bit of trouble picking the finish, they've got to just wait before they send the next one. So
right, here we are. There's a nice view of the beach down there as well. We want a bit of a shout out to our sponsorship sponsors, the KO Freebies, our Northern Beaches Council. We thank them for hosting us again this year. They've done a fantastic job. I think the Mayor was there this morning talking at the March Past how much they enjoy having the event here. Oakberry, been a long-term sponsor of Surf Life Saving. We love having them here. Their product's great. The kids get up to the van, get yourself an Oakberry, and your local club. So your local club has been investing in Surf Life Saving for a number of years now, and we're happy to have them on board.
Yeah, it's great. They've been over a decade now. Your local club has been a place for everyone to not only gather and enjoy exciting moments, but also supporting Surf Life Saving, which we are very grateful for their continued support. So it's fantastic to have so many amazing sponsors that are backing our not only youth surf lifesavers coming through and are on show here today at our Surf Life Saving New South Wales Age Championships, but right across the movement.
So we can see the archway there for the irons later on. After the board race is finished, we'll see that's the finishing arch. We'll have a bit of excitement later on. We'll also have later on in the day, we'll have a bit of finals, flags, action up in the pit. So you'll see some of that live stream later on in the afternoon as part of their finals package. So those sitting at home frothing for a bit of beach action, you'll see that finals package later on in the program. So we've got some of the, a lot of the heats for the flags are down there now, working their way down towards the finals. And we'll bring some of that to you later. But we've got the boys waiting for their final, lining up. So our finals boys package here, we've got Felix Forbes from Yamba, Caleb Adita from North Wollongong, Marvin Conrack from Redhead, Bradley Nitz again from Freshwater, Felix Stevens from North Stain, like we said, will be up in the mix, Max Baumer from Wanda, Ruben Tiapana from North Curl, Ethan Hu from North Bondi, Saxon Goodwin from Manly, Samuel Weddy from Avoca, Tommy Chult from Byron Bay up on the far north coast, Darcy Stepanovskis from Wollongong City, Harvey Collins from North Stain, so we've got two from North Stain, Jack Mullen from North Wollongong, and Zach Mitchell. So we're just about underway for this race now, just in the starters' hands. Waiting in anticipation. They're looking forward, trying to get a clean run. Now, how important is it to get that start and get that launch your board into the water, Gemma?
Super important to have a clean board start, get out and away. You can see there a couple of boys opted on that northern side to do a couple of bunny hops there, and they've had an absolute flyer of a start.
On the left-hand side, they've got a clear run out there again. The right-hand side just slightly clipped by that first little bank on the front. So that left-hand side's got a clear run out again, as per the last race. So our leader's coming from that group.
Yeah, I really loved his intent too. You can see his arms and legs are absolutely flying. It looks like it might be...
That's Felix Stevens. So Felix, former medalist and winner of this race. So Felix has really taken this race out. So he's rating up.
Yeah, he's having a great start, Felix. He's absolutely flown out to an early lead. No one's on his sidewash, so they're trying to hang on to his backwash there, and you can see we've got the following 4 competitors there trying to keep a hold of him, but he's doing a phenomenal job there out in front.
And you'd have to say Felix has got a bit of home ground advantage here. It's been his home beach. He'd be in this water every day. So
Absolutely. He'd be down here pretty much every afternoon. So he definitely knows these waters very, very well. He's probably practiced the start in these conditions plenty of times, so knew exactly what to do over that little shorey that we've seen a couple of the competitors come a little bit unstuck with in their starts and finishes.
So Felix is taken out, but it's a pretty tight pack in behind, so they're all bunched up. So it's going to be a bit of a tussle around this can. So whoever can get a bit of clean water is going to try and keep up with Felix and just try and draft him on the back, try and go with him. And now they've started pulling back in a little bit. If they can just tuck him behind him and drag with him, and then when they turn that last can, try and get some advantage. But Felix, at the moment, is really taken off.
Yeah, we just had the results come through from the under-13 female board race there. So Savannah Glynn from Yamina took out the gold medal.
One from Yamina, how we like that.
Yes, love to see that. Followed by Alexandra Hall from Avoca Beach Shore, 1-2 for the Central Coast. Coogee ended up in third, Catherine Jordan, followed by Evie Davis from North Kyoto, Lillian Wenholmes from North Bondi, and Ivy Myson from Coogee Headland. So a fantastic finish there for the Central Coast. Savannah Glynn is a former medalist in the 1K beach run, so she's definitely got some pace on her, and that paid in that finish up the beach.
All right, and that was as we said, that was a tight finish on line, all on the one wave. So how do you pick that? I don't know, but they've come up with the results. And Central Coast, first 2 places on top of the ladder.
Yeah, Central Coast first 2 places, but it looks like there's a bit of a wave here. Can it pick up a leader?
There's 5 on this wave, Gemma.
5 on this wave. So our early leader of Felix has been caught. He's got to really try and keep his head down there.
So the wave's just dropped off now. So it is going to be a run up the beach, I would say. But they've dropped off the back of that wave. Is there something more coming for them? There's 1, 2.
It looks like Felix Forbes there as well from Yamba on the southern side, but the 2 there.
There's 2 on this front wave, aren't there?
Oh, he's just pulled down past.
Trying to pick that cap up. So Felix dropped off the back, so it's going to be a race up the beach. So our winner maybe, is it Lennox Wymouth from Swansea Belmont, potentially coming across?
Oh, I think he just dropped his board. Stuffed up his finish a little bit. So it's going to be Redhead, followed by Freshwater, I think, in 2. So we got Bradley Nitz there from Freshwater, and Maren Conrick from Redhead might have been our gold and silver medal winners there. But another finish that came down to some waves thrown into the action.
Definitely, the waves really starting to play a part in the finishes today. So that wave, there was 5 of them on that wave out the back. The wave dropped off, and then there was really just a scramble at the end there to try and get something in the shore break, and then try and finish off the run at the beach. So that's really mixed it up.
It is really mixing it up, and it is super hard to be able to pick up your board as quickly as you can and finish with this little shorey. You can see some competitors there opting to carry it up board under their arm there with not dragging it up the beach, and then some grab that front handle.
So when you were a junior, Gemma, did you drag it or did you carry it? What was the go?
I always was a drag. Yeah, I think it's safest to grab your front handle and run. I was always quickest doing it that way, but...
So you didn't want to slip or miss?
Yeah, slip and miss. That is the risk.
Here's a replay
sometimes
of that race. And you can see Felix up on that left-hand side. He just gets out so fast.
Yeah, he really attacked his start and just absolutely flew out there. I love his aggression. He's really, you can see his arms and legs just going, raiding non-stop, trying to get as much of a lift as he can. He was so unlucky coming back in because he'd opened up 2 or 3 to length, board length.
And here they all, that's 5 of them on this wave, all coming in together.
Yeah, he did well there to be able to lift and rate his board speed up enough to be able to pull down that, but you can see...
And that's our Yamba competitor on the outside who just missed that wave as well, so potentially we might have a...
Yeah, he just had a stumble there. So we had Avoca, I think. He was out in front, but just
and that's
tripped.
So is that Redhead finishing in first place?
Yeah, Redhead. I think we had Marvin Conrick there, our winner from Redhead, followed by Bradley Nitz from Freshwater. Felix Stevens, unlucky not to take the gold medal, but ends up with the bronze, followed by Samuel Weddy from Avoca. After just stumbling, unfortunately, there it ends up with the chalky medal. Yeah. We had Felix Forbes there, a former medal winner from Yamba in 5th, followed by Darsky Stepanovsky from Wollongong City in 6th.
So that little trips has cost him a medal, I think, in that race. A bit unfortunate for him in the end, but I guess they're starting to get the old sniper going here. There's a couple little potholes popping up. So there's something else that's coming in the mix as well as contending with that little dumpy shore break. Potholes, tripping, just that finish, grabbing your board, that final run. And it might have paid off just to grab the front handle and run rather than trying to pick your board up. But
yeah, it's unfortunate he had a little bit of a slip up there. He looked like he couldn't quite believe it. It took him a second to kind of pick his feet back up again.
So we've got the 14s female board race. So this is the first year for these girls on the longboards. And there's a bit of a transition between the short boards and the long boards. But look, a lot of these girls have been training on these for 12 months or more, and they're really starting to make a mark. And so I'm back with Bonnie's come and join me again today. And Bonnie, we're just heading off into the 14s female board race now. So these girls, it's their first year on the longboards.
How exciting.
So that transition between a shortboard and a longboard is like, some of the girls who might have been very proficient on the shortboard and then got to step up, and it's a big change, isn't it?
Absolutely. And at that age, people are developing at different stages, and you've got the really tall girls who probably couldn't wait to get on the mal. You've got your slightly smaller or shorter girls who, are still adjusting to that longboard. So you'll see a lot of the girls get straight to their knees today and, get into their stroke straight away, 10 strokes off the beach. And
so transitioning from, a flat racing, so laying the lay down, and we've still got lay down paddlers. Obviously, they make a choice between lay down, and there's generally more on their knees, so they drive that power and get that power from their legs. But there is quite a few staying on the lay down boards these days. But I guess that transition from the nipper board to the long board. But we noticed, that just up on that knees gives you that bit of extra drive.
It does. You're sort of using your whole body, using those big, powerful hamstring muscles in the lower back. But you're right, the lay-down paddlers. I mean, the wriggler there, he's sort of proved that it can be done, and a lot of the girls do feel more comfortable on their tummy. I think being adaptable and having either option in your mind, and the girls are picking their boards up and getting ready for a start soon, and we'll see them get out their knees or tummy. They'll want to get the rating up straight away.
So the other thing with this, Bonnie, of these longboards, they can launch themselves a long way on the short break. They've got to get over that first little break. They can launch this board and really set the platform for their start.
Definitely, absolutely. It's all about that start, and the girls take off now. You can see, there you go, some have gone to belly and out in front. Strong stroke on the knees through that middle sort of section there. We've got Sophie Clunes, looks like,
from Newport. So our finalists today, we've got Alana Dimmick from Redhead. Now Redhead are very strong on the boards. They've always produced a lot of board paddlers and they've got good coaching programs. They've got Ashley Pengram. So her and her twin sister are both in the race, Ella and Ashley from Blackhead, and they've been in the mix for the last few years. They've won the board relay race as well, these girls, for the last couple of years. So Matilda Young from Newport, Isabel Shorter from Avoca. We mentioned Ella already. Alani Sims from Warilla Barrack Point. Bonnie Wrigglesworth from Warilla Barrack Point. Got a very good program down at Warilla, and they've got three paddlers in this race, Emma Walsh as well. And out in front is Isabel Shorter from Avoca Beach, who's taken the lead, I think. And just in behind, we've got one of our three Warilla Barrack Point competitors just sitting on the shoulder on the right-hand side. Amber Sky Stevenson did very well in this race last year, racing for Umina, so she'll come up in the mix as well. Lisa Dearns, very strong, had a very good swim earlier today. India Davison from Redhead, again, and Evie Waller. So Evie Waller factored, I think she came away from Australian champs last year with a medal in the board race, so she's going to be very strong, Evie Waller, and her older sister is very proficient board paddler as well. So Alana Dimmick from Redhead, it looks like, out in front.
Absolutely, she's setting the pace out there. You can see the other girls jumping in on her wash, which is very smart. It's a long paddle, and as they come off that last string can there, you'll see them start to get up on their knees and go into that power stroke. Still, there she goes, up on the knees now into that power stroke.
Okay, we're going to go down to the beach to under 13 board race winner, Savannah Glynn.
We're here with Savannah from Ocean Beach, who has just won the gold medal at state champs for under 13s board. So can you tell me how that race felt?
Yeah, really good. It was really close because we all got the same wave and all coming together, so it was really nerve-wracking. And yeah.
And first gold medal ever. How is that feeling?
Really good and exciting.
And I've heard you've had a few other medals at this stake. Can you tell me a bit about that?
Yeah, we got third in the board rescue and with the same person in the 1K beach relay, and we also got third in the swim team.
Amazing. And thank you so much, and congratulations, and good luck for the rest of the day. Back to you.
All right, awesome finish by Savannah, and then that all on the one wave together, and great to get that gold medal. So we've got a redhead competitor at the front. We're not sure whether that's Alana Dimmick, whether it's India Davidson or Eva Waller coming
good,
first.
Clean get up, grab at the front handle, dragging the board up to be state champion.
And she's got the big smile on her face.
Fantastic, and there's a race for second and third up the beach now. There we go. Ruleback
Point and maybe Newport for third.
Newport for third. Awesome effort there. Wow, she absolutely dominated that race from redhead there. Set the pace early on. Back to self coming in. Clean get up. That's what you want. State champion.
And again, that's probably one of our closest races we've had for the day. And the leader definitely clear out in front, but a big bunch and a pack behind. So first year on the boards for these 14-year girls. Amazing result. Here's a replay of the race. Really good start by our leader at the front, straight on their knees to hit the front of the pack, and has headed the race. And so you can see Alana from Redhead has taken the lead straight away, and she's just gone all the way for this race and taken it right from the front to the finish.
That's it. Getting to that first can first is so important, getting that clean water out in front and getting into that nice technique. And you can see her there. Up she gets, strong finish through to the line. She'll be absolutely thrilled with that performance, and good on her. She backed herself from the start.
So waiting for the final results to come for that race, just to see, just make sure we've got the right redhead competitor. There's 3 competitors in the race, which is, I mean, it just shows the depth of redhead having 3 in the final, right?
Wow, that's amazing. Their board stocks there, they are absolutely flying.
So their board relay team must be fast.
Oh yeah, that's one to absolutely look out for. And yeah, you know, these girls, as we said, it's their first year on the Mals, and you wouldn't guess it, right? They're showing a lot of confidence there. You know, the ocean's sort of it's flattened out. There's a little bit of a breeze sort of picking up at the moment, a bit of a nor'easterly. So kind of coming in, if they can work those little swells, it's incredibly important. But
so the waves are coming in into a factor now. They're building up at the back. So we've got our 14s board race on the line now, Bonnie, and our finalists lining up. I can see redhead competitor there. We'll bring those finalists up shortly. So it's there's the finish for the female 14 board race. So definitely Alana Dimmick, who took that out from the start. Our winner, Imogen Walsh from Ruleback Point in second. Matilda Young from Newport, again another medal for Newport. Ashley Pegram, one of the sisters, the twins that have got up into 4th place. Ruby Cregan from North Bondi in 5th, and Amber Sky Stevens is always a factor up in the finals for Avoca finishing in 6th place.
Yeah, and you know, the guys would have watched that race prior and seen the importance of that start. They'll be starting to channel some of that aggression and visualising their start, you know, that perfect get on, skim across the water, transferring the speed from the land into the water, and they're getting ready for a start now.
So our finalists for the male under 14 board race: Cody Burrows from North Stain, Jacob Chalmers from Manly, Jack Cross from Coogin Headland, Finn Newman from North Bondi, Henry Whitehead from Manly, Jack Woodrow from Newport, Max Christensen from Wonder, Isaac Ryan from Sawtell. Up your way, Bonnie, where you originally started. Sawtell, it's nice to see.
Sawtell.
Noah Bowler from North Bondi, Mitchell Chalmers from Swansea Belmont, Thomas Chalmers from Swansea Belmont. So this is brothers, I'm assuming, is it? Are they twins, maybe? Sydney Burns from Redhead. Will Munro, he's factored into most of the finals today. From Cooksville, very strong. Tor Manser from Avoca Beach, he factored in the surf race earlier today. Reith Lewis from Wanda. Ethan Orman from Queenskith. So who we got in the front there, Bonnie?
Right, just having a look there now, trying to get a view of it on our screen. Out in front, we've got Manly up there, but
so we've got a Sawtell up there.
That does look like Sawtell, doesn't it? The black and white quartered cap there of Isaac Ryan heading around now.
So could this be a Sawtell medal or a win?
Here's hoping.
Unless you and your sister sort of started up that way in the Sawtells?
We did. We moved to the Gold Coast at 17 and 18, spent our whole, nipper days back at Sawtell Beach under Terry DeCarl, and, the beautiful right-hand break off Sawtell Island. Lots of time spent surfing for fun. But
they've got a couple of good juniors coming through up there,
really
and there's another little Saul who's a good swimmer as well. So their coach is doing some really good things up there with that Sawtell squad, and it's paying off in dividends.
Sawtell bats above their average average, and you can see these boys start to come past the last string can. They'll start to get up on their knees. I'm noticing they're doing a lot of lay-down paddling, and there's a little bit of sort of chop building out to sea, so they're feeling a bit more comfortable on the belly. But
it's looking like Henry Whitehead now might have taken the lead from Manly. I think he's up on his knees doing the most of the work, and we've got redhead competitor there that potentially...
Sydney Burns from Redhead.
Is that
there
Swansea on the
well,
right-hand side as well? Potentially that's Thomas Charmer or Mitchell Charmer, his two brothers. So Manly's really doing the work now on the knees. He's really taking this race to the front now.
Absolutely. He knows that in front you've got first crack at those waves coming through, but in saying that there's boys coming through behind.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All on, and they've got the momentum from behind, so hopefully he can pull down at the Manly competitor.
So
He's
Manly
done a good
competitors
job.
now, he's managed to get on that wave. I thought he was going to drop off there for a sec, but this again, it's going to be a tight finish and a run up the beach for the medals.
The boys.
So how important is the get off here?
Absolutely crucial to get off and get clean and pick that front handle up, and looks like Wanda coming through there. He might have taken the win
So
out
is that
with that
Reece
get up.
Lewis from Wanda potentially, or Max Christensen?
Oh, that was fantastic. He got up and was clean and away. Some of the other boys stumbled and had the boards caught up in the shorey, which we're seeing today.
Textbook finish, I think, from that.
Absolutely, that is. Can show that to the nippers back home.
And we're just talking a bit earlier about whether you grab the handle or you grab the board, Bonnie, what the preference is. And I think in these conditions with that shore break, I think grabbing the handle at the front is probably the easiest way to go, the safest today.
Absolutely safest, especially as it's sucking up a little bit on that shore.
Yeah,
there.
we have seen some of the boards, the back of their boards got hit by a wave as they're trying to pick them up. So I think grabbing the handle is the best way to go and run up the beach, because you have got a little steep incline at the finish as well, so you want to really motor up there. So that's we've just got to wait to see if that's Max Christensen or Reece Lewis who's taken out the gold from Wanda.
Wow, that's fantastic. They'll be cheering there at Wanda, and you know, they've got really strong board paddlers there at Wanda. They always have. They've got some amazing coaches there and a really good, strong next generation coming through. That was, that finish was everything there, wasn't it? And how many times have we seen that where you turn around and have the whole race on a wave behind you, and it's all about the finish. The race is certainly never over till the finish.
Well, apart from that last race with the girls, who was a sort of clear winner, but apart from the minor medalists, we've had really close finishes for all the board races today. So I think it's going to be more of that as the tide goes out. There's going to be more waves popping up, and we're going to have that 5, 6, 7 on the one wave. And if we think back to that, 11. Going down to the green and gold area now to have a chat to our winner. Okay, so look at the crowd building up, Bonnie. So it's an awesome picture out here, what we're looking at with Queenskiff really turned the weather on for us. A nice little wave.
Fantastic.
And it's a great vantage point. I love this, love the promenade here. The parents can get up the back. They don't have to be down on the beach because of the glare. They can actually look straight down onto the race and see it. So the finalists in that under 14 male board race, here's our results. It is Max Christensen from Wanda who's got up with the win, Henry Whitehead from Manly, and Jacob Charmer from Manly. So Manly got 2 on the podium, second and third. That shows the depth of their club and very strong. Tor Mansell from Avoca Beach, Avoca getting up there, and again Avoca coming through a lot of board paddlers today. They're getting big finishes. Noah Balmer from North Bondi. Isaac Ryan, so our Sawtell competitor up in the 6th place, which is fantastic.
Fantastic. That's points for the club. And I tell you, one of my friends, Rachel Kemba, will be very happy with Manly. 2 spots on the podium there. They've got some wonderful guidance in Rachel at Manly, and she's really brought them along in leaps and bounds. And you know, as we said, these girls in the next race that are lining up will have watched that race again, and seeing that breeze continue to pick up, seeing the chop out there. And I think it's crucial, if you're not in front at the very start, to tuck quickly in behind on that wash and conserve your energy so you can get up and really get into the rating coming home, because right there you want to be in those first couple at the end and be, you know, have that first chance of the wave coming in.
So we're switching from the longboards now. We're going back to the under 11 female board race, back on the shortboards. And this age group is their first year on the fiberglass board, so it's a bit of a step up from the foamies.
It is. They go a lot quicker, right? I know my nippers back home are always excited to get to the fiberglass, and the girls are getting ready to start here now.
A little bit faster, you know, a bit more streamlined, a bit more buoyant as well, I think, than the foamies a bit like a cork. They sort of bob around a bit. Where these are built for racing.
You never forget your first fiberglass and how exciting that is. Looks like the girls on the northern end have had an excellent start here now, getting right into their rating. Doesn't look like they're going to have to take on too much surf here. The girls on the southern end have actually been hit by a breaking wave down there. They're a little bit further back, so the girls on the northern side have gotten the better of it here. They're really making the most of this opportunity now. Head down, looking towards that first can. There's a state title on the line.
Tell you what, Bonnie, on the promenade, all the talk at the moment is from all the athletes and the coaches. Do you drag or do you carry? And there's only one correct answer.
Absolutely. You are dragging today. That is the safest and quickest option today too. We're seeing that little bit of a shory before. You do not want to lose a state gold medal by picking up your board and having what happened to the poor boy in the other race. But, they're all learning their lessons, and I think all of the nippers on the beach have learnt from some of those races where, those finishes haven't been executed.
Another dragger is Gemma Smith. She agrees with us. Gemma, who have you got down to the beach with you? No one. It's your conditions update. Sorry, mate. That was awkward. You're away.
Down here at water level, the conditions are quite different when you're down here and you can really see what's going on. So as this tide is dropping out, these waves are really starting to come into play. So it's really going to be interesting as we move into these next couple of finals of the board races, moving into the irons and the Cameron relays. They're definitely going to be a bit more action in the mix. So really looking forward to seeing what happens with these waves as the tide continues to drop. But back to you guys to call the rest of the action of this race.
Wow, this is so exciting. Look at this. This is quite spread out compared to the other races we've seen earlier today. The girls on the southern side did cop a little bit of a almost set of the day that came through, but it is the girl from North Bondi out in front doing it at the moment.
I do that all week. Sorry, I keep doing it. Tully Kippax from Blackhead. And a strong squad there. Watch it, a board and a half length lead at the moment, and you love that chest position, chin nice and low, pulling as much water, and that rate is still solid and quick at the moment. But what are we going to see over the next few, probably 30 to 40 metres is where you want to try and maximise those runs, just like she's done there, the light and the shade, turning it on, turning it off.
Absolutely. She's got about a 2 board length lead at the moment. She's going to need that, as you can see some swells picking up out the back, and she's done it well from the start. You don't want to see those girls almost come down behind, but in saying that, they're going to have to work. She's absolutely flying. Continue to extend this lead. Who's this coming up behind her now, just out of shot? She's looking around. She's looking to see what's coming, and I know she's got her eyes on that finish line and that gold medal.
And it's so important as we get tight, especially with the ski stroke as well. You don't want to get it too short. You still want to get that reach out there to maximise how much water we can pull at the moment. So Blackhead, Tully Kippax holding on. Outside left, we've got the cap of North Stain, Flory Penny in there as well. But what is popping up from behind? Lexi Bush from Umina was thereabouts as well at the moment. And is this going to pick them all up? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Here we go. Go, Tully might miss it. She's missed it. She hasn't had the momentum.
Lexi Bush on the inside from Umina. Can she hold on? South Maroubra in there as well. So it's down to 2.
It's going to be 2. A race in 2 for the gold medal. Up they go. There's the carry.
Lexi Bush from Umina with the carry. But it doesn't matter. She's going to take home the gold and the claim. Lexi Bush from Umina. Get out of here. Congratulations, young lady. Neve Perry from South Maroubra with the silver. But heartbreak there for Tully Kippax, leading from
my goodness.
Start to nearly finish.
And that just shows when the competitors behind have that momentum pushing down a swell and you don't so much in front. You've got to keep paddling for the nippers watching at home. Never ever stop paddling when you're in front, especially on these nipper boards. There's very little chance you're going to nosedive. So you've got to keep the rating up and try to pick up that swell as best you can. But she did everything right, and it just shows that surf life-saving, right? Sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Try and trust. Trust that you've done the work as well. Quiet the noise in the back of your brain and just keep reaching forward, pulling the water. Left arm, right arm, over, over, over.
Absolutely, and try not to look around behind too much as well. It can slow the board down. So once you are heading in, those couple of quick glances and then continue to look at the finish. But wowee, that was the carry of the board. She pulled it off. I was nervous for her.
Everyone was nervous. Even just going back to the one Sam Weedy before, he picked up, carried, looked comfortable, but he had a bit of a peek across to his right-hand side, and it was just enough to throw off his balance whilst running up that gradient, and it's that slight little adjustment that's thrown the body off canter, fallen over, pinned himself under the board.
Absolutely.
Race over.
You've got the boys in the next race coming up now. They'd have seen that. The competitors on the southern side, the girls, hit those waves then, and it didn't work out for them. But here they go, charging into the water now. A couple of bunny hops there as it starts to get shallower and into their rating now. There's one just breaking here again on that southern end.
So updated results from the under-11s females board race. Lexi Bush from Umina taking home the gold medal. She'd be absolutely pumped with that. Neve Perry from South Maroubra with the silver. Hayley Avard from Coogee pipping out Flory Penny from North Stain for that bronze medal. Tully Kippax led us from start to finish, going home with 5th, and Sophie Rolls from Coogee. So Coogee having 2 paddlers in the top 6 is amazing. But Lexi Bush victorious, another board final for Yamina.
Absolutely fantastic, and it is at the moment the boy from Redhead with, well, I don't want to say North
Tex
Bondi
Air.
in
Tex
case I
Air's
do
in there
get
at the
that
lead at the
wrong.
moment.
There you go, out in front, so you can see the other boys tucking in behind and conserving a little now. Looks like the boy from Manly possibly trying to make a move up the inside now.
Yeah, so Manly had William Botha and Jesse Jackson 2nd and 3rd in the semis. They did that quite comfortably. Also, you know, Wanda, Reed Martinez there. From up your way, or Ishi's your way, from Yamba. Right. Clarence Doherty there as well.
Absolutely, the Doherty family. And this is the chance to make the move. Is he going to come up the inside or play it safe and stay behind? You can see you've got about 3 to 4 competitors all racing, squeezing there, trying to get, there's a little bit of what you'd call carnage around that first string cam, which is allowing the Redhead boy to get further and further away. So that is a huge advantage, being in front, having that clear water, and we'll see if the Manly competitor in second managed to get around that can. That was absolute chaos.
But Tex Air looking strong. So the under-14s from Redhead took out the title in the ladies. Can they do the same for the under-11 boys here?
Tex just needs to keep looking ahead and looking to that finish, because he's done very well and managed to get a little bit of a gap now. So if he can hit this wave zone with a couple of board lengths lead, hopefully it's enough to stay on. He's just gone out of camera there, or where is he disappeared?
Extending that lead is what he's doing. So North Bondi outside right, Manly looking strong. William Botha there from Allura there as well. So I don't know how many times over the course of every surf carnival that Manly and Allura get called the same cat. But Tex Air in the box seat at the moment. Nice strong rate.
Hey, he's got a very high rating and sort of a more unusual stroke, more of like a straight arm stroke. You could compare that to the pool, like a Michael Klim straight arm.
Or Isaac Costello up there, head coach of the Open.
Isaac Costello, absolutely. You can see that influence there, and he's pushing hard to pull down one of these little waves, and that might be on offer. Oh, he's just got to get to the beach now to claim this gold.
They're trying to position himself too. So look, cutting himself across, finding out where the waves are. Outside left, they might be able to pick something up coming to shore, but that's not going to be enough, because we are going to have another board champion from Redhead. He's loving it. Big scream out to the crowd.
That was experience shown beyond his years, really. He headed back further north and knew that's where the wave was breaking, and it absolutely worked out for him. On your Tex, that's a gold state medal.
The Gold State medal in daylight at the moment, but a couple of waves coming through. Outside right is maybe where it's going to be. Was it the cap of Allura? First one up and running, maintaining their feet. Outside left across the line. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Close across there. Oh.
And it just shows practicing those finishes at training is so important, getting that quick leg turnover. Oh my goodness, incredibly close for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and it can be heartbreaking just to miss that podium. But congratulations, Tex Air from Redhead, taking that one out very convincingly, possibly the biggest lead we've seen all day.
I think Bodie Cousins from Swansea Belmont's come from nowhere. Could have been thereabouts as well, but we definitely know one thing, that Tex Air was supreme, so fast. Great start, getting out a couple of board lengths nice and early and just maintaining that lead.
Just that rating as well, and his position on the board. You could see the board sitting so nicely in the water and really backing himself in, didn't he? He headed back further north. He made that decision. He's watched the races prior, and it absolutely worked out for him. That was, something you might see in the Nutrigrain series, but we've seen it here at New South Wales Nipper State.
And it's one of those things too, especially when you get to the beach and it's too big and the coach goes, we're on the flat today. And the kids hate it, but so important to get the reps up over and over.
Absolutely. Other than negotiating a few little onshore waves here, there's not too much happening out the back. So all of that hard work done on the flat is certainly paying off today.
So under 12 female board final now in the water. We'll bring you the results once they've been scanned through for the under 11 male. But at the moment, the final, we've got Violet Walters from Avoca with her 2 mates, Amber Griffiths and Olive Morris. So they've got 3 from Avoca next to each other from the random draw. Piper Brenchley from Freshwater, Mia Hoole. Can she get another board title from North Bondi? Lennox Heads, Amy Roberts. Sadie Martin from Yamina, Kendall Payne from Gerringong. Tasman Woolston, Lucy Whitehead and Eve Seymour, all next to each other again from the random draw. Very good live heats. Molly Young Newport, Aria Gurnhill from Yamina, Milani Ty from Lennox Head, Ella McDonald from Blackhead, and rounding out our top 16 final, Charlie Moses from Allura. Take us through the action, Bonnie.
Absolutely. So again, we saw that northern side, the advantage there. The girls were pretty much in an even line, but the wave broke through on that southern side and pushed a few of the girls back. So it's quite a long paddle to the first can, and we can see the girl from, just looking in front there, trying to pick those caps up now.
There's a couple of Evoca on the outside left, and that looks a little bit blue through the middle there. So Lennox Heads, Milani Ty.
Lennox Heads, there we go. The country kids coming through there. And she's got the inside run. It is an advantage having an inside run when you get there. You've got someone on your outside. It's a little bit less distance to paddle. And essentially, you decide the line. You're choosing the line you take. There you go. So the girl in second slipped behind. She might make another move up the inside now or choose to play it safe and stay on the wash.
Yeah, so Amy Roberts got second in her semi-final. Tell you what, Gerringong, it's great to see them competing strong. Kendall Payne from Gerringong, so they'll be coming through at the moment just on that outside right, sitting in about third or fourth at the moment. Looks like Evoca's going to be in two at the green board. Olive Morris, but
Lennox will be absolutely cheering now. At the moment, as I said, we've got the young girl from Lennox Heads here.
Amy Roberts.
Amy Roberts. Oh, it's we've seen the races before and we've seen the heartbreaking wave that comes. But Amy's taking, oh my goodness, go, 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 girl. She's going so well, picking that rating up now, starting to work at the swells that are coming through.
So pushing through to that wave zone at the moment, trying to hold off the chase pack as we've seen over that last 100 or so metres. Girls want to try and pick something up. And then it looks like it's Violet Walters there from Evoca into Manly on the outside right, trying to find something through there. Sadie Martin from Umina looking for that push. But Gerringong on the outside right, Kendall Payne, she won the semi-final. Can she keep that going?
Absolutely. As Amy continues to extend that lead, the beach is starting to go crazy cheering for her. She needs to work this little swell that's coming now. She's just got to get to the beach and it's all hers. There's one building behind for the girls and they're starting to come through now. Can they push over it? They've just fallen off the back. So if Amy can pull down this winning wave, the gold medal's hers, and she has.
Amy Roberts from Lennox Head. Get in there, young lady. You're going to take home a gold medal. Sprint finish, drag and carry up on one knee. Who's going to be the first one up? There's a stumble up there. It looks like it's going to be the Manly Caps. Allura, what is it across the line? Geez, that was really close. There's a lot of blue. Not much green, not much black.
A race in 6. How many times are we seeing 6, 7 come down the same wave? It's all about that finish, that clean grab. But Amy Roberts from Lennox, that is so impressive. Congratulations to you. You took that out, took a fantastic line and took the gold.
So we're going to head down to the beach now with our winner from the under-11 males, Tex from Redhead. What a legend.
It felt amazing.
Oh, Tex is too excited. He's cutting too much electricity there from that wind. So the updated results for the under-11 male board race, Tex Air from Redhead, Supreme #1, and his best mate from the club, Bronx Dillinger, also from Redhead, taking home the silver, and Yamba, Clarence Doherty getting the bronze medal, taking that up to the far north coast. How exciting is that?
Absolutely. That's really right on the border, right, of New South Wales all the way up there. And they do a lot of flat water paddling up there near Yamba on the river there at Grafton. So fantastic. They'll be so excited about that result.
And then rounding out the top 6, Jessie Jackson from Manly in 4, Jager Michael from North Bondi in 5. Amazing. Charlie Herford from North Stain, and some more points for the club. But we're going to try take 2 with Tex down on the beach.
We're here with Tex, under 11's board state champion. Can you tell me how
it felt amazing. Obviously, I knew I was in first place, so it just felt good just to have a break.
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. And what else have you had on this week?
We had the board relay. We won that, which was really good. Yeah.
Perfect.
And we're back to the water. So the under 12 female results. We might just quickly bring those back up. So Amy Roberts from Lennox Head, supreme. Lucy Whitehead and Tamsin Wilson take out the silver and bronze medal for Manly. Olive Morris from Avoca in 4. Kendall Payne, she was finishing strong, just a little bit unlucky on that shore dart from Gerringong, 5th place. And Amber Griffiths from Avoca is our top 6.
I think Manly's going to go quite well on the point score this year. You know, they're racking up some really good quality points there. Remember, it's top 6 in the point score. So every time you get, 2 competitors set 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, it all adds up. So it'll be really interesting, that point score at the end of today.
And when you've got a coach like Rachel Creera looking after them, is there anyone better that's more nurturing and literally a mother, but still that understands this beach better than anyone in this area?
And I can tell you, Rach wouldn't let many people in on this, but she won a state gold medal on the board back in the day. I was in Rachel's age group, and I can't remember if it was under 13s or under 14s. We had a bit of a sprint up the beach. She's very quick across the sand, so she knows exactly what she's talking about. She's been there, she's done it before, and they're very lucky to have her there at Manly.
It's all about the memories, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So back to the water. Here we are with the boys in the under 12 board final. So we had Sammy Cregan, Milo, Westcar, and Archidor from Swansea Belmont taking out the first 2 heats. And then we've got Dean Ardros from Coogin Headlands, Carter Codd, B. Davidson taking out the semi-finals. But at the front again, it's not the Lennox cap again, is it? Billy Stewart. Are they going to go back-to-back? Lennox and Billy Stewart.
Wow, Billy Stewart. Something. He's pushing hard. That first swell, he almost pulled down, but there's one behind him building now. I don't know if it's going to be enough for those boys behind him or for Billy in front here. There's another one, though. That's the one thing about these sets. There's always some behind. So there's one that's a little bit bigger now. If he can lift his rating and start to build, he might be on the gold medal winning wave, though he's got some company with him now.
And the boys just need to turn it on. Billy's just backed off the throttle a little bit. He needs to keep that at maximum rate because these are so full. Board needs to be going as fast as possible there. I tucked on the inside, Sammy Cregan or Bart Carmody from North Bondi. And then here we have it, inside left. Who's going to pull down the front? Wow. Oh, luck of the Irish on the left-hand side, even though he's not Irish, but Billy Stewart.
He's got to nail the get-up, though. No board sticking in the sand. Up and go, Billy, straight through those finish lines, and he takes the gold.
Lennox Head. 2 races in a row.
Wow, hey. They're on a winning streak at the moment. Look out.
Something in the water. But again, we spoke about momentum earlier this morning, Bonnie, about seeing the belief that one of your teammates has actually done something that you would like to do and getting you in that growth mindset to say, if she can do it, I can do it.
Absolutely. It's enough to give you goosebumps when you stand there on that start line and look and see your training partner take that gold medal, and all you want to do is get out there and continue that momentum and do your coach proud. And, he might have received a few little tips from his training partner as well about her race, and Lennox will be celebrating, I tell you, because the double gold there in those 2 board races is a wonderful achievement. So congratulations to all at Lennox Heads.
Lennox Head, beautiful part of the world. Maybe it get a little bit too hot for me in the summertime, but going through the results from the finish line for the under 12s updated via live heats, it's going to be pretty tight for 3rd and 4th. We know Billy Stewart from Lennox Head, Elstonville. Do you think the Elstonville part sometimes gets a little bit upset that we don't mention them?
Absolutely, I think so, particularly when we talk about a state gold medal.
So Lennox Head, Elstonville, Billy Stewart, the gold medal. North Bondi's Bart Carmody taking home the silver to North Bondi, and we're just waiting for the updated scan from live heats. Bart Carmody, synonymous with some fast board paddling, also surfing. Older brother Freddie Carmody was a legend. He used to win everything from the under 11s and 12s, but is actually chasing the surfing route. So now he's just a legend shredder. And I spoke to his mum a couple of weeks ago, and she's like, I kind of miss him doing this because it's fun. It's a community. You go to the different beaches, and it's more about your team and doing what you can for the club and not just you shredding.
Definitely, and I think you're right. That community aspect is what I love about Surf Life Saving. From a young age, you're interacting with people from all ages. You're learning about, how to be a good teammate. You're learning about leadership, and they're skills you take into the rest of your life. And, whether you continue to compete or become a lifesaver and patrol on the beach, whatever it is, there's sort of a role for everyone, which I think is so special about Surf Life Saving.
Yeah, and you even talk about that. A friend of ours the other day was going out for dinner in Sydney with his 18-year-old daughter just to celebrate whatever they were doing on a Friday night. Saw a person that actually had a medical episode, fell down, hit something, and then she just straight into first aid mode. Hasn't been in Surf Life Saving for the last 12 months, still patrolling, but it's these ingrained skills of, asking the right questions, getting the person into the right position. So, the real lifesavers.
Spot on. I mean, you're getting your SRC in the under 14s, you're getting your bronze at 16, and they're skills that you don't forget. And, you know, yeah, these incidents can happen not just at the beach or by the water, they can happen absolutely anywhere. So, you know, gold medals are great and competing is so fun, but it is about more than that. And these are skills you take into your life and help others with.
So live heats updated for the under 12. So Billy Stewart 1, Bart Carmody 2, Joel Colwell from North Stain in 3. Another medal going back to North Stain. Dash Lonergan, very, very close there. Unlucky. His dad's a nice man, Fernando Lonergan. It's really fun to say. You should try it. Dean Nardros from Coogin Headlands. He'll be happy with that 5th spot. And Sasha Gordon from Manly rounding out the top 6.
Manly in the points again. I tell you, it's going to be very interesting. North Bondi have been very strong today too, right across the board. But Lennox Head, the double gold, you can't get better than that.
Wouldn't happen too often, so great to see. As for the point score, North Bondi was streets ahead yesterday. It's so strong through the nippers, under 9s, 10s, and obviously 11s, 12s are getting it done there again today.
That's it. It's about you know, numbers as well, right, and consistency across the age groups. You can have sometimes in the club you see a certain age group is strong, not so much in the other. They're trying to fill some numbers and make teams. It looks like North Bondi is right through, you know, strong all the way from really the little ones all the way up to the cadets and the under 14s and those big boards. So they're doing something right there.
Something right, but also something fun. But I'll tell you what, Promenade is on fire. I'm enjoying the sun above our heads at the moment because it's not as disgustingly hot as it was this morning. Good to have you back in New South Wales. What have you missed most about these type of carnivals?
Oh, absolutely. Just being here, you know, I'm seeing faces that I've sort of grown up with and reconnecting with the whole New South Wales community. I moved to the Gold Coast at 17, you know, and have been based in Queensland ever since. You know, I was actually born in Brisbane, so I do go for Queensland in origin, but it still feels like home. It still feels like home when I come to New South Wales. These are the beaches that I grew up on. We used to pile the nipper boards on the car and drive down to Sydney every other weekend. So it does feel very familiar here. It does feel like home. We've still got a lot of the officials that I grew up with still officiating, and you know, the competitors that I used to race against now coaching. So it's really special to see, you know, my fellow competitors passing on to the next generation. So I'm absolutely loving it.
So boards on the beach, goggles on the eyes only means one thing, Bonnie. It is iron time. So these are the blue ribbon events. These are the ones that the best of the best swimmers, the best board paddlers, but we're putting it all together to see who will reign supreme. And at the moment, we are in the under 13 female. This is going to be a tough race. So we've got a board winner, we've got a swim winner already. So who's going to put it together? Will it be? And there were 2 different people as well. So from Coogin Headland, we've got Lila Wessel, Lucinda Gladstone from North Bondi, along with Lillian Venholmes, Kathy Jordan from Coogee, Olivia Wilson, North Kirkhill, Grace Van Esvold from Cooks Hill. So she's the one that led the board the whole way around and got, I'm going to call it Jag because she was so far in front. North Wollongong, Charlotte Neville. So that's not North Bondi, it's North Wollongong.
North Wollongong.
And it's also not Blackhead. So, but we will possibly get that wrong. Next to her, which is going to be great, Gia Gregory from North Bondi. So same cap-ish next to each other. Evie Davis from North Kirkhill, going to be one to watch. Zara Johnson from Woolgoolga. What a beautiful beach that is.
There we go.
Alex Hall from Avoca, Liesl Spinner from Wanda, Sav Glynn from Yamina, Blair Turkington from Swansea Belmont, another from Yamina in Chloe Hall, and then Ivy Myson won the semis. She's going to be looking strong, but we're down on the beach with our board winner. Let's go from the ladies.
We're here with Amy, under 12 state champion. Can you tell me how that race felt?
Yeah, it was good. I was a bit nervous at the start, but I was really happy with how it went.
And when you're training, the edge can be a bit tricky. What do you do to make sure you're strong on that finish?
I make sure my pickups are clean and get good starts.
Yeah, perfect. And is this your first gold medal?
Yeah, this is my first gold medal. So excited.
So exciting. Congratulations and good luck with everything going forward. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
So the Iron Person is such an interesting event because the order actually changes each time. It can be swim board or board swim, not like triathlon where it's the same sort of order in the disciplines every time. So this will suit the swimmers, and particularly the girls who've done the work in the pool. It's a pretty solid swim out there. So they're making their way around the backhands now. And who have we got in front there? That looks like
It looks like it's Catherine Jordan from Coogee, so being a strong swimmer. Evie Davis, also one of the better swimmers out there, so she's going to be trying to lead them out. Tucked in behind from them is Alex Hall from Avoca. So these would be the top 3 swimmers in the race, but this is where the gamesmanship comes into it. Are we going to try and leave everything out there? Have we got 8 minutes of flat chat, or are we just going to try and temper that pace at the front to leave a little bit more for the board? But again, this is where the racing comes into it. These girls have done it long enough. They all race each other all summer, all seasons, and they'll be knowing that if these 3 are at the front, that our pace is all right, and then the rest are going to have to hold on.
That's it, and it is a lot faster swimming out in front in the clean water. So if you can imagine being in a swimming pool and swimming in a bit of, chop and mess like a washing machine, as opposed to that clean water. So what they want to do is get out hard in front, get the clean water, and then conserve a little as best they can. The board paddlers, however, will be sitting back and trying not to lose too much ground in this, because they are not out of it whatsoever. We saw the really strong board paddle from Grace earlier. She'll be pretty determined to sort of make up for that lost board race. And I tell you, the iron is all about endurance. So it is about paddling under fatigue, keeping the technique together, and never ever giving up, because as we've seen today, you are never out of it until the end with these swells building. So the girls will keep that 6-beat kick rolling at the end. They've sort of dropped the pace off a little bit. They'll start to pick up as they get closer to shore.
So one thing to watch is, and we didn't make note of, is the transition. So in here we've got noted runners. So Savannah Glenn, who won the board recently, her strongest leg is a run. If she had done the 2K run on Friday afternoon, she more than likely would have won it, but decided to save her legs with her teammate Chloe Hall. So they took out the relay. So they got a bronze medal in that. Very, very fast runners, but Sav would probably be 25 kilos wringing wet. She can fly, she can sprint, she can run a long distance, and she can paddle aboard fast. So if she can just hang on to that back end and be as close to that lead group as possible, she's going to have enough endurance and pace to get around that transition, but then also get on someone's watch, and she can just sit there comfortably through until that finish.
Absolutely.
Because if it comes to that sprint finish, she's going to get him.
It is the third discipline of it, but there's a wave in front, and we've had the girls just get a bit of a lift out of it. It looks like possibly
Alex Hall from Evoca's picked that up.
Alex
so
Hall
surf skills need to be supreme. So
look at that wading, knees up, driving with the arms. That's fantastic. She is going to round this flag in front. We're halfway through this Iron Woman final, and she has it into the board now. So she's not looking behind because they're hot on her heels.
And she'll be knowing that too. So she's improved her board leg somewhat this year. A lot of training with local legend Chris Parker. He's won a couple of Aussie medals in his time. Noted champion, and really great that they've got someone of that caliber to look after their age group. You get to see how tired the girls get. Look at that black head straight through there.
Wow, a couple of little bunny hops there, but the girl from Blackhead on that northern side did it better there.
North Wollongong, we've done it
North
again.
Wollongong, we've done it again. I think I called it North Blackhead before. North Wollongong. So she's basically got straight on the board and into her rating. That worked out really well. So sometimes you've just got to back yourself and do it a little differently to what your competitor has done, and she's certainly made the most of that. So she's got the lead as Olivia sits behind her.
Yeah, tough stuff out there. So the 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the screen at the moment. Will we see some wave action later on? Will we see a couple go through? But the girls are going to get, they're going to get clipped a little bit by these waves there. Possibly not.
It's building up there out the back. Wow, look at that one. These waves are really going to play a factor in these afternoon finals. I tell you, the girls are very impressive there. They're keeping the rating up. Remember, they've done a whole swim leg prior to this and a run. They're now into the board, but you wouldn't guess they look pretty fresh there. As that northern side, working her way up, is Evie Davis on the northern side. Look at her go. She's going to try and come up on the outside and get to this can in front. So it'll be interesting what happens here, because she's sort of essentially got to come up in front of the girls if she wants to take that can first.
Now, as a coach, if you'd be watching this back with your athletes, they were all spread out a fair bit. You want them tucked nice and tight just on that right or left edge to minimise the work you've got to do. A bit of wash riding and a bit of gamesmanship, right? But now they're into the position. So Evie Davis on that outside right, and then we're still going to call that, was it Charlotte Neville there?
This race is going to be won in really the last sort of 50 metres into the beach. The last, well, you could say 30, 40. That's where we're seeing the swells build. So the girls, if they can conserve a little bit of energy and can tuck in on that wash, especially with that bit of chop out there, they're going to conserve and finish strong. So off that apex can, we've got Evie Davis in front, so she is taking this away, and you would not guess this is at the end of an Ironwoman. You would think this is a straight board final, but they are absolutely showing skill and speed beyond their years right now. They want this gold.
And she's got that dog in her, so she's going to get to the fight. She's going to drive that whole way through. So too, Alex Hall. Just, some people love the competition. They love the fight. They love that angst. They love to try and get everything they personally can out of their races. And Evie Davis leading them through. And it looks like 1, 2, and 3 are a fair way out in front at the moment. But what is the line going to be? Coaches are going to be on the beach trying to pass out some sort of instructions, but to no avail. The girls won't be listening. They'll just be basically trying to keep that rate long and heavy in front, but Davis out in front, looking strong.
We saw some of the competitors.
Oh.
Wow, she's picked one up there on that southern end, and it looks like she might take it all the way. She might just drop off there. It didn't carry through. It gave her a really good push, though. This race is hers to lose right now, I tell you. She is determined, and she looks like she's going to pick this one up behind, coming into shore and get a nice little wave that she'll be able to enjoy this goal.
Oh, great work. And it's so important to keep that rate up on top of it. If you're not too sure if you're on the wave, you're probably not. Keep that rate up, get the board out in front. Big Shawnee Davis in there, big smile on his face. What a massive human being with a big smile and an even bigger heart. He'd be proud of his daughter there, Evie, coming across, being crowned the gold medalist and champion for the under 13 iron. Congratulations, Evie.
Fantastic. She'll be absolutely thrilled with that. We've got a race on for second at the moment, and we're just trying to see the girls are up and away. One of the competitors.
So it looks like Alex Hall from Avoca taking
Hall.
another medal. So that's 3 from 3 medals in 3 races for her today, which is absolutely insane. Catherine Jordan, look at that swimmer's frame.
Absolutely. The big broad shoulders, long levers, that helps you out there, I tell you. And she did have a beautiful technique in that swim. All the rest of the girls race across the line.
So it was Lila Wessel from Coogin Headland just in front of her teammate Ivy Myerson. She would have been hoping to take a gold in this. She was really strong last year. A couple of events, just a little bit unlucky with the waves today. But again, that is surf life-saving. But there was no luck needed for Evie Davis.
Not
solid
at
through
all.
that swim and then just left
Evie.
it out there.
Doesn't that show how strong our next gen coming through is? These girls will be potentially racing up in the summer surf races next year, up in that under 15s. We had some of the girls at Mermaid, the 14s racing up. So they'll be on the big stage next year, and I tell you, they are more than ready for it because they are absolutely flying. So this is their last year on the Nipper board, and they're onto the Mals next year, and I've got no doubt they're going to absolutely handle that challenge with ease.
Now, we talk about access to information. You had no drone footage when you were competing in your Irons as a nipper. The kids can actually go back now, and the coaches can actually go, when we started on that one, you're probably a metre or so too far up front. Next time, what we want is you to tuck in nice and close. When you're on the stringer 9, you probably could have backed off a little bit there, slung-shot around, whatever it may be. But having information to, I guess, maximise
Definitely, and I think that's the difference, right, when it comes to something like pool swimming or, other events where you don't have to think as much about your lines and, you've got your own water. In surf lifesaving, you've got to create your own space. You've got to work to find that clear water, and even it can be the last 5 metres into a can, getting that rating up and holding your space. That's incredibly important, and that can be where a race is won or lost. And Evie was very, very smart how she did that round the cans, then she made sure she was in front off that last can. So that's how it's done. So staying smart, staying sharp, and making sure you create your own space.
Yeah, exactly. So, and especially like board paddling, it should just be an automatic. Your stroke should be exactly the same. So it's a matter of being reactive to what you're seeing around you, but then also proactive enough to know, what do I need to do next? What part of the stage of the race am I at? What did I need to execute? So updated results for the under 13 female line. Evie Davis from North Curl 1, Alex Hall from Avoca in 2, Charlotte Neville from North Wollongong. Go on, North Wollongong.
North Wollongong, she got in there. We can't get that club wrong again. She's bronze medalist.
Catherine Jordan from Coogin in 4, Lila Vessel from Coogin in 5, Ivy Myerson from Coogin also in 6. Great work there. So, wow, Evie Davis, unbelievable. Now onto the under 13 males, I believe they're going to be in the water. So, again, a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. But I think you'll probably find that because the girls are so fast on the small boards, because they're a little bit smaller and lighter, the time frame out there's probably going to be much of the same. But, will we see the North Curl again? Ruben Tapani is in there. But we saw Ashton Bone from Wambrel with the maroon and silver 2 stripes. Won his semi-final, was comfortable in his first quarter final. Felix Forbes from Yamba, thereabouts as well. Felix Stevens has won this race before. Billy McCarthy. So in both semi-finals, 2 boys from Womble have been pushing each other all year, Billy McCarthy and Ashton Bone.
And you know, that value in racing every day at training, right? You get used to it when it comes to competition. You're sort of used to the race. You're used to the fight. You don't shy away from it. And I think Evie showed that in that last race. So I try to encourage the nippers, look to someone in the squad who might be a little bit quicker than you and try to catch them or get ahead of them, So don't shy away from the competition. We're all good friends off of the water, but on the water there, you essentially want to get that upper hand and get in front. And the boys here right now are pretty neck and neck coming into this first string can. So again, they're going to be creating their own space and holding that line. And as we just try and pick the caps up here, we can see one boy is actually taking the lead. So in second, you want to jump straight on those feet and start to conserve a little bit of energy.
So Womble in 1 and 2 at the moment. But we're going to duck down to the beach to have a quick chat with Evie Davis, the legend from the under-13 Iron.
We're here with Evie, Iron State Champion for the under-13s. Can you tell me how you felt in that race?
Yeah, I felt good in the swim and then just know I had to hammer it down on the board.
Perfect. And we hear that Iron athletes are the most fit athletes in the whole world. What do you reckon is key to that?
Definitely just consistent with your training and even if you don't feel the best, at least just go and give it your best shot.
Yeah, perfect. And is there anything you look out for when you're going from your run to your board?
I try and spot my dad, but if I can't, then I just look at a marker somewhere that's tall or brightly coloured that I can look for.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for chatting with us. Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
So in the lead at the moment, we've got the 2 boys, Ashton Bone and Billy McCarthy from Wombe. Usually what happens in this race is Ashton will lead them out in the swim, they'll get through the transition, and then Billy will just take over in the board. But when you're training against each other day in and day out,
This is going to be a really exciting race. You can't pick this one. And, we are starting to get to the end of a long program for these boys. They've been racing for days. And as we mentioned earlier this morning, it is about looking after yourself throughout competition. But there's a wave building now for the front 2 boys who might pull down it there. They just off the back.
Tough work. Jacob Somerkin there from Cooks Hill, some really great surf skills. They're just trying to pick anything up from that little bit of white water that was there. Brought him back to the pack. But at the moment, Womble 1 and 2, Ashton Bone, Billy McCarthy, 3rd place Jacob Somerkin, and just on the back there we've got the cap of, geez, that's really tough to see. I thought it might be a Manly out there, but the boys are looking strong into the wave zone. A couple out the back. Are we going to see a bit of surf jagging? It's going to be Roman Sabo in 4th from Coogee.
The Womble boys, stroke for stroke at the moment. They're looking at each other and waiting to see what comes behind. A little one here, it might. Oh, they've just pulled down it.
Is it 1 or 2 over the top? None.
Oh, one's got the better of it. As he stands up now and gets those knees up.
Ashton Bone out in the lead at the moment, trying to work hard through that. Look how much he's hurting through there. He's looking a bit gassed at the moment. Jacob Somerkin looking strong. Billy McCarthy, the short little boy, making their way through. But Jacob from Cooks Hill looking solid at the moment.
Wow, look at that transition. He is absolutely motoring through. That shows the importance of the transition. He's going to come through and pick the board up first, Jacob. As the boys head in, it'll be interesting to see what they do here. Straight on the board, no bunny hops there. A couple of bunny hops.
Yeah, Billy had a couple in there, so just 1 and 2 and 3 on their way out. 3rd, 4th and 5th just on the transition. And then we've got daylight for the rest of them. But at the moment, the medals are going to come from one of these 3, but who can hold on? North Bondi out of there. Coogee there as well. But at the moment, leading us out, we've got Jacob Somerkin from Cooks Hill with Ashton Bone now actually into that lead.
So this is where you know that you're hurting, but everyone around you is hurting now. This is the time to dig deep and show that grit and see if you can keep the stroke rate up and see if your competitors can go with you. But this is where the 2 boys from Womble will really benefit. They train next to each other every day and push each other. So right here, it's time to bring out the best performance at the state titles and see who can take the gold as they'll be heading in. We can see the other boys negotiating the break now. They've got a good gap though, these front 3. I think the medals will definitely be found in this front pack at the moment. In coming in, they've got to find an extra gear.
And it is about trying to find that extra gear, but at the moment, top 3 looking really strong. Tucked in from behind. They probably want to try and get on the wash of first place at the moment. but it looks like the two Wombi boys are probably comfortable enough to hang out with each other. Billy McCarthy trying to make that move to that outside left as we get to the first can. They will be making their way around the apex very, very shortly. So 1, 2 and 3, clear lead at the moment. Fourth a fair way out of it. We've got a couple there from North Wollongong. Again, Jake Schultz, Callum Ardita. So we saw them coming through that transition. But geez, they're so far in front, these three, and that's even without catching a wave.
And I think if it's a run up the beach, it's going to be hard to beat the boy from Cooks Hill after what he did in that transition. You can't help but think it might be these three coming into the beach together, though we're having a look here. Cooks Hill is starting to get a good gap there and extend that lead, so he won't want it to be a run up the beach. He'll be wanting to get to the beach clear.
And I spoke earlier about the size of the athlete when they're out there, especially with the ladies, the little lighter ones coming through the back end of the iron. If you usually got a little bit more extra stamina to try and get that board speed up, and we're going to watch Billy McCarthy come to the fray as they make their way to shore. You're looking at the pack now getting out to the apex, and that's going to take us from 8th through to probably about 12th or 13th. And it just shows how far in front those three are as they are now in shot. Billy McCarthy, Ashton Bone have now taken over the lead from Jacob Somerkin.
Wow.
Mate versus mate, training partners. Ashton Bone in the lead. So we've got Ashton Bone on the right, Billy McCarthy on the left. Jacob Somerkin hurting a little bit there. You just see that left arm getting a little bit lazy through there. But Billy McCarthy on the left is looking comfortable at the moment. But can Ashton pull down that one?
They're trying to get over the top. They're throwing absolutely everything at us. I saw Jacob took a bit of a risk heading a little further north. He maybe knew he didn't have the paddling speed over the other boys. But the two Wombrel boys out in front at the moment. And we're heading south just a little bit, trying to pick up. But Jacob in third at the moment has spotted something out the back. He's going to try and push down a wave on that northern side. I don't know if he'll get enough out of it. So it's going to be the two boys from Wombrel out in front, pulling down this potentially winning wave now.
Oh, it's just up on that outside left there for Billy, so to Ashton, but who's going to be the first one in? The momentum's coming with Ashton Bone. He's going to be the first one up by about 10 metres or so, and that is going to be enough to take home that gold medal for Wombrel. They're going to go 1 and 2. Ashton Bone, your under 13 male iron person champion with the double fist pump. Wombi taking out 1, Billy McCarthy, Wombrel taking out 2, and then Jacob Somerkin from Cooks Hill taking out 3.
Oh, the training partners will be so happy. They'll give each other a big hug after that, and that was extremely well deserved. They pushed each other out in front like they would every day at training, and to come home with the gold and silver, congratulations to Wombrel.
Yeah, unbelievable effort there. So it looks like we might have had Jacob Sabo coming in third there, but wow. I honestly thought for all money we were going to see that Billy McCarthy was going to come through in that first place, but Ashton Bone gritted the teeth. We thought that Jacob Somerkin looked strong through the transition. He looked comfortable to that first can, looked comfortable at the apex, and the next thing we know, he's been burned.
Absolutely, that's the beauty of the iron person race. It's absolutely never over. But how about this surf? It's changing all the time. That southern side was a little better there, and you know, you've just got to adapt as you go today because that wind continues to pick up as well. We've got a bit of that northerly coming in. It's going to make it a bit more challenging for the competitors. But the iron person race, that was the absolute, you know, perfect example of endurance and grit as well, shown by the Womble boys.
And always interesting to see, though, if you go through the history books to see the names that are always going to be in that top 6, to see whose names have been in there. Yours would have been in there a couple of times?
A couple of times, yeah. Look, I was more of a board paddler, so I sort of always took pride in trying to win those consecutive state titles, and it wasn't until the age of 14 I really started to come into my own with the Iron Woman, and whereas Courtney, my older sister, it was the other way around. She was always a swimmer and then loved the Iron Woman from a young age. So yeah, she used to pass on a lot of tips to me, and you know, just about strategy, about breaking down the iron person too. You don't look at it as a whole event. You work on your start. That's the first section, getting into the water clean. Then you work to the first can, trying to get there first, trying to get that clear water across the string cans. It's essentially breaking down into about 10 different sections. So I think a lot of nippers can look at it as a whole and get intimidated by the iron person, but it's about breaking it down one by one into pieces.
Well, what's the old saying? The journey of 1,000 miles always starts with one step.
Absolutely, that's exactly right. One stroke.
All right, so the updated results for the under 13 male iron: Ashton Bone, Wombrel, your champion. Billy McCarthy from Wombrel in 2. Jacob Somerkin, Cooks Hill in 3. Roman Sabo Coogie's going to be in 4th, and then North Wollongong taking out 5th and 6th. Wow. Callum Ardita, Jake Schultz. Congratulations, boys. That is an amazing effort to have both of your names in the program as the annals as a top 6.
Absolutely.
Point getter, so
even
good.
just to be in this final, you're in the top 16 in the state. It's very, very hard to do. These nippers have been through multiple rounds just to get to that final. So to back up and, put on a show for us like they just did then is fantastic. And, for a lot of the nippers, it might have been their first time making a final. So just being there, being on the big stage, it's absolutely fantastic. And you can see their excitement and certainly their relief that big race is done.
So much goes into it, so many variables, but not one at the moment for the guys. Is in the under 14 iron person for the ladies. So looking through for the under 14, Sophie Clues, Alana Dimmick, Matilda Young. So we had 2 there from Newport, Redhead. Comfortable in their irons earlier. Lisa Durs, Evie Waller, Alani Sims going to be ones to watch as well. Probably another one to watch that wasn't that predominant through the quarters or the semi-finals was Amber Stevenson from Avoca. Won the surf race, led us out from start to finish. Was she foxing a little bit? Was she holding on to some energy? Possibly we will see, but the conditions are nice for her. A little wave coming through, strong on the board. But if we're looking at, I guess, racing and the strength of the squad and being pushed week after week, it's going to be the Newport girls of Clues, Young and Durs leading us out from the front.
And these girls are not holding back. They have absolutely gone out and they are flying, treating this first section like it's a swim race. Certainly to the first can, you want to give it everything you've got and then thinking about maybe backing the pace down if you're in the position to do so. So you can see the girl out in front at the moment, looking across to, it's probably got 5 or 6 there that are really pulling away from the rest of the field at the moment. The girls will start to come together as they get around the cans, and the 2 in front are certainly, it's a race on to get that to that first can in front and set yourself up for that board leg, because a race is really not lost in the first leg, but you can set yourself up for success, especially in that board leg. You want to be in that front pack if you're going to win this iron person.
So we talk about strength of the squad. Another thing that's always I find interesting is that what your pedigree and your genes, what is the makeup of your body? And one that's got some that's stronger than most is Alani Sims. So old man Ashton Sims, he's played many years of first grade football. He's a mammoth of a human being with a strong handshake, really nice guy on the beach, and he's your typical nipper dad. He loves it. He's got shirt off, he's got the towels, he's got the water, he's got the umbrella, so he can do everything he can to support the family. And then wife Nicole, who's a legend from Rural Barrack Point, was still in the inner branch team last year competing at a high level.
Fantastic.
And just having that as your family, out the water with the boys, it is so good. So we're out there at the moment. Look out for Alani Sims to be thereabouts at the end, because she will fight like no other. But Newport in the box seat at the moment.
And I think, look, you've got a lot of those nippers as well with parents who have competed. And back at Mermaid Beach, we have Penny Burgess or Penny Turner, now with her kids. And they just have so much experience they're able to pass on to their kids, and a beautiful approach to racing and making sure it's all about fun. And I think it's interesting as well when we talk about pedigree, also genetics. And you do often see, from a young age, some of the kids very strong, very tall, really excel. But then you see your sort of smaller kids, maybe they haven't had their growth spurt yet, and they're sort of forced to find that bit of determination and have to work a little bit harder. I always find it interesting with those kids, once they hit 15, 16 and start to grow, if they've got that mental fortitude there, you absolutely got to look out for them. They are the, the dark horses that come through a bit later.
But the key word you said earlier, that sentence that probably most people wouldn't have picked up on, is the fun aspect. The medals are great, but at the end of the day, it matters, but it doesn't really.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's all about the lessons you learn as well. And, racing for those medals, that's just about getting the best out of yourself and, getting around your teammates, even when you're disappointed. That's a lesson that you learn from a young age, and I think you can carry on into your life. But the fun aspect it was always my favourite, and honestly, just running around Sawtell with my friends was the best part of it. And look at this, there's a wave out the back that's brought some of the competitors through. This surf is really making a difference in these iron persons. We've still got one clear leader out in front.
So it's Newport 1, 2 and 4, Avoca in 3, so just flanked in there at the middle, and again a little bit of white water at the back, just trying to get any sort of little help Girls are up on their feet. It's still so full, dropping tight. So we're going to see, I guess, these waves get a little bit more shape as we make our way through this finals package this morning and into the afternoon. Bonnie.
Definitely. As the tide goes out, there'll actually be less swimming and more of that dolphin diving and wading. So those skills are going to come into it. As a Newport girl in front gets up, she's trying to push down this little shore at the end. It might be enough to give her a couple of metres here. And then she's got to get up and into her work now. Knees up high. Big arms up the beach. She's going to go into this board leg in front. And she's got her teammate behind her. Or is that just trying to pick up that club behind?
Yeah, so it's a 3 Newport and then Avoca in 4th at the moment. So Sophie Clue's out in 1 at the moment. It's probably Lisa Durs there in 2. Matilda Young and Amber Sky Stevenson in 3rd and 4th. We've got North Bondi making their way through. Woolgoolga, Bailey Johnson from Woolgoolga, Rullabarrack Point, Alani Sims there, Redhead making their way across. So too Coogin Headland. Strong transition there from Luca Burge from Swansea Belmont.
It is quite soft sand down there, I'm noticing as well. So it is slowing some of the girls down. If you can really get up and, you know, move quickly and get the leg turnover happening quick over that sand and make the most of that transition, that's giving a big advantage into that board leg as the girls make their way out now. Still the Newport girls out in front at the moment, trying to extend their lead at the back.
And it looks like we've got a bolter there from North Bondi, but that wasn't thereabouts earlier on that transition. And it's probably going to be Ruby Cregan there from North Bondi. So she's had an absolutely great transition, and then she's moved herself into about 3rd or 4th at the moment. But Sophie Clue's out in the lead at the moment for Newport and extending that lead.
The girls on their tummies at the moment, just trying to conserve a little bit of energy. So by the second leg of an iron person, after all of that running, all of that swimming, you can have a lot of lactic acid making its way through the body. So by laying down, you're sort of trying to flush that lactic acid out a little bit, save the legs, because you want to have strong legs when you've got to get up and finish, and also chasing those runners in. You want to get up on your knees, use your whole body, your big muscles in the hamstrings and the back, and really work those runners on the way in.
It hurts, but it's imperative, right? You have to get up.
You've got to get up and going, and it's the last thing you want to do sometimes is getting up to your knees, but that is your power position. So we'll possibly see the leading girl from Newport at the moment off that last string can get up to the knees. Time will tell in a moment.
Yeah, so Sophie Clue's there looking strong at the moment. Mick Clues will be probably getting the fingered whistle out soon. A bit of a couple of oys, lift to try and protect that lead. Redhead now in there as well, but there we go. Such strength, such composure. Teammate following suit, because if you're up, I'm up. And then 3rd place there with Matilda Young. Going to try and get through there as well. But the yellow board of North Bondi, still not out of it yet, looking really strong on that inside left. Really, really strong start. So North Bondi's competitor.
Just pushing down
Ruby
one at
Cregan
the moment on the southern end. Here we go. We thought the Newport girl in front had it all her own way. It's going to probably be a race in 2 up the beach now. And this is what we're talking about. You want to get ready for a run up the beach and to utilise the legs. And behind, we've got 4 more coming down a wave out the back. So this race is not over. The 2 girls in front need to keep working and trying to get a clear lead ahead.
So Matilda Young just out of the screen at the moment. Sophie Clue's trying to hold on to it. We're going to have a sprint finish.
Wow.
Oh, so Matilda Young, first one up. Is that going to be enough to secure that? And then momentum is everything. Ball shooting up from behind from Sophie Clue. Sprint finish. North Bondi trying to hold on. Is it going to be Ruby Cregan for that silver medal? But Matilda Young is going to be victorious. 2nd, 3rd and 4th through on the sprint finish as we just pan away. And it looked like it might have been North Bondi, possibly Avoca in 3rd. Lisa Durs did all the work.
And that just shows that difference in half a metre that Matilda had then to work her way onto that front runner. It wasn't much, but it was enough as the girls were coming through on a stronger one behind. So sometimes it's just having that 1 or 2 metres that's the difference in that state gold medal.
Oh, exciting stuff. We thought Sophie Clues was looking really strong, but just sucked up that little bit too much on the inside, and then just that really awkward nosedive just in between them. We're trying to get up and run because you saw Matilda get up early, probably could have, but then again, it is about decisions, and then the decisions we're making under duress.
And it can be hard to tell that depth when you're on the board and you're coming in on the wave. You're trying to sort of feel, certainly if your hands are touching the sand, you want to get straight off. But sometimes you can make that mistake and get off too early. We see that happen and end up in chest depth water. So you don't want that at the end of an iron person. But the girls, oh my goodness, that was so exciting and so close, and well done to them all for putting on such an amazing performance as we work our way towards the end of this program.
Isn't it good to see a couple of waves come through? So, the flat conditions, we saw that at the Aussies last year in Perth, and all that really compounded was errors. So if you had a perfect race, a good start, and you were thereabouts with the pack, and you didn't make any errors around the cans, coming in, swimming in, had to be perfect, and you could get the race won. But here, there's so many different variables, waves coming in at the back, that sometimes, you might have a bit of luck with you.
Totally, and I think that's it as well, is knowing that even if you make a little mistake, getting back on and keeping going. If you accidentally with your start, if it's not amazing, or you sort of get on the board a bit too early, it's being able to adapt and keep going and make the most out of that situation. And certainly with an iron person, it is never ever over. But you're right, I think if you can have a relatively mistake-free race, you are going to be in that and in with a chance. So it's good lessons learnt for these girls.
All right, run us through the results that come through on live heats.
Okay, so we have Matilda Young, who had a fantastic finish from Newport. Second was Ruby Cregan there from North Bondi. She got a little bit unlucky possibly. And Alana Dimmick from Redhead has managed to take the bronze medal. We've got Lisa Durs, Newport in fourth. Amber Sky Stevenson, Avoca Beach at the Central Coast doing well in fifth. And Sophie Clues, Newport from sixth, rounding out the sixth place and getting points on the board for her club.
Alana Dimmick finished so strong on the board. She was fine. She went in the water about 7th or 8th and then trimmed it back to get herself a bronze medal. Congratulations, young lady.
Awesome, such a close finish, so exciting. All of these iron person races have been absolute gold standard. We are so lucky to be here watching at Queenscliff Beach. Queenscliff and North Dame putting on an amazing day, doing a wonderful job of hosting.
And I'm going to run through the start line, because what people don't actually realise is that Bonnie's down here with her new book, The Girl Who Touched the Stars. She's an amazing young lady, leader, someone that we should all look up to. So she's down here with her book, and we'll be having some discussions about that shortly. But the start list for our under-14 males: Mitch Chalmers from Swansea Belmont, Will Munro Cooks Hill, Sid Birds from Redhead, Warilla Barrack Points, Jimmy Downs, Max Christensen from Wanda, Sol Eastman also from Sawtell, Tommy Chalmers from Belmont, Nate Robertson, Allura, Henry Whitehead from Manly, Noah Bowler from North Bondi, Jacob Chalmers from Manly, Thomas Revell, Newport, Manly's Austin Nicholson, North Bondi's Flynn Gould, Thomas McMurdy from Manly, and Jack Cross from Coogin Headland. These are 16 of the best Ironman in the state, trying to get some good reps in, trying to get these elusive medals, but then also keep that momentum and form going through to the Aussie titles in about 4.5 to 5 weeks' time up on the Sunshine Coast. The boys are now making their way out, and no surprises to see the Manly Caps out in front at the moment. We've got the twins from Belmont, Swansea Belmont, Tom Chalmers and Mitch Chalmers. They won the relay of the 1x2K, or the 2x1K, however you say it. So they are ultra fit. So their transitions are going to be ones to watch as well.
Isn't it impressive to see these athletes work across the different disciplines, on the beach, dominating, back out in the water, and it just shows that fitness, and each one helps the other. When you have that fitness from running, it carries across into the swimming, likewise vice versa. And I think Surf Lifesavers are honestly some of the fittest athletes in the world, and that includes the nippers. They're often training twice a day. They're in the pool, in the morning doing 5-6 kilometres, back out in the ocean in the afternoon, and fitting some running training in. And in the winter they're doing all of their winter sports, so they are so fit and they are such impressive young athletes.
So the run training is so important. I still remember a couple of years ago, Jai Temperley always talked about it. He goes, my best leg was my transition. If I can flog myself and make up any sort of pace, because not only does it give the momentum going through, but also mentally that little edge over your athletes that you're running past. Summer Surf this year, the fastest man on the beach, taking out the ski and the board titles.
Absolutely. Back when I was growing up at Northcliffe and came there as a young Ironwoman at 17, I remember Christy Cameron back in the day running with a big tyre, towing a tyre along the beach, and that was something she did as an open iron woman, as something to get the extra edge. So, you know, certainly these kids don't have to be dragging tyres along the beach, but I think just those little extras you can do at the end of a ski session. I always like doing, you know, 3 starts at the end and just nailing that sort of start. And I actually have to sometimes do about 10 of them to nail them properly. But practicing the little skills, it does give you a mental edge, and that's, you know, that value cannot be understated when it comes to putting on your best performance in a race.
And one thing we used to see a lot at Yamina Beach when Gemma Smith was down there as well, but starting every training session with the series of sprints, and the kids would be like, what is she doing? And they're like, she's running fast is what she's doing. You've got to learn these skills. You know, you need the explosiveness through the soft sand for your starts, for your finishes, for your transition. And again, these are things you can control.
Oh, absolutely. And that allows you to then open up your mind and be clear about making decisions in the surf when, you know, all of that stuff is sort of autonomous, and those skills are at the stage where you do it. It's second nature. It allows you to make decision. And right here, right now, we've got one building up, which might be enough for the front competitors. They've just slipped off. That's Thomas
Ravel. He's on autopilot at the moment. That's what he does well. He swims fast. He board paddles fast. He runs fast. So he's trying to keep the boys from Manly off his toes at the moment. And there'll probably be a couple of little love taps on there just to let them know that we're on your toes,
Absolutely.
mate.
That's the thing. This is not like pool swimming. It is swimming and surf life-saving, and you do have other competitors around you. There is sometimes some clash of the elbows or someone swimming on your feet, and, you know, you've got to sort of learn to be comfortable swimming in that environment. There's another one building now as the boys start to pick up their stroke rate, and kick. Can Thomas Ravel pull down this one? Thomas has just slipped off the back. Oh, he's working hard. It'll be heartbreaking to see them come from behind after everything he's done to get this lead now. But the 2 Manly boys are up. They know that dolphin diving will be quicker than swimming right now, and then they'll be into their wading. So this tide's changing everything now as the dolphin diving's becoming important.
Yeah, got to keep that streamlined. So Cooksville doing a great job there. Will Munro getting through, and, you know, sometimes the kids just get a little bit too excited, trying to throw the arms over, trying to, you know, make it look like it does on TV. But if they want to watch something in the way it was done perfectly, was your sister's win, Courtney at Aussies at Karawa up against one of the best swimmers in the world, and it was all about surf skills, holding onto that breath, streamlined. You don't need to throw the arms over. It's all about that 6-beat kick and keeping your body as stiff as possible, right?
Absolutely. You know, most of the girls, or all of the girls, will tell you that probably the only way to beat Lani Pallister is through surf skills. And you know, when there's a wave on, the girls do get excited because there's that bit of a chance, and Courtney did that fantastically at Aussies, all the way in with that body surfing wave to come across the line. And I think she would arguably probably be one of the best body surfers in the history of the sport. I might be biased in saying that.
No, it was insane. I remember being on the beach. I was actually on the shore, just watching that as a parent nipper dad, and all anyone could do on the beach was just shake their head and just go, that was absolutely insane. It was nuts.
And I'll give you a bit of insight. Is that something she's been practicing since about the age of 5? I remember growing up, and she used to say to us, all right, it's time for World Body Surfing Champs. And we'd get there with Dad, and we would practice this body surfing, and we were sort of competitive against each other. So, you know, kids start practicing these skills from a young age, and if you want to do the opens racing, you'd have, by the time you get there, been practicing these skills for 20 years. So it's all about starting young.
How long did she have the family title for?
Oh,
she still got
I think I never got it, to be honest. Maybe the board paddling, I might have got her in that.
All right, we're going to just leave this action for a little while and check in with Matilda Young, our under-14 iron champion. Matilda.
We're here with Tilly from Newport, who's just won under-14 state champion in the iron. So you tell me how that race felt.
It was a really good race, really hard with all the other girls. I've been racing since about under-10s, and it was good to take it out this year.
Yeah, that's amazing. And second year on the medal podium, which is absolutely amazing. How have you kept it up for this year?
Well, last year I got 3rd, and I was really proud of it back then. And to come out this year with the win was amazing.
Absolutely amazing, and well done, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Tilly Young, what a legend. Gold medal in the iron. That's sick.
Wow, I tell you, that is something to celebrate. They're not easy to get those gold medals. They're just getting in. At the moment, we have Manly pulling down in front. So there's a couple of Manly competitors. Could be Jacob Chalmers, Henry Whitehead, or Nate Robertson, Henry or Jacob.
Henry or Jacob, and they've got the same frame too, but it was a half a jag on out the back again. Can he stay in front of this one to maintain the lead?
I think he's done enough to get through here. He's looking behind. He's starting to celebrate. You can see the big smile on his face. A couple of extra strokes will be enough to pull out in front of this wave and run up the beach as a gold medalist. There's a race on behind. There's one with all the boys coming down. You can see the handlers on the beach start to raise the arms, cheer and whistle to get them across.
So Manly in 1, across the finish line. Who's it going to be? Cooks Hill in 2, Manly in 3. So Will Munro in 2, Manly in 3. But what is the order? Is it Whitehead Chalmers or is it Chalmers Whitehead? But it's not going to matter too much because Manly again is going to take home more medals in the under-14 males.
And it does speak to that local knowledge, right? They train just down, you know, a little further south in the corner here. They know this stretch of beach. They do plenty of training, probably paddling down to Queenscliff. And, you know, it is a thing. The local advantage is absolutely a thing. It's like, you know, when the Australian Championships is up on the Gold Coast, you'll see all of the Gold Coast competitors heading to Kurrawa to practice training there. I'm sure the Manly Nippers have done the same here. So, you know, the Manly Nippers have very much been using the surf to their advantage today. And it's so important to have that the awareness and being comfortable in that sort of way. So Trevor G did that with our squad at Umina. So on Tuesdays we would train at North Avoca because it had the double bank and it used to be heavy and volatile, sometimes violent. But again, just being comfortable in those conditions. Absolutely, you get used to it. You get used to judging the height of a wave, whether you need to pop, roll or paddle through that wave. And the more and more you do, it just becomes natural. So that decision making is probably one of the most important elements in this sport. And that's probably the difference, as we were saying, in sort of, you know, even pool swimming or open water swimming or track running, is actually in surf life saving. You need to almost show that sort of wisdom and knowledge from a young age, and that's a really special and awesome part of our sport because we then implement that practically when it comes to saving people in the surf. Isn't that why Ali Day wins all the time, because he makes the least amount of errors? Absolutely, it's a huge part of it. So good. So updating the results for the under-14 males. Henry Whitehead, the big H, taking out the gold medal. Will Munro from Cooks Hill 2, Jacob Chalmers 3 from Manly. Thomas Revelle had a really good surf part swim to his iron. 4th place, that's still unreal. Tommy Chalmers from Swansea Belmont in 5 and Sid Burns from Redhead in 6. But Henry Whitehead, gold medal in the iron. We're going to go to a couple of breaks and we'll be back with you shortly for the 2024 New South Wales Age Championships.
Local clubs make more than 41,000 jobs possible for people in New South Wales, including me.
They make sport possible for thousands, including myself when I was a kid. Go the Robertsons, buddies.
Their support of Little Wings helps sick country kids like my child Winnie get the treatment that they need.
And give more than $1 million a year to help over 20,000 volunteer surf lifesavers continue to patrol and save lives.
All this and more made possible by your local club.
Gemma, back in the commentary box with me. This is still fun. We're just saying how nice and beautiful it is out here at the moment. Again, we say it every year, just having the promenade, it is such a spectator's delight to watch from this beach.
It is such a great spot to have a surf carnival, and the breeze has just come up, so it's starting to cool off a bit. Before, when there was no breeze and the air was kind of just really still, that sun beating down is just so hot. So after a big couple of days on the beach for these guys, it's a bit of a relief to have just that little bit of a breeze to cool things down as we make our way into the last couple of finals of the day.
Cool breeze, but it's heating up in the water. The under-11 female iron is now underway. The start list is Millie Gaudry from Manly, Hannah Pryor from Lennox Head, Alstonville, Alexis Daly from Allura, Charlotte Brown from Wanda, Manly's Alice Woolno, Tully Kipax. Can she get a bit more luck than she had in that board final earlier from Blackhead, looking really strong again. Ella Stevenson from Avoca, Neve Cleary from North Curly, Tiziana Portsy from North Avoca. Great to see North Avoca make a final. It's probably been a little while. A young Emma Duggan has done this many a time. She's a legend of the sport. Good to see her back on the beach. Stella Webster from Avoca, Scarlett Myson from Coogin Headland, Florrie Penny from North Stain, Billy Kasperitz from North Curl, Sophie Rolls from Coogee, Jade Pilkington from Bulleye, and Neve Perry from South Maroubra. Jeez, what a strong crew. Allura and Coogee leading us out.
Yeah, I think Allura and Coogee leading us out. I think that might be Sophie Rolls there from Coogee. She had a great swim before in the surf race, so she'll be looking to make the most of this opening swim leg to set up her iron. So the iron, obviously, where you combine the two legs together, so it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, these junior competitors are always swim first, but it's interesting when they make their way into the board, who can put it together the best. At the end of the day, that's going to be the person who takes out the title.
Yeah, so Alexis Daly out there for Allura as well. Looks like we've got some movement coming from Stella Webster from Avoca through the middle to try and get into that 3rd to 4th spot. And you'll see the action on this bottom turn again here on the red and yellow. Talk us through that, Jim. What do we want to do here?
Yeah, so you can see there, I think Billy from North Kilco just got around that can perfectly. So you make your way around that red and yellow. You do like a big L shape with your body to get around it as quickly as you can. You can see she didn't take an inside stroke. She just really tried to turn and pivot her body as quick as she could to get around that can, and that's sometimes the difference between, you know, opening up a little bit of a lead on that next pack or getting sucked back in and having people swimming on top of your feet. So you really want to try and get around those cans as cleanly as you can, and she's opened up a bit of a lead on the chase pack now. So she's opening up a bit of a gap in 3rd place there, but we've got our 2 leaders out in front, 2 can lengths clear.
2 can length lead. That is pretty solid for an under 11 iron. So the ladies are heading to shore. One's headed a little bit inside right, one out to the left. So we've still got Alexis Daly from Allura and Coogee's swimmer out there. Sophie Rolls won her heat. But geez, look at that. Look at that rate coming through. You can just see the water, the 6-beat kick on that right-hand side there for Sophie Rolls from Coogee, looking ultimately strong through there. Look how much water is moving, Jim.
Yeah, she's doing all the work on her own at the moment. She's really making this opening swim leg her own. She's, opened up a sizable gap on the rest of the field, but Manly there is just hanging on to her feet. So the competitor there from Manly looks like she just might be conserving a little bit. It might be a bit of a tactical play just to sit on the feet of Sophie, who's swimming really strongly out in front. But you can see these girls are making their way back in towards shore now, and they're able to pick up a couple of those little swells coming through as the tide's dropping.
Now, are these 2 coaches' decisions? We want some to go left or some to go right, or is it the old follow the leader?
Well, you can see here the chase pack have definitely gone their own way. So they would have been told by their coaches to come back to a particular spot, because you could see that last little wave that broke through. It looked like it kind of broke on the top of the screen, so they might have seen a bit of a sandbank and some shallower water there. So there's a bit of a wave coming into screen now. They might get a little bit of a lift off it, and you can see these girls here. They've picked the line perfectly. So Billy from North Kilco has picked up that broken wave. So I don't know if it'll hold it all the way to the beach. It's not going to, but she definitely got a bit of an assistance out of that, and she's dolphin diving now, so the water is definitely shallower up there. But the inside of the screen there are early leaders from Manly and Coogee. Looks like they've just missed that little wave, but there's definitely pegged back the lead on these 2 girls.
Yeah, most definitely. So 1 or 2, no damage there. Outside left is probably where it's going to be for Sophie Rolls, trying to pull the way through. One in on shore there. Was that the Kappa Coogee that we saw through there? But, oh, wow. So, it's North Curl, let's go. But Sophie Rolls in 1, Billy Casper is there in 2. So the girls will be doing the throw of the goggles. Oh, a little backhanded catch there from the handler. How good is that?
It's always extra bonus points as a handler if you manage to keep the goggles out of the sand. So a great job there, but these 2 girls looking very strong in their transition around. Got to come around, pick up their boards and head out for this second half of the iron. So they'll be looking, she has a bit of a glance over her shoulder, seeing whereabouts Billy, how close Billy is to her, but don't slow down, keep going. You've got the rest of the chase pack coming right behind.
Yeah, so Millie Gaudry there from Manly looking a little bit maxed out at the moment, but she'll find that second win. Just want to get through the break, get on the board, and then just get into some sort of rhythm, head down on the board and get going. So Bulleye through there, North Curl as well. But at the moment, Manly's out there, so lead. Sophie Rolls. So strong.
Yeah, really impressive after taking that swim leg. You know, she led it pretty much all the way around the cans, didn't back off coming in at all. She still had that big 6-beat kick going, so she's looking super fit, and she's taken the lead in this board leg as well. So she's going to these girls, hang on to me if you can, but she's absolutely flying out there, so really looking to have a good race here.
I'm really liking the depth and the heaviness of the stroke there from our 2nd place competitor, Billy Kasseru. It's just getting the arms nice and deep. A solid rate there from Sophie, but can we maintain it the whole way around? But just look at the back, a little bit longer, a little bit heavier. Are they going to get clipped on that one? 1, 2 and 3 are going to be out nice and clean. That's going to get the rest of the pack. So the medals are only going to come from this 3. I'm calling it early because they've put a fair bit on the pack. But look at this coming through from Millie Gaudry from Manly. Won her semi-final, and she is closing that gap, Jim.
Yeah, she definitely is. She's definitely picking back some ground on those two competitors that we saw clear out back into the beach in that swim. But have a look at that shot. How beautiful is the water as these girls make their way around the cairns. You can see right away to the bottom. It is absolutely beautiful water here at Queenscliff. A stunning day for finals. But out in front, Sophie Rolls making this race her own. She's just turned that first red and yellow can. She's got to go out around the board can. She has a bit of a look over her shoulder going, are these girls still behind me? Yes, they're still chasing you, but she's opened up probably a 3 to 4 board length lead now. So 1, 2 and 3, similar gap between those opening or those 3 lead competitors, and then the rest of the field is definitely a fair way behind. So I'd say we'll have the medals come from these 3 girls. You can see here they're just about to hit the green and yellow, and the rest of the pack is at the red and yellow. So they've got a sizable lead on the rest of the field. But I would say our medals are going to come from these 3 girls. They've opened up an absolutely sizable gap, doing very, very well.
So Sophie Rolls looking really strong. Manly's coming now. Millie Gaudry trying to make her way through. Billy Kasparitz trying to keep her at bay at the moment. But, these little runners, 5 metres isn't too much, but that's what you want to see, Jem. A little bit of light and shade, getting up on top of the wave, maximising that rate to try and get out an extra 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 metres, and that's what's happening on that outside left there with Billy.
Yeah, you can really see as those waves just come underneath the back of the board there, they lift the tail up. They're going to be trying to get down that wave, but it looks like, the second and third are just going to miss it. So this might give our leader, Sophie Rolls there, a ride all the way back into the beach. That is what you want sometimes. She's done this the hard way, all the way on her own. She's just going to fall off the back of it as it hits the shore. So
race not over yet. Wow.
And race isn't over. The second and third place from Manly and North Kirkhill are coming. So do not stop, Sophie. Keep going. She's got off her board. That is exactly what she needed to do. Very, very well done there. She didn't wait for the wave to catch her. She just kept going. Great work. She's going to run up the beach. She's going to be our gold medal winner, but I think the real fight is going to be for second and third place. Going to be super, super tight. I think we've got Billy there from North Kirkhill. She will take second place, and then Manly, I would say that's Millie Gaudry. Fantastic finish for those girls, and then Byron Bay running up for 4th place. So a great finish there.
Blackhead.
It's the
Blackhead.
worst.
It is so hard to remember. Tully Kipax, she's going to take home a 4th place, but unbelievable stuff. Just imagine getting out there, just throwing it down to the surf leg. I'm going to give you guys a couple of body lengths lead. I'm going to work my way around through that transition and then have enough trust to know that the work I've done all season is going to make sure that I protect it and take home that gold.
Yeah, that's what you want, to be able to put together a good race. These girls, it's their last individual final for the day. So to finish on a high is such a great feeling, and definitely something that, these girls would have been coming into this weekend hoping to be able to do. So they can definitely, finish the day, hold their head high, take their medals back to their club, show it off to all their club mates there. But a fantastic race there from Sophie Rolls from Coogee and Billy Kasparitz, North Kirkhill, and then we did have Millie Gaudry there in 3rd place from Manly.
Oh, the girls. Go to the girls we saw on screen before from Scarlett Myson from Coogee Headlands making her way across the line. South Maroubra, Marty, what a legend, looking after a really nice squad down there. Really good crew at the moment from South Maroubra. There's a bit of an uprising of their nippers coming through. So you'll see Marty, a lot of the carnivals, Georgie boy as well, doing a lot of officialing in the... again, it's culture's the main thing that breeds success, right? It's a joy to be around, and you want to try and be the best you can be with people who are going to bring out the best with you. You're only going to have good things happen.
Absolutely. It's all about the environment that you have around you. It not only makes rocking up at training every day, really enjoyable, but you get to go and hang out with some of your best mates. So it's fantastic when you get a good little squad to train together, and it really feeds from the top. So the coaches and all of the age managers that help build these nipper age groups all the way through is fantastic to see. So it's, great for those girls to see them up and amongst it. But just below the top 3 there in that under 11 female iron-person final, we did have Tully Kipax from Blackhead in 4th, Niamh Cleary from North Kirkhill in 5th, and then Tiziana Portees from North Avoca in 6th.
Unbelievable. Go North Avoca, get in there. So in the water now, we are with the under 11. Talk us through the start here, Jem. We'll bring up that start list for everyone at home. But I tell you what, this is exciting stuff.
Yeah, fantastic start for these boys here. You can really see, you know, the white water that's been breaking through. They're really in that kind of aerated water. It is a lighter coloured, bit of a mix of the white coloured. So it's it's fantastic for these boys to have a great start. But we're going to throw down to Sophie, the winner of our last race.
We're here with Sophie, under 11's Iron Champion. So, Sophie, can you tell me today, we've seen the surf change a bit. Have you noticed a difference between this morning and now?
So I could run off my board when I finished.
Yeah, and we saw that finish there. So you jumped off the board a bit earlier than the other girls. How do you train for something like that?
I train.
Do you do anything different? Do you have to do a lot of practice of getting off the board and then running up the beach?
We usually get off on our knees, so it's easier. Bunny jump off quickly, so we can get that lead.
Nice. And so earlier today, I heard you had another good result. How was that?
Yeah, it was amazing. I'm so stoked winning the swim and the iron.
Today. Back to you guys.
Unbelievable stuff. 11 iron person in the water, Jen. Start list for us, please.
Here we go. In our under 11 males, we've got Patrick Blair from Swansea Belmont, Liam Blair also from Swansea Belmont, so possibly twins there. Ryder Pittmans from North Cronulla, Roland Cohen from Byron Bay, Jesse Jackson from just down the beach at Manly, Bailey Hodgson from Cooks Hill, Leo Dean from up the coast at Yamba, as well as Clarence Doherty from Yamba, Joseph Coots from Cooks Hill, Brandon Sheeky from Allura, William Bothart from Allura, Charlie Roberts, North Bondi, Harley Schools from Allura, Hugh Morgan from Woolgoolga, Reed Martinez from Wanda, and Caden Fitzpatrick from Ocean Beach.
And a lead swimmer who's just punched out, probably a 3-can lead at the moment, and we're just waiting to see that clap as we get to see who it's going to be.
I think it's a Swansea Belmont cap out in front, so Patrick or Liam Blair.
Liam Blair smoked him in the semi-final, so he's out with a massive lead at the moment. Liam Blair from Swansea Belmont. Nice high elbows. Bit of a peek behind Jem. Sometimes it's important to see where everyone else is. Get that head up in front. Have a peek to see where is your mark. Where are we supposed to come in? Because we don't want to swim any further than necessary.
No, absolutely not. You can see he keeps his head down for a couple of, pretty much probably, I'd say every 10 strokes. He's having a bit of a look up now, just making sure that he's come right in, so he mightn't be able to see his landmark or exactly where he's going to come back to. You can see him just change course a little bit, so he might have swam a bit off his mark that his coach might have told him to come back to. So just did a bit of course correction there. It is important to make sure you come back to the right spot, because as we saw before in that last race, it made all the difference in that opening swim leg to come back to the shallow spot where the waves are breaking. So he might just be able to pick up this little one, or he's just going to fall off the back. So he's going to have to swim pretty much all the way into shore. There isn't those waves breaking through like we've seen in some of those other races, but there might just be enough for him. There's a bit of a wave building behind him now. He can see it as he looks under his arm. It's going to break perfectly in the right spot, and look at that body surfing technique. Head down, nice and streamlined. Takes a breath to the side, and that is textbook.
Yeah, not too many strokes, just enough to get a breath, hold it through and get into it. Spoke with Liam earlier on the beach today. He was the one that had the claim of all claims, won the under-9 surf race, won the under-10 surf race, absolutely annihilated the field today, Jem, in the under-11 surf race. He's having a look behind him. He's looking comfortable at the moment. Trotting, jogging?
Yeah, he looks like he's pretty comfortable, just having a bit of a trot around the transition, sucking in some deep breaths. So he is absolutely streeted the field in this opening swim leg, so it might have taken him a little bit out of him, but it'll be interesting to see how he goes when he jumps onto the board, picks up that back handle, board under the arm, and he's charging back into the water. So you want to get through this little shore break as quick as you can, get through that white water. Does a couple of bunny hops, but the rest of the field, as we can see, is making their way through transition. So we've got a Manly cap there, Allura, North Cronulla, and Yamba up in the mix as well. So these boys are on the chase.
Yeah, so
just falls off his board as he gets in there. I think that was
Jesse Jackson, yeah.
Jesse from Manly. So sometimes little mistakes cost you. So he just probably wasn't thinking, or maybe a little bit fatigued as he's come out of that swim, but he managed to get back on nice and quickly. It shouldn't affect him too much, but we can see the rest of the field coming through transition there. These boys are looking pretty strong.
Yeah, Allura, a couple of boys in there. So Brandon Sheeky and Willem Botha. Willem Botha got third in his semi-final. So he's up there towards that pack, and the rest of the guys coming through. Great to see Yamba in the finals there as well. Woolgoolga as well. Hugh Morgan from Woolgoolga. Again, name up in lights, but at the moment, Liam Blair absolutely streaking the field. Oh, geez, Jen, what's that, 40 metres so far?
Yeah, he's really opened up a sizable gap, and he's not looking like he's slowing down at all. His board technique looks really solid. You can see he's sinking his arms in nice and deep. The strokes, he's really sinking those elbows in. He's got the legs kicking out of the water. He isn't looking around. His head's down. He'll turn this red and yellow, go around that apex can. He has a little bit of a look under his shoulder, goes, where are these boys? But don't worry, you've got a bit of a gap on the rest of the field at this stage of the race, but he can't take his foot off the pedal just yet, because as we've seen sometimes as you come back into that wave zone, one can pick up the back markers from behind and it comes to a sprint up the beach.
So boys and girls working home, I want you to take notice of this young man on the board there. Chest is low, chin is low, and look at those legs. Circular motion, not touching the water too much. He's not kicking, his heels aren't touching him on the bottom or anything like that. He's got nice, strong arms, deep elbows, reaching forward. So if you want to be a fast board paddler, just do what Liam's doing there and you'll be fine. Amazing stuff.
Absolutely. He's making it look very easy at the moment. He's extending that lead as he's coming back into the beach there. So hopefully he'll be hoping for a wave to pick him up, and it looks like there might be a couple building. So if he can manage to get in, there's one building behind him right now. So this might be enough. If he can keep his board speed, he has a bit of a look. He can see that wave coming. So just makes a little bit of an adjustment back, and he should be able to pick up this wave. No problems at all. And he will pick this one up all the way to the beach. Hard work pays off. You can see he's pumped.
He's loving it. So he's making his way through that little gutter in there, and he's still working so hard, so far in front. Unbelievable. What a masterclass. So sometimes you'll see the top swimmers will just try and throw it out there and just hold on for dear life, but there was no holding on here. I'm just going to extend that lead and absolutely annihilate the field. Keep that finger up, young man, because you are number one. Coach, handler, possibly dad, loving the work there. Wow, look at that. He's going to salute to the crowd. He's going to give everyone a high five. Come on.
He's got time for the fans at the end. He's got that much of a gap on the rest of the field. So a fantastic reward there for hard work. He took it out early in the swim and only extended his lead in the board and was paid off with that little wave into the beach. But we got a three-way sprint finish for second and third here. It looks like Manly on the inside. And Yamba.
Hold on, Leo. Leo Dean, is he going to be able to get that silver medal? He's done the plane after Leo Dean from Yamba.
How good there.
Or was it Clarence? Geez, that's Clarence Doherty.
And then we had Allura there in third, so either Brandon Sheeky or William Botha from Allura, all Harry schools. So it will be interesting to see who was our third place as the final results come up. But the rest of the field there making their way back into shore. We can see North Cronulla there, just crossing the line.
Jim, I want to go back 30 seconds. Liam Blair coming in, high-fiving through the chute, grabbing the banner with two hands, raising it to the sky. The year is 2024. It is 12 o'clock on Sunday, the 10th of March. In 10 years' time, do you think this could be something we might be able to see again from this kid, but at the bigger ranks?
Absolutely. He's got all of the skills and the foundations there to be able to, continue through. So it's impressive to see such a incredible performance from somebody, that is so young, and to be able to do that in his own age group, I've got no doubt that he can continue to build upon that performances over the next couple of years and, continue to go from strength to strength. So it's fantastic to see a lot of the talent transfer from these age competitors all the way up as they make their way through. They get to Opens and 15s, 17s, 19s, and then up into the open competitive category. So hopefully he'll continue to stay involved in the sport. He definitely sounds like, from his interview this morning, that he's loved it. From his three-time surf race winner, and he's just taken out the iron. So he's definitely got the right skills and mindset there to continue to be super competitive. And hopefully competitors like him continue to love and be involved for the sport for many, many years to come.
You've got to find the fun, and you've got to keep doing it.
Absolutely. You've got to enjoy what you're doing, and we're so lucky that we're involved in a sport there's so many different conditions you can come down to every day, and there's always something that's, it's fantastic just to be involved with, and you get to meet up with all your mates all the time, and as you get to race each other at state, that's one of the many fond memories I've got from going up. So I think we've got the under 12 female iron person just starting their race now. So looks like Sadie Martin there from Umina really doing well in this opening couple of meters dolphin diving out. So the girls will be able to see the whitewater coming towards them, and when they do, they really want to reach down to the bottom, grab hold of the sand, and then push off after the whitewater has gone over the top of them to be able to get into their swim stroke. So she's making a great start in this opening leg of this iron person, but Mia too from North Bondi also we saw take out the surf race earlier, so I've got no doubt she'll be hanging in there and coming out really strong in this opening swim.
So Sadie won her semi-final earlier just in front of Mia, who's Sophie Maley tucked in behind her, Matilda Harvey there from Avoca, and then Kendall Payne from Gerringong. She had a really strong board paddle earlier, just a bit unlucky to be out of the medal, so she won her semi-final. Molly Young from Newport, Tamsin Wilson and Olive Morris there from Avoca. They were our top 4 from both semi-finals. But one thing to note that Sadie Martin went in the semi-final, just got 6th earlier in the surf race. Great result for her, but I think she'd be hungry because she got 4th last year in the surf race. She probably wanted to do better, get into those medals. 4th is an unbelievable result in any state titles, but sometimes you just need something to hang around your neck.
Yeah, I think she had a fantastic swim in that surf race earlier today. I think she was probably a little bit unlucky, to be honest, to not be higher up in the placings than 6th, but yeah, she's really trying to channel that probably a little bit of disappointment into this opening swim race before. But we have the results come through from the under 11 male iron person. So it was Liam Blair from Swansea, as we said, absolutely dominating this race, followed by Leo Dean from Yamba. Well done to Leo. William Botha from Allura, followed by Jesse Jackson from Manly, Ryder Pittmans from North Cronulla, and Charlie Roberts from North Bondi. So well done to those boys on a fantastic race to round out their individual races here at the Age Championships.
Yeah, Willem Bortag putting it down for Allura, so good. I just wanted to say it that way, thanks. I love some good enunciation, and that's what I do best. Back to the water, under 12 female iron person, and it looks like we've got...
I think we've got Mia Hu and Sadie Martin out clear of the rest of the field, but yeah, they've really opened up a huge gap on the rest of the field at this early stage, but Mia Hu looks like she's running away with it at the moment, but Sadie Martin is doing a fantastic job there just to try and hang on, try and stay as close as she can to Mia. As we said before, she had a great surf race, probably ended up a little bit unlucky, but she's having a great swim in this iron person.
So Mia Hu is at that next level in flat conditions because you can't chase it. Fast is fast, flat water, pool swimming, board paddling, maximum speed, can go all day. But then this is where the surf skills come into it. Sadie Martin, they're looking strong, nice high elbows. But it looks like we've got a bit of a chase coming from the pack there. So we've got the South Maroubra cap south of Sophie Maley, Tamsin Wilson from Manly, and Kendall Payne from Gerringong, thereabouts at the moment as well. And yeah, it looks like they're actually getting a little bit closer, trying to get into that wave zone as quick as possible. Is something going to transpire? Something out the back. Sadie Martin just lifting that up a little bit. Mia Hu as well, not too much on offer for them at the moment.
No, there's not much on offer for the leaders, which is always a bit nerve-wracking as you come back into the wave zone. If it kind of goes a little bit flat, because you know if there's a lull, there might be a set that's forming out the back that might bring some of these chase pack behind you and catch right up. So these girls, even though, you know, they've had to do it the hard way, she's really opened up a really solid gap.
And that's in the space of 20 metres, Jim.
Yeah, and you can see there, I think that'll be enough, or not quite for Mia to get into the beach, but the chase pack there's just caught a wave up to Sadie Martin. So I think that's North Curl there that's had a great little swim up to finish off. It's a green cap there, but Mia Hu is going to hit the beach in front still. She's done a fantastic job, had to do it the hard way, no wave assistance whatsoever. So she'll be the first one up through transition, looking really solid there. She's charging through, so she's not looking behind at all either. So she's not looking around where everyone else is. Her handler might be yelling out a couple of words of encouragement, and the rest of the cheer squad there from North Bondi, I've got no doubt they'll be cheering her on as she makes her way through, but the rest of the pack has definitely closed that gap.
And the goggles around neck, is that a personal decision where she doesn't trust the handler's catching ability, or just more comfort?
It could be. Who knows? Maybe she's keeping them there just in case, but it looks like
Kendall Payne from Gerringong in second at the moment there. Gem Allura in there at the moment as well. Charlie Moses trying to get into there, but just some of the girls are hurting so much through the transition. Bulli, South Maroubra, more Manly, but all it is just more and more of a lead. Look at that line straight out through the right, whilst everyone else is popping and getting, I guess, clip those couple extra times, and all that's going to do is extend that lead for our eventual champion, Mia Hu.
Yeah, she read that really well, and I think it was probably a little bit of, tactics from her coach as well, but she had to negotiate that little bit of a shore break. She got through that nice and cleanly, and then got out into that deeper water, picked her way out in the deeper water, so she didn't have to pop and sit up, stop her board speed to go through that white water. So Mia Hu, absolutely phenomenal surf skills there, but the rest of the field looks like they might just get held up by a couple of waves here, which is only going to extend that lead. So the chase pack there, had to punch through a couple waves. They're going to have to sit up and potentially, pop through a couple more. So that's going to slow them up.
So that chase pack of 12, Gem, close enough to take out 2 to 3 medals that are still on offer. So, wow. Couple getting back shot there. Again, lead getting opened up. Great line through that left-hand side there for Mia Hu. So we've got 12 bodies still in the race for that silver and bronze medal, while Mia Hu just makes her merry way around to collect another iron gold medal.
Yeah, it's an incredible performance that she's putting together here. After getting caught kind of coming in that swim with the chase pack catching up with a little bit of a wave, she's only, dominated this opening half of this board race of the final leg of this iron person, and she's going to be pretty much at the green and gold as our second place Kendall Payne from Gerringong in second at the moment. So
Molly Young chasing hard from Newport, tucked in behind. South Maroubra there as well. Sophie Maley still working hard. All the Manly caps, all the Allura caps, Yamina, Warilla Break Point. Avoca still in at the moment. That's going to be Matilda Harvey, daughter of club president Stu Harvey. Been racing well all summer, and we'll be trying to get into that top 10. But out of shot, who have we got in the massive lead at the moment?
Yeah, Mia Hu definitely still our very dominant leader at this present stage, but you can see, she's just pulled down a wave, and that will be enough. That is an absolutely incredible performance there. She'll be able to ride this one all the way back in. So she's still having to work a little bit as that wave reforms in that little bit of a trough, but it'd be no issues whatsoever for her. She's able to negotiate that and catch it all the way into the beach. An absolutely dominant performance there. Very, very solid surf skills in the swim and the board. Super strong transition, which set it all up for that opening swim leg, and then to finish it off in that board leg. So a very worthy gold medal winner of our under 12 female iron person.
Congratulations, Mia Hu. That was an absolute masterclass. Races on out the back there. It looks like we've got Molly Young trying to hold off South Maroubra, Sophie Maley for that third spot, because Kendall Payne from Gerringong is trying to hold on. Now, we saw some waves break on that right-hand edge. We can see Sadie Martin there from Yamina, Allura. Avoca still trying to push through, Manly on the inside right. But through the middle of the screen there, is there going to be a medal going home to Gerringong? Kendall Payne trying to hold on to that silver medal, but we've got a little bit of a wave on that inside right. It's in the right place to get through a sprint finish, but you need to be close to that turning can, Jim.
Yeah, typically the inside is the better line, but Gerringong got up in front, so Kendall Payne had an absolute perfect finish there, perfect dismount, and she's going to have to try and hold off the inside girls here, so she wants to get nice and tight on that turning pole, and I think she's just going to do enough. She does. I think she'll be our silver medal winner, followed by Molly Young there from Newport. So a great dismount to come from the outside. Had to run a bit further, but just got off that 1 to 2 seconds earlier, which gave her that jump on the other two girls. So a fantastic finish.
Kendall Payne, what skills shown. Again, usually the first one up running is more than likely going to be the one to get across that line first. So Kendall Payne in 2, Molly Young in 3. So Kendall Payne from Gerringong, Molly Young from Newport, and our champion Mia Hu. She's already been scanned. So good. So keep up with all the action on live heats. And on behalf of Surf Life Saving New South Wales, we'd like to thank our major sponsors, your local club, Oakberry Acai. I've had a couple already. They're very healthy. They're very delicious, especially in the hot weather. Makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Yes, they're very delicious, especially when the weather is like this and it's as warm as it is. They're the best way to have a refreshing, nice little snack on the beach here. So it's fantastic that
with peanut butter
that Oakberry have jumped on board again and continue to support Surf Life Saving New South Wales. And absolutely, peanut butter is the only way to go.
Mia, who so far out in front. Simo from in front, would be happy that she's paddling one of her boards because she is fast. And look at that start. Knees nice and high. Aggressive dive. Try and get deep 1 and 2 through and out. Couple more dolphin dives. Jem, you are elite level at this. How far are you trying to come up behind these waves when there's a bit of whitewash there?
Yeah, you really want to try and come up as far as beyond the whitewater as you can. So you want to go down just before the whitewater hits you. You don't want to have it hit you as you're going down because it's going to slow your speed right down. So you want to go down a couple of meters before the whitewater hits you, go right to the bottom, crawl along the bottom for as far as you can, and then pop back up.
Are you a split squat jumper or 2 feet together?
When I'm dolphin diving, I'm split feet, but when I'm going under like bigger waves out the back, if there's a sandbar, I go 2 feet push off together because a lot of the time you need a bit more power to come back up if it's a bit deeper on the back bank. So yeah, you kind of alter it as you go, but sometimes you can't even reach the bottom when it's super big when you're racing up, you know, in Queensland and there's a big double bank on a stormy day. So yeah, it really just depends. You really want to just try and stay underwater for as long as you can though, so you don't come up in the washing machine that the white water throws up at you. But these guys won't have to worry about that too much today. But we've got our under 12 male iron person in the water at the moment. We've got an early leader from what it looks like might be a Lennox Head Alstonville cap, followed by Wanda there. So having a great start to this race. We can really see that diamond formation starting to form as people just try and filter in behind the early leaders to try and get a bit of a wash and assistance as they make their way out to that can. So a lot of the time too, the leader has to pick the way out because there's no one else to follow, and the rest of the boys might just tack in behind him, hoping he's going to the right can and has picked the right route, and he has. He's absolutely nailed his line, hits that red and yellow, and then quickly has turned around. But this is really still quite a close race compared to that last under 12 female iron person we saw. There's definitely a lot of people still in this one.
So in the lead at the moment, Billy Stewart from Lennox Head Alstonville won his heat. Tucked in second behind him is the Prince, Jordan Prince from Wanda, trying to hold on. And then it looks like we've got Northstein tucked in behind there as well, and then North Bondi. But to start this, after those two, we've got Tanui Morel from Cooks Hill, Bart Carmody from North Bondi, Sasha Gordon from Manly, Billy Holford from South Maroubra, Sammy Cregan from North Bondi, Fletcher Selick from Cronulla, Max Tsarov from Wanda, Harry Bolton from the Lakes, George Nixon from Bronte, Carter Codd from Coogee, B. Davidson Redhead, Jackson Swingler from Cronulla, Chase Harrison from Swansea Belmont, and rounding out our top 16, Ollie Blatchford from Redhead. But game on at the moment, Billy Stewart leading us out, Jem.
Yeah, Billy Stewart, he's had a great day so far, but he's trying to, in this opening swim leg, he might just get a little bit of a lift off this wave, or just kind of fills up a little bit where he was. So it might give the Wanda competitor, Jordan Prince or Max Drazarov, a little bit of assistance there. They're not quite going to be able to get it, but look at this wave building behind them now. They might get a little bit more of a lift off that one. Oh, just not enough. Just
so
a little bit of a teaser.
Lots of teasing. George Nixon on the outside left there with the gold and black cap of Bronte. A really strong swim at the moment, just trying to keep those legs driving through, pulling all the water. But at the moment, Billy Stewart out in the lead, out the back. Is it jag time, Jem?
Oh, look at this wave come through. It's picked up some of our back markers and it might just carry them through the top of the screen there. They've done a fantastic job to hold that all the way into the beach. So I think that might be a North Bondi and potentially a Manly cap there that have done really well. But it's definitely picked up and gone past our early leaders. So
Bart Carmody on the outside right there for North Bondi, holding that through. We haven't seen that all morning, Gemma, and unfortunately it's happened to Billy Stewart from Lennox Head. Looks like that's going to be, is that a Manly cap up and out there as well at the moment? So Manly 1, Sasha Gordon 2 is going to be Bart Carmody from North Bondi. Bit of luck on the outside for the boys, but they won't want to waste this opportunity, leading their way into the board leg of a final at state.
No, that's it. You can see paid dividends to go a little bit of a different route on the way in then. So maybe the local knowledge from Manly, they've come down and trained here the past couple of weeks. They know exactly where they're going to be, and they've just managed to go a little bit further south coming in, and it paid dividends. They're able to hold that wave all the way into the beach. So it definitely pays as well to have a look at the races before you, know what's worked, what hasn't, and you can learn a lot from, you know, watching the conditions as this tide has changed and really have changed up these these wave conditions as we've seen across the early morning. So it's, yeah, he's definitely making it every poster winner here at the moment. Sasha Gordon from Manly has had a fantastic transition out into this board leg and is negotiating his way out through the white water at the moment. He looked like he just picked the right route out, was still in that deeper water. He's had to sit up and pop one just there that the others have just punched through, so he might have been pegged back a little bit, but he's still really attacking it, punches through that one there, just ducks his head down to the side so it doesn't clop a face full of water. But it still looks like we've got Billy
I'm
from
just
Lennox
laughing,
Head.
Jim, because I thought it was over for all money, and he just perked his head through that side left door. He's like, oi, mate, relax. This isn't over yet. I'm still here, and I'm going to be chasing you down. So Billy Stewart, comfortable through the swim, absolutely got jagged hard, but still kept his composure, worked hard on that transition, and he's just going to pick it off inch by inch until we get around to that last can. But at the moment, Sasha Gordon should be paddling scared because they're coming.
Yeah, I think they're definitely pegging back a bit of ground on him there. So it is Billy Stewart working with...
So Sammy Cregan and Bart Carmody, both of North Bondi, in about 3rd and 4th at the moment. Billy Stewart's thereabouts at the moment.
Yeah, and the rest of the boys there are working really hard to catch up. So unlike we saw in that last race, these boys are still really tight. And 2nd and 3rd there just get a bit of a lift. So they've caught our leader and even gone past him. So Bart Carmody there from North Bondi looks like he's just caught right up alongside Sasha Gordon. So this race definitely isn't over. It's going to be neck for neck all the way back into the beach. And I think it's going to come down to who can pick up a little wave. It looks like they look behind. There might be a couple start to build behind them. So we might have a couple on this wave here.
And gone back to his little alley on that left-hand side. Was it paid dividends before? Come on, are they going to be able to pull down the top of this one? Top left-hand side, North Bondi. Can he stay in front? We've seen it fill up really quick through there, through the middle, Jam, on that gutter. Keep that board speed up, little double up. Try and shoot over the top of it. Maximum rate. And you just see the water moving from left and right, just fattening up. Can he get the nose over the top?
Yeah, he did that very, very well. So not only did he manage to pull down that wave that the other three didn't, but he managed to then continue to keep his board speed up and hit the beach in front. Did it well when the wave reformed. You can see massive smiles there, so he is stoked with that result, as he should be. He had all of the right skills coming back into the beach negotiating his board, so he is pumped. What a race.
Unbelievable. Still going to call that as Bart Carmody on that outside right. Sammy Cregan through there. Billy Stewart, the big boys, you're going to hold on for that silver medal. Lettuce for all of the surf portion of the race. He's going to come across the line. There's Sammy Cregan from North Bondi in 3. And then great effort there from Sasha Gordon in 4th. Redheads beat Davidson. Also Ollie Blatchford wander there as well. Max Zarov. Wow. North Bondi. A couple of good waves from that right-hand alley. Coaches have been now looking at that one for the next race coming up. Is that the spot we need to be, or are we heading further south while we're turning that last can, Gem?
Yeah, it looked like in that race, in the swim and the board legs being that little bit further south, the waves continued to trickle through all the way to the beach, where if you're on that northern side, they kind of just died up and didn't really pick up the competitors that were on that side. So I think they'll definitely be, the coaches would have been watching that, the handlers, they would have been seeing, you know, what worked, what didn't, and giving that feedback back to their other competitors that have still got races to come as we move into the last couple of irons and then Cameron Relay. So looks like we've got a little bit of a disappointing competitor there, potentially from Redhead. That's all right, that happens in surf. So he'll be looking to pick himself back up as he trots up.
It's a state final though, should be pretty pumped up. Just to be in the big dance, give yourself every opportunity. Hopefully there's no stingers or anything out there, but he's put all the extra tats on the shoulders. I'm assuming they're all the redhead ones, but again, that's one thing I've just noticed over the last 3 years. A lot more texture on the face from the boys.
A lot more texture on the face, a lot more decorative body art.
Lots of moustaches, lots of beards, lots of goatees drawn, lots of unibrows, because that's fun supposedly. So the kids, you know, will do anything they can to have fun and just make themselves stand out that little bit more. But again, state championships here at Queenscliff and North Stain, it is all about the fun, and more fun coming up. Jem, teams races, your favourite?
We love to see teams races to finish off our finals day. So we've got our under 13 female Cameron Relay coming up next. Got teams there from Swansea Belmont. Look out for the team from Avoca Beach as well. Yamba, we've got some Coogin Headland teams represented as well. Yamana team there. after Savannah Glynn took out the board race earlier as well. So look for them. They'll be strong. And a North Bondi team to round out our top 15 teams. So the opening competitors here, the swimmers, they'll go off first. They're ready for a start.
And it is their last effort of the championships too. So whatever's in the tank, just leave it out. Whether you're running, whether you're swimming, whether you're board paddling, last effort for the team, last effort for the cap on your head, especially for these nippers, because 13s now will get an opportunity to compete at Aussies. So we want to try and keep the momentum going, see how we actually track against the rest of the states, so that when it comes time to get to Aussies as well, that we're going to be able to see whether or not we can actually make that next level and to get to that final at Aussies.
Absolutely, and these girls wouldn't have raced really any other competitors apart from their New South Wales counterparts before. So it's a big unknown going to Aussies for the first time. You know, who's going to be strong from what states and what clubs around the country. So it's a fantastic experience that these girls will hopefully get to go up there to the Sunshine Coast in a couple of weeks' time, up in the stretch of Maroochydore. So it'll be fantastic for them to experience that. But it looks like at the moment we've got a leader here early on from North Curl. So these girls have been strong all morning, but it'll be interesting. As we said, they've got one last effort, one last swim to put together for their team before they come in and tag their runner, who'll then go around to tag the board paddler, and then their final second runner as well. So a team of 4 as we move into these Cameron relays. So 4 people from the same club will be looking to put together a great performance to round out a really fantastic couple of days of racing at these age championships.
4 days are up to. Lots of days, lots of fun, lots of action. And I tell you what, it's nice to have some commentary coming through. Just got a quick message and the things we learned along the way. So young Blair from Swansea Belmont that's winning everything. Should have known Josh Blair's dad. Oh, it's Josh Blair's son. So the dad is Josh Blair, Nutrigrain Ironman, multiple series, and then the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
No, absolutely not. You see a lot of pedigree in the surf sports community a lot of the time. There's mums and dads who've been involved in the sport, and then when their kids come back through the nipper ranks, you can really tell that they've got amazing skills, but also that knowledge is able to be passed on to their kids. So it definitely does help a lot of the genetics when the genetics are strong, but the main thing is that the kids are just out there enjoying it. And I think that's what's really great about Surf Life Saving is the families often stay involved for a long amount of time, and you can get the kids back involved in it. You often see multiple generations involved in the same surf club, and it's not all about racing out here and being competitive. There's plenty of different avenues that family members can take and keep involved in the surf club. So it's a fantastic involvement to be a part of.
Yeah, it is. I found my avenue and I'm really enjoying it. But if you want your kids to be good in this sport, they just have to catch waves. Just have fun out there.
Yeah.
That's all it is. There's no secret. Just catch waves. If you want to be out there, be at one with the water, learn the skills, have as much fun as you can, test yourself in trying conditions, but just have your fun.
That's it. And I think that's what's really great too when you come together in a team event like this in the Cameron Relay. You get to line up alongside 3 of a lot of time your closest mates that you spend many mornings training together at the pool, and then in the afternoons on the beach as well. So they might necessarily go to the same school, they mightn't have any other connection apart from being together in the same surf club. So it's a fantastic way to meet new people and continue to strengthen and develop friendships along the way.
And speaking of connection, Coogee trying to hold on to North Curl in this first leg, the surf race coming through. They've put a little bit of a gap on the 3rd to 6th chase squad at the moment, but that's going to be Joss Melbourne from North Curly holding onto that lead at the moment. Going to be handing over to their board paddler runners shortly. So North Curl 1, Coogee there in 2. A bit of a wave. Did anyone get any assistance? And it just, we might be a little bit on out the back there. Just hold those streamline girls. Again, surf skills is where it's going to have to be. Just a little bit of a change over there. So we've gone from a lead 2 to a pack of 6 now.
Yeah, but Joss Melbourne there, still out in front. Has got that beautiful freestyle stroke all the way through. So she's going to hopefully pick up this little one, but the rest of the field is going to be right there with her. She does very well, holds that head down, streamline kick all the way through. So she is going to hold that one all the way through to the beach. She'll stand up and tag her runner in front. You can see she's getting her legs out nice and high to the side there waiting. She tags her runner in front. The runners, here we go. This is their last little dash up the beach. Got the arms and legs pumping, trying to get that cadence up nice and high. Get around as quick as they can. Don't look too far behind you. Keep that head moving forwards. You don't want to be looking around at all. So she'll tag the board paddler. You can see the hand just went up there just to go, I'm here. It's sometimes a bit tricky to pick up your board paddler when you've got another 15 competitors there on the line as well with similar coloured boards. It's sometimes hard to pick them, so a little bit of a wave. As you can see the girls there, I'm here, come tag me, and the rest of the field is nice and close though.
So North Curl in the lead. Evie Davis now on the board there. See Lily Carpenter from Yamina, sprint specialist, getting her way around. North Bondi there in 2. What do we got there? Bronte just on that outside left. Yamina pushing hard, but at the moment that lead is with North Curl. Sav Glynn fresh off her board win. Can she pull back some space there? Coogee out second. North. Coogee and Headland, Avoca out there in probably about 5th or 6th at the moment. But at the moment, Evie Davis trying to extend that lead for North Curl.
Yeah, it looks like she might just get over the top of this one. She does, might just get held up a little bit, but the rest of the field is going to have to pop through that one. So she is going to get through that break nice and cleanly now. She's out into the deeper water, so she doesn't have to worry about getting through any more waves. She can just focus on paddling as fast as she can, getting that board up and moving around those cans. But the rest of the field there, we can see North Bondi, Coogee, Yamina, our winner from the board race before, Sav Glynn, is making her way up there. So if there's one person you don't want hunting you down, it is the winner of the board race earlier. So these girls are going to have to be on their game. There is a pack there of what I think we've got 7 or 8 chasing. So it's going to be tight. They've got to get around these cans nice and cleanly. No one's getting cut off. They've given each other a bit of room, which is what we like to see. So that is sometimes the risk. If you try to cut off your other competitors, you get a bit tangled up, and sometimes it doesn't pay dividends. So the girls there making their way around the black and white, but we've got North Curl still out in front looking very, very strong.
Bronte just sitting in about 2nd or 3rd spot at the moment. Wow, Coogee thereabouts as well. Bit of a move coming from Manly on the outside, but North Curl still holding on to that lead. And geez, this is the racing we want to see, Jem. The last effort for the girls. Now, coaching, last few races, right-hand side is where the waves have been. Have we been listening? Were the guys going to try and gamble, get on that right-hand edge? And that's exactly where North Bondi's going. It paid dividends before. Yamina, Avoca heading to that inside left, Bronte to the outside right, Coogee straight back in. But again, North Bondi on that outside right, trying to get the action from where it was earlier.
Yeah, and there's also, we've had a bit of a breeze puff up from this northeast direction, which is kind of pushing the competitors further south down the beach as they're following that wind. So you don't want to fight the chop. As you can see, our competitor there from North Bondi did really well to pull back up alongside North Curl there. That's paid dividends. She didn't fight it. She worked really hard to milk anything that the ocean threw at her, and she managed to pick it up and has pegged back our leader.
Yeah, another wave coming from behind, but then these girls are going to get stuck in that hole there. So 1st and 2nd's pretty clear at the moment. It's going to be one sprint finish coming through. A nice move from North Bondi, getting about a board length and a half. Where is your person to tag? Where are they? Get out to the board, and they're away. Is North Bondi going to be able to hold on? What a nice show of surf skills here, just maintaining that rate through. North Bondi on the tag, and they're going to win this one easily. Great skills on that finish. So important that the plan is executed as per instructions from the coach. North Bondi in 1, North Curl in 2, sprint finish on for 3, 4 and 5. Bodies are out of the water, waiting for the final tag. It's going to be Avoca in 3 from nowhere, Bronte in 4, Coogee 5, Yamina in 6. Get out of here. Where did that come from, Jem?
I know, what a fantastic finish for those girls. I think we had a bit of a wave throw, a bit of a spanner in the works there. A couple of our competitors on the board got caught up and overtaken right on the shore, so that is the nature of surf life saving. But they had to also find their runner to tag, so that can be sometimes a little bit tricky, making the tag from the board, the craft, to find your runner and get, you know, a bit of a head start up onto that flag as quickly as you can. So it can be a little bit tricky sometimes.
Good to see Monavale making a state final for the Cameron Resorts, the under-13. South Maroubra on screen, so too Cronulla. But wow, geez, crowd of plenty down there. Finals afternoon, 12:30. What else would you rather be doing on a Sunday afternoon, Jim? Hope you guys are enjoying the action at home, because we are loving it down here on the promenade. Yamba. How good is it?
So good to see so many different clubs represented from all around the state. We could see just on the race replay on screen now, we had our early leader from North Curl, Joss Melbourne, led right from the front. Unfortunately just got caught up a little bit coming back into shore here. She still managed to tag in front, and North Curl were our leaders through this first transition, followed there by Cronulla, but they did get tagged in front. but then coming back in on the board as well. We can see here, this is the crucial moment. This is where North Bondi just picked up that little runner, pulled up alongside North Kyokyol, and then made the most of it to catch that wave that just gave them that edge to tag their runner up to win that gold medal.
Great result, great result. Whilst we wait for the judges to deliberate and get the top 6 up for us, I'm going to pose the same question that I asked of Bonnie Hancock to you. What is your favourite competition surf beach in New South Wales?
Oh, there's so many beaches that I really enjoy racing at. I would have to say my favourite beach to race at, though, is actually just around the corner at Freshwater. I absolutely love just Freshwater Beach. I think it's, you know, it actually reminds me a little bit of my home beach at Yamana.
Oh, we did have this discussion last week, yes.
Yeah, being a little bit, it's south-facing beach. It's nice and protected. It's a really nice, just gentle wave. There's always a nice little wave that rolls into the corner there, but there's always a nice sandbank there. I used to love racing there when I was younger and being able to run out on the bank. Lots of bunny hopping, lots of wading, dolphin diving, which I really enjoyed. And there was always a nice little wave that would roll through. So it's such a unique little beach, but I still really love going and racing there. I raced there a couple of weekends ago now, but
well, too, I might add. So for those of you who don't know, our championships did open up last weekend with our life-saving portion. So we had Champion Lifesaver on the Friday and Saturday, and then we had the first day of patrol comps on the Sunday. Gemma was victorious again, has never lost this event ever in her entirety of competing in this event. Since an under 14 as an under 15. It was a statement, it wasn't a question, I'm just letting you know that. With an amazing score of 118.7.
I think it was 118 flat.
118 flat out of a possible 120. So Gemma is the ultimate lifesaver. Congratulations to you on winning. Congratulations for beating your mum's score at 117 point. What should you get, 117 point whatever?
I think 117.5. I think I got it by less than a mark. So it's it's a really cool competition to be a part of, one that I've done for many, many years now. But yeah, Mum got me involved in it. She's been racing in it since she was part of the first women's event that was held at the Australian Championships when I was 1 back in 2000. So she's been doing it for nearly 25 years now, which is incredible. But
go Keza, get in there.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see so many people involved in it now.
And it is actually becoming such a strong competition now. You get to see the caliber of athletes that are now competing in this sport are, good swimmers, good board paddlers, good sprinters, and then you still got to have the know-how and all the smarts of the textbook, and then obviously the resus component and the live patient assessment. So
Yeah, so these boys here in the under 13 male Cameron Relay will have the opportunity to potentially line in that next year. So under 14s is the first year that you can do Champion Lifesaver, but we've got plenty of teams in here in the mix in this under 13 male Cameron Relay. The last team there, it's great to see Warilla Barrack Point up amongst it in this final, contesting for our gold medal in these boys' final race of their championship. So we've got a Warilla Barrack Point cap there, Wollongong City, Coogin, Motorvale Cup in there as well. We've got North Kyokyol as well. They were the early leaders in that race before, ended up with the silver medal, but it is fantastic to see so many clubs represented. These boys here getting ready for their last little effort of their carnival swim race, and they're ready for a start. And they're off and away. We can see they've got to wade out a lot more now. They've got to try and stay on their feet. That is the key. If you can stay on your feet for as long as you can, if your other competitors take an early dolphin dive, you get such an advantage. So there looks like there's a few potholes that are throwing a bit of spanner in the works for some of these boys, but the ones that stayed on their feet for the longest are out in front at the moment, doing well just to dolphin dive, and we can see they've just hit the back of that bank and they've just started to swim. So it looks like there we might have Sawtell up amongst it, as well as North Stain, Wollongong City, Warilla Barrack Point. So some of those boys have had a great start in this opening leg of this relay.
So we went straight to semi-finals for the Cameron. We had the Cooks Hill, Coogee, Avoca and Freshie were the top 4 in the heat number 1. North Bondi A, Wombi, Wanda and Coogin were the top 4. We've got 16 in the final. And again, this is the last efforts for these boys out there. Sawtell, we wanted to be working really strong. Tough one's going to be, we've got Wollongong City out there along with Wombrel in the same race.
Yeah, it is going to be. It's going to be very tough, but I think it might be even North Stain out in front. I think it's going to be a bit tricky to tell. Might be Freshie actually. So Freshie, I've got a team in this final. So there's so many different competitors in this race, but we're going to throw down now to the winners of our female Cameron before.
We're here with North Bondi, the state champions for the Cameron event. Can you girls tell me what you love about the Cameron?
We love the Cameron because it's a mix between running and swimming, so we can all do a part in the win.
That's perfect. And how long have you girls been together as a team?
Well, I recently joined maybe a year and a half ago, but Lily and I have been training together maybe 3 times a week, and it's just great to work with each other and teamwork.
Perfect. And so North Bondi's having an amazing, amazing state. Can you tell me what you think makes up that special factor for Bondi?
I think what makes North Bondi great is all the coaches are full into it. They're always getting us to train in the early mornings, and I was so on top.
And any special shout outs to some coaches?
Joel. So we have for the water, Matt and Freddie, who train us, and for Sam.
For Sam, Joel and Alex and Bram. Yeah.
Brilliant. Congratulations and well done. Good luck with the rest of it. Back to you guys.
So the results in for the under-13 Cameron relay for the ladies. So North Bondi victorious, taking out the win. North Curl in 2. Avoca Beach getting that bronze medal in 3. Bronte 4th. Coogee in 5. And then Yamina taking another point home for the club for a successful championships. Back to the water, Gem.
Yeah, we've got the boys still in the water. They're making their way back to the beach now, these swimmers. So they're nearly in amongst the wave zone now. There doesn't look like there's too much on offer for these boys, though. The leader might just get a little bit of a lift off that one. He does, but doesn't quite manage to pull down it. So he might have a bit of a peek under his shoulder, as he did just there, just to see, is there another wave coming behind? So when you can feel one, typically waves come through in set. So where there is one, there is going to be more. And we can see one just starting to build behind him now.
So Wambrill team out there at the moment, just getting a couple on the head there. Sawtell on that outside right, just fattening up through there. So the team for Wamby has Ashton Bone and Billy McCarthy that were 1 and 2 in the iron earlier. So obviously one will be swimming, one will be board paddling. Is it going to be enough? They're going to have enough elite speed at both levels to be at that top end.
Yeah, you'd think that they would, having those results that they've had earlier in the day. So it will be, very interesting to see if they can put it together, but they look like they're having a great start here. He's hit the beach in front with the freshwater competitor there. So these boys are trying to find their runners. The runners have started to go, so they're going to make their way up around that first transition flag, around the second one, and then tag their board paddlers. But the lead two there have got a bit of a gap on the rest of the field, so Wambrill is going to hit that first flag in front, closely followed by freshwater. So it is fantastic to see these runners often get pulled in from the beach events. You might have a beach specialist, a beach sprinter, a flagger, but a lot of the time these competitors are also, water competitors as well. So to see them running around in a sprint is very great to see. So it's fantastic that they can continue to...
So Coogee 3, Warilla Barrack 4. Looks like it might be Manly 5, Avoca in 6, and this is going to be interesting. So Sam Weddy going out there for Avoca, the last board paddler. Got a 4th medal at Aussies, fourth place, I'm going to call it, in the board race. First one up out of the water, tripped over the board. He would still be sitting on that decision there. Is he going to paddle angry? He should paddle with confidence because the speed was there. Can he peg back any sort of pace? Freshie trying to hold on at the moment. We've got a big chase pack coming. I don't think these guys can hold on.
Yeah, there is a big chase pack coming. You can see all the field there are just moving out in that little bit of a channel. It's a bit of a deeper rip there. So they're not going out on the bank. They're trying to get into that deep water where the waves will wash either side of them and they don't have to negotiate the white water. So everyone is following out that route. So they've been watching the finals beforehand, knowing that as this tide is dropped, that is the way to go. And they've done a great job picking their way out through the break there. But we've still got 1 and 2 out in front, our Wambrill and Freshie caps, but they do have a chase pack of 4 coming right behind them. So the rest of the field is definitely on the chase, but we've still got Freshie out in front, followed very closely by Wamby there.
Yeah, so heading around the string of 4 black and white cans out the back a little bit further. No apex for the under-13s as we get to that older age group. Freshie trying to just burn a little bit more energy across the back there, trying to extend the lead. The chase pack of 4 has probably going to call that broken into 3 now. But I don't know, maybe they have got enough. Freshie looking really strong through there. Board is trimming nicely through there, just working the runners. And just with that wind change, Jem, it looks like the runners are now coming across in that 45-degree angle.
Yeah, you can see Wombrel there just really tried to lift his rating to pull up alongside Freshie. I think he's done a really good job there just to decide to make his move and come back around. But you can see he's really just trying to pick up anything, any little runner that wind is pushing through now. So he's really, really just accelerating anytime he feels anything lift up the back of his board. But he's just seen that there might be a little bit of a wave building behind him, as he does now. Just waits for it to pick him up. He's still going to have to paddle so he doesn't miss it, but he's done a good job, a good enough job there to be able to pull down it. So it's going to be a sprint finish. This is what we like to see, a bit of action. But it looks like all that wave might just die out there. So Freshie, we've got another competitor coming through at the back there.
Sam Weddy from Avoca. Is he going to have a bit of luck through there? Trying to stay on the inside right. Left-hand edge is where we saw the waves going the whole way through. Kudjin Headland trying to get down to the nose there. Avoca still trying to hold on. No strokes there, adjusting everything. So we've still got Freshie in the lead. Kudjin tucked in behind. Wombi was on that inside left. Avoca in about third or fourth at the moment. First tag on the far right for Freshwater, sprinting up the beach. Wombrel through on the inside. We're waiting to see if anyone else is going to pop their head through. Avoca's now in third. Jackson came second in the flag sprint earlier. Can he make his way through to first? Is he going to get the dip on there? Freshwater 1, Avoca 2. And Wombi in 3. Wow, Freshie held on for dear life. Great finish there for the young lads getting through. Freshwater taking home the gold. Avoca in 2, Wombi in 3. Wow, what a finish.
What a finish there. The man from Avoca absolutely storming home. He was lightning on the sand, and that is the competitor that you want to have tagging for you.
So it's a beachy, right? So that's Jackson Eagles, competed as an under 12. They were short numbers for the 13s, got fourth in the sprint as a non-sprinter, and then come and do his stuff to help out with the team who's going to go home with the silver medal.
Amazing. What a finish to the carnival for him. To be able to come up, race up, and be so competitive with these boys is fantastic to see. So fantastic job there. Great to see Mona Vale also as well represented in this under 13 male come and relay. So they've tagged their last runner. They'll make their way up around the flag. Lots of claps and cheering there from their club mates as well as they're going around. So a fantastic job there for those boys to finish off a great race here in the under 13 male come and relay. But we're nearly getting to the last couple of races here. We can see our race replay in that under 13 male Cameron. The boys swimmers had a great start negotiating out. You really want to attack that start. You can see though one charged through and just came unstuck in a little bit of a pothole, but you definitely want to attack it. Get out ahead of the rest of the field.
Keep your feet. Keep your feet.
Dolphin dive under that white water to set it up, and those that really went out hard opened up a bit of a gap, were able to tag their runners in front. That set them up for the board leg to come.
Yeah, wow. So look at the gap there, Jem. It's probably about 25 metres at the moment, 1 and 2. So Wombi looking strong. I didn't think that Freshie had it in there. Nice little wave on the inside left, but just out of shot there. You saw Sam Weddy take that little cut to that right-hand edge, and that's where they came in on the wave. They had the inside run. Wombi pushing hard. Freshie trying to get out the lead, and Jackson Eagles just said the little pocket rocket. He's driving hard just up on the inside, and he's probably hoping that race could have been another 5 metres in length. But wow, Freshwater taking home the gold. So the team from Freshwater, Harrison Air, Jake Payne, Brad Nitz and Lucas Peacock, all going home with a gold medal. Avoca Beach teammate Jackson Eagles, Ziggy Walker and Levi Sinclair with a great swim. Missed out on the iron by 1, and he was swimming angrily, and he's made his way through onto the podium. So too Sam Weddy. And the Wombrel teammate Ashton Bone, Billy McCarthy, 1 and 2 on the iron, with their teammates Kai Birch and Eli Lang taking home a bronze medal. Kudjin Hanland in 4th. Warilla Break Point in 5. And we're just waiting. There's a bit of deliberation for 6 through to 12. But wow, what a win, Freshwater. Setting it up with a great swim. So good, Freshwater Team A.
Amazing finish for those boys, but we're making our way into our next race here, the under 11 mixed. Cameron. So this is what we like to see, the boys and the girls getting out there amongst it all together, so they can have anyone doing this, opening some legs. So it'll be interesting to see, can some of the girls come out in front of the boys?
Yeah, I know that that was Devara's favourite thing when she was competing in these mixed relays, was to try and come out with the boys, which I guess Zahura and Zara Foran were always the ones that would throw it down. So it was actually quite funny. And then even athletes like Lani Waller was always a really, really strong age group. And it's just, yeah, great to see the girls putting it down against the boys. But we need one girl swimming or paddling, and then vice versa, one boy or girl in the boy in the opposite. So one of each, needs to be 2 of each gender, but one has to hit the water.
Yeah, so I think we see here we've got, it looks like a Swansea Belmont cap potentially out in front at the moment. So I would say that would be our swimmer earlier that took out the swim and the iron. He's looking so comfortable. So
of course he would. You know, he's won every single race in the history of the world. So Liam Blair won the under 9s, won the under 10s, won the under 11s, smoked everyone in the irons. So Josh Blair, if you're watching, you're probably not because you're on the beach being a dad. But anyway, great work. And that is a proper surf stroke, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah.
Shoulders out nice and high. Not too much leg kick, but just pulling so much water. But again, trying to readjust that line to just, pick something or anything up on the way through.
Yeah, it looks like there's not too much an offer for these boys yet, or boys and girls, but there's just going to start to come into that wave zone now. So you can see he's just stopped for a little bit of a stroke. It looks like there's going to be a wave double up right at the right point for him now. So he really needs to kick. Oh, he probably just waited for that wave to come and it didn't break. So maybe a little bit of a slip up there. You got to keep going. He's just going to push onto this one. He's going to have to work hard, but it looks like we're going to have someone pull up alongside him, or maybe even 2 competitors. So, to pick up that wave broken, what a skill.
North Cronulla just off the back of it there. Allura in there as well.
Yeah, so we might have our leader now switch to Allura.
Allura won the semi-final number 2. So, they're going to try and maximise that lead there as well. So, Allura winning the semi-final, can be the first one out. And look how far out the runners had to go.
Oh, that's what we like to see. We like to see the runners going out and getting a bit wet. She's doing very well to wade out through that. And she's got, look at those arms and legs action.
That's a runner.
That is definitely a sprinter. She's doing a great job there. Going to make her way up around that pole, not in a straight line like you do in the beach sprints. So she's doing a great job, and they've opened up a sizable lead on the rest of the field.
Yeah, so that was a solid swim there from Villain Botta from Allura. The team won their semi-final. Now handing over, we're going to call that Alexis Daly. Had a great board race, a good board paddle there before. Swansea Belmont now out in the water as well. It looks like a few of the teams have opted to send the boys out, so it's going to be game on for the girls.
Yeah, so you want typically you want a strong start in a relay. It's hard to come from behind, so they would have put their fastest competitor probably out in that opening swim leg. And typically at this age though, lots of the girls can mix it with the boys, so it would be interesting to see if we've got any boys that are chasing down these girls. But yeah, we've got Swansea Belmont, looks like on screen now, out in front, as well as Allura. So these girls trying to get out through that break zone as quick as they can so they don't get held up. Looks like there might be a little bit of a wave building in front as she has to sit up and pop over that wave, but she's done very well there. I think she's just hit the back of the break, so she won't have to negotiate any more waves now. She's out in the green water. She won't have to worry about that. She's got to get out and around as quick as she can, and then hopefully get away back to the beach.
And we knew that was going to be the case with the dropping tide, Jem, as that bank is becoming a little bit more prominent as we get to the low tide, which isn't for a fair way later this afternoon, but a bit more shape to the waves, which is a bit more fun at these carnivals. Last couple of tags coming through for Wombi, Cronulla, and then Redhead last time will make their way up, but at the moment,
We've got Swansea Belmont and Allura streets ahead of the rest of the field. The rest of the field is still, looks like they've been held up a bit in that break zone, but these two teams are absolutely flying out in front, have opened up such a big lead on the rest of the field. So these girls are doing a great job there. They're going to hit that first black and white can. They're just about halfway through this board leg now for their last race of their state championship. So they'll be looking to finish off this board leg nice and strong to tag their runners to finish.
Yes, so Swansea Belmont holding on for dear life at the moment. So the team of Liam Blair, Bodie Cousins, Lucy Sams and Piper Williams. I'm going to call that Lucy out there in the water at the moment. Trying to keep that nice and long, because when we get tired, the stroke gets a bit short, but just try and get that reach out. We always try and say, get your arms out, if to the A if possible, but at the C at the minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. So she can see, she's paddling a cracker board there. So with the riding, you want to try and get your arms out as far as you can. So yeah, typically you say, on those boards, get them out as far as you can. But look at this wave building behind our leaders now.
Great shots from the drone. Oh, you just had that rate pick up from the back there. Allura trying to put in over the top, peek over the left shoulder. Oh, enough skills here. Oh, one handle on front and back, Jem. That makes me nervous.
It does make me a little bit nervous. Haven't seen that one in a while, but She's just managed to keep her nose up. That's the main thing. She hasn't nosedived or done anything, but she's got a good position there. She really wants to try and accelerate through this little bit of a gutter. They're not going to have to worry too much. So it's going to come down to their runners.
Who has the beachy? Or we just got the Wateries helping out. One going out, they're looking comfortable. Inside line is going to be there for Allura, and we've had a stumble.
Oh, they're going to be on even ground. We've got Allura on the inside. I think he's going to get there. He looks nice and comfortable. Swansea Belmont not giving up. Is going to run it all the way through, but Allura there, even after a little stumble, wasn't enough to hold him up. So they'll take the gold medal, followed by the Swansea Belmont team there. So even though they were our early leaders, pretty much led the whole race from Swansea Belmont there, they'll have to settle for silver. But we've got a sprint finish here again for our bronze medal.
So Wanda, Coogee, Manly. Wanda up early. Manly driving hard. Looks like, sorry, that was Cronulla on the outside, but on the inside line trying to get that shoulder through. Wanda's going to try and slingshot around the outside. Manly holding on. One more medal left. Manly, Wanda, Cronulla. Oh, amazing finish there, Jeb. But how important is it, even though we're still trying to hunt those waves once we're on, to try and get as close as we can to that turning flag, because that was the only difference between first and second then, was just lining up on the beach.
Absolutely, because if you're on the inside, your runner doesn't have to run as much distance. So even if you're coming in on a wave, once that white water's broken and you know it's going to take you all the way to the beach, you can angle your board to get closer to that pole so your runner doesn't have to run as far. So with these boards, you can do that. If you're paddling a ski, definitely not. So these guys don't have to worry about, they don't have to worry about that for another couple of years. But yeah, you can see, the rest of the field just coming through here. Another North Bondi team looking super strong.
And that's the championships done for the under 11s. What a great program for them, finishing off with such a strong race. The Allura Team A, strong start to finish. Good to still see the Daffodil Jammers out there for the Redhead crew. Wombi. And it still matters though, right? Just
Absolutely.
a tiny bit of bragging rights.
Yeah, these boys are not giving up at all. They're still giving it their all as they make their way across that finish line. So team from Wombarul, Redhead, tight tussle through to the finish there with also a team from Cronulla. So great to see so many boys come through. So we're going to come back now for our under 13 male Cameron Relay results. So it was our freshwater team that took the gold medal, followed very closely by a charging Avoca team to finish in second. Wombarul in third, Coogee Headland fourth, Warilla Barrack Point got the points there in fifth, and Wanda in sixth, followed by Coogee, Wollongong City, Cooks Hill and North Wollongong. So great to see plenty of clubs from down south, Wollongong City and North Wollongong, getting up amongst the top 10 as well.
Yeah, wow. Imagine having two from that same stretch of beach in the top 10. Great results for the under 13. So big congratulations to all of them to go through. We've got a couple of races left, Jem. And, I'm going to jump out and make it, for the chicks. We can have all the chicks on there. So we're going to have Bonnie and Jem to take us out through the last couple of races. And then we'll be back for the finals of some beach flag action. Hope you're enjoying the action here at the 2024 New South Wales Surf Life Saving Championships, brought to you by your local club.
Thanks, Harold, for all of your work this morning. It's been fantastic to have you on, but we're going to welcome back in Bonnie Hancock to the commentary team. But we can see there the results for the under 11 mixed Cameron Relay. We did end up with our Allura team in first place, followed by Swansea Belmont, Manly, Wanda, Coogee, North Kirkhill in sixth, followed by Cooks Hill, North Kirkhill again. So the B team beating the A team. How many times do we love to see that?
Oh, absolutely, the killer bees.
Killer bees.
I tell you what, Jem, I'm getting a bit of inspiration from these nippers for our state titles coming up. We've got obviously New South Wales Senior State next weekend you'll be in, and our Senior State of Queensland's next weekend. Our juniors have their races in 2 weeks. So this is it's very inspiring. They're just phenomenal, these kids today. And, they're at the end of a big program. This is the last day. So, to still be out there, turning the arms and legs over that quickly, it's something else.
It is, and we can see these under 12s for the mixed Cameron Relay now putting their last little effort out into the water. So we've obviously got boys and girls together in this field again. So they would have been trying to figure out who they're going to send first, whether it's their boy or their girl. So you can see different teams are taking different tactics.
And it's super exciting seeing some of these new races in surf lifesaving. The mixed Cameron, and the seniors there's the mixed Taplin relay, and it brings a different dynamic there, because often the boys and the girls will be down separate ends of the beaches, but we train together, right? So it's really special actually competing with your fellow club mates, be it male or female. And I tell you, I think that the girls would give the guys a bit of a run for their money, particularly in these sort of under 12s age groups. So there's a bit of bragging rights on offer there as well.
Absolutely, it's great to be able to see so many of these competitors be, right up there against each other. So the boys and the girls don't race each other until they come together in this mixed Cameron relay. So it's fantastic to see. So it looks like we might have an early leader out there from North Bondi and maybe the Lakes, I think it might be. So there's another North Bondi team in there as well. So plenty of results coming across from North Bondi in these past couple of races this morning. So it's an absolutely incredible performance from their coaching squad to have so many competitors up and amongst it in finals today.
Absolutely, and this is getting shallow out there. You can see some of the competitors midfield sort of dolphin diving there, testing out whether that's a little bit faster. Definitely up and swimming out in front, and you can see those nice long arms out in front. You still want to got length in your stroke once you get into the clear water. When it's sort of in the break zone, maybe a quicker stroke rate and making sure you dive under, but they've got a beautiful technique out in front, and they'll all want to get to this first can nice and clean. It does look like North Bondi is going to get around there in front. And we're just going to throw to an interview down on the beach now.
We're here with the under 11 state champions from Allura. Can you guys tell me what you love about the Cameron event?
It's fun to run.
Did you notice anything over this sandbank? Was that hard to get across at all?
It was a little bit bumpy and I tripped over.
There was a few potholes too, but not too tricky.
And is there anything you can do to the race to try and look out for those potholes?
Just search the bottom of the sand, make sure you don't trip over.
That's perfect. And was there anything in particular that you noticed out the back when you were going around the cans?
There was a lot of little waves, and there was some runners and stuff. It was really good.
A lot of stingrays out there and fish.
Perfect. And congratulations on the event today. You did amazing. And good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
It is funny, isn't it? My mermaid nippers seem to see a lot of stingrays and fish out there. They must be looking at the bottom of the ocean. But as we return now, we can see North Bondi with a nice little one body length lead on the competitor just behind, starting to push into this wave zone now. They'll get that nice strong kick behind them as they try to push down the swells. There's a few building now for those behind the lakes. Might be coming down just popped the head up. So North Bondi with that nice body surfing skills there. He might bring it all the way into the beach. Head down, got that arm working to continue the momentum. Wow, look at that.
That is beautiful body surfing, and I actually think that's Mia Hu there. So absolutely throwing a great performance out there for the girls. So a fantastic swim to give her team the best chance of taking this gold medal. So just had to double check there that they made the tag. They've got a male runner flying up through transition here. So they've got a bit of a gap on the rest of the field, so he'll be making his way around to tag their board paddler. I think we've got Bart Comedy there from North Bondi heading out for their board paddler, but the Lakes were up there as well, so they'll be hunting as well.
Isn't that amazing to see, that young female competitor coming out in the under 12s, out in front of the Cameron relay, giving her team a really, really solid lead here. That's a transition length lead, and some might say an almost unassailable lead. We'll have to see. The Lakes have their runner pumping super hard through that soft sand at the moment, going to come around and tag the board paddler, but it's going to take a mighty effort to catch North Bondi out in front, and we can see them pushing out through the break. The head's starting to wobble a little bit, maybe showing some signs of fatigue, but it's all about getting that stroke rate up and putting in the best effort for your team to tag the final runner who'll bring it home.
Yeah, you can see he's done a really good job to pick his line out through the surf there. So just went out in that little bit of a deeper channel where we see the South Moobra competitor also running a little bit further down south down the beach. So we've had, they just had to sit up and pop there, our leaders from North Bondi, but the Lakes there are on the chase, but he's just hit the back of that break zone. So I don't think he'll have to worry about negotiating through any more of that whitewater, but he just has a little bit of a look around going, how far do I have on the rest of the field?
Absolutely, there is a state gold medal on the line, and you know, it's always good. I know, Jem, doing it with your teammates, those team events are always extra motivating, even more so than the individuals, and you know, these nippers are giving it their all. And it is interesting as this tide continues to go out, we see more of the skills coming in. We see the bunny hopping there, and the swimming, we see the dolphin diving, the popping out the back. So this morning it was pretty much straight in on the board, continue to paddle. You didn't have to really pop too many, and as this tide's going out, it gets shallower. The kids are having to use an array of the different skills throughout this race.
Absolutely, they've got to draw on all those skills that they would have been working across the season with their coaches and age managers back at their club. So it is great to be able to see these skills of these younger competitors put on show here in this mixed Cameron relay to finish off their age championships here. It's the end of their season. They don't go on to Aussie, so they're putting their last race together, giving it absolutely everything, which we love to see.
And there's no one else in shot at the moment. We can see North Bondi absolutely out in front, continuing to extend this lead. You would almost want to call it and say they've got it in the bag. You don't want to do the commentator's curse, but it should be pretty easy going here for North Bondi. We just need a little swell for a bit of assistance coming in. I know his teammates will be on the beach absolutely cheering and screaming, trying to bring North Bondi home. You can see some of the competitors making their way around the back of the course for the minor medals. They'll have their eyes on the finish line, wanting to get a hold of the gold, silver or bronze. So again, in the Cameron, there will be the tag to the final runner up the beach. I always enjoy tagging a runner up the beach. That doesn't happen at a Taplin so much, but fortunately in the Cameron, there's a couple little swells here.
Yeah, I think that's our second place there from the Lakes. I think they're still holding on to the silver medal at the moment. So I think our North Bondi team might have even hit the beach. They have. So, look at that running style too, making it look effortless as they fly up across that soft sand. So no question here for North Bondi taking the gold medal. They led from start to finish with Mia Hu in that opening swim leg, straight into Freddie Carmotti. So an absolutely incredible race that they managed to put together with their two runners. So 4 gold medals for North Bondi to finish off this under-12 mixed Cameron relay, and what a way to finish their carnival.
Absolutely, and just see South Maroubra coming in here. That'll be for the bronze medal. You know, it just shows the importance of getting out in that first leg and setting your teammates up. So today the order has been swim, board all day, so the same order for the Iron Person is for the Cameron. That's drawn at the start of the carnival. So we see the Lakes coming through here in second place. They'll be absolutely thrilled with that performance, and in third place will be South Maroubra. And we can see in fourth place there's going to be a run-up between about 6 competitors. They're going to tag their runners who will get the legs up and going to finish off. You see Kujin coming through there as well, so the country clubs being represented well.
Yeah, you could really see when we had all of those competitors there on that wave, some of the runners went out a little bit further, some were waiting in shallower, so they would have been told where exactly to go, but it looks like, Redhead's just going to edge out Swansea Belmont. We've got Bulleye in the mix, as well as Coogee and Allura, so a very tight finish there for the judges to pick, but we've got Manly running up behind them there. They don't have to tussle around, they can run up nice and comfortably with beautiful technique. So a fantastic finish for those guys to finish off their carnival there. Another Manly team, so great to see 2 teams from the same club represented with their home stretch of beach, so a great finish for those guys as well.
And it does show the importance, doesn't it, Jem, of finishing and that lunge across the line. You know, how many times have we seen a gold medal taken from someone right on the finish line? So I tell the nippers back at Mermaid, you never finish until you're a metre past the line. You want to run through the line instead of stopping just before. But it's easier said than done. That soft sand, it can be really, really hard, you know, at the end of a big race. And you can see the Cameron relay with the fresh legs underneath the sprinters, that speed there. So certainly, you know, they do make it look easy. It's certainly not. And we're getting set for our next race here, which is the final of the under-14 female Cameron relay. Again, we'll start with the swim leg first, and just like Mia, who did in the last race, we want to get out in front of that clean water to set the team up well.
Yeah, so we had our winners of semi-final number 1, Newport Team A. They'll be looking very strong. Wanda got second, as well as Coogee there in third. In heat number 2, we had Umina taking out the win from Redhead and Warilla Point. So we're looking for those to be at the pointy end of this final here. It is the last race at state championships for these guys in their Nipper career, so they'll be wanting to leave it all out there.
That is so exciting. They'll compete up with the senior ranks next year. Onto, they're continuing onto the big boards, and you're racing in the same arenas as the 17s opens often if they move you across for the finals, so it really is the big stage. They'll be wanting to finish with a good one here, and it does look like
I think we've got Redhead
out in front. You can see Warilla Point in there, Wander as well. Redhead has a really good lead at the moment. She's pushing, going underneath, making sure she goes right to the bottom underneath these waves and pushing up off the sand. You always want to make sure you go deep enough there so you don't get pushed back by the white water, and she might show a clean pair of heels out here in front and looking to make it first to that first swim. Can set a team up well.
Yeah, so the Redhead competitor out there, but we've got Newport who's just making their way onto the feet of Redhead. So I'd say that would be Sophie Clues from Newport there, trying to hang on to the feet of Redhead, but we've got Manly chasing. We've got North Cronulla in there, Warilla Point, Avoca as well. So these girls are giving it their all, but we've got, our early leader there of Redhead just turned the can in front with Newport. They've got about a can length on the chase pack there in third.
And you can just see as well out in front that nice clean water. It certainly makes swimming a lot easier. You sort of want to break the race down into sections, sprinting to the first can as best you can along the back. If anything, it might be the time just to back the pace down a little if you feel you've got the race under control, because off that last string can, I can tell you they are not holding back for their very last race of their Nipper career, really. So turning, they'll be looking for the finishing flags coming in, or looking for a tent of a certain colour behind those flags. It's always good to have a bit of a landmark to line yourself up with, because it can be a bit of a mix of colours and all the blur there. So you do want to have a really clear landmark you're aiming for. And you can see Redhead out in front now. They'll start to lift the pace, but Newport trying to come around the outside now. If they're going to make their move, they've got to do it now.
Yeah, and we can see Amber Sky Stevenson from Avoca there in third is just starting to peg back our leaders ever so slightly. So she was the winner of the surf race from earlier in the day. So we know she's got the pace in the swim to be able to be right up there, and she'll be coming home a bit stronger. But it looks like there might just be a little bit of a wave here on offer for our leaders in 1 and 2. Can they get down it? Oh, they're not quite going to get there, but there is a wave for our backmarkers here.
One behind, it looks like Manly might be coming through on that southern side there. Redhead on, Warilla Point on. It looks like 5 of these girls or so are trying to get down. Looks like Newport might have the best of it here at the moment. They've got to swim across this tiny little onshore gutter, though they're not quite there yet. Head down and go, girls. Big kick. There's a few little waves pushing behind, but they're up and dolphin diving now back into the swimming. It's looks like a few potholes might be building here too, so they've got to try and stay strong on their feet to come in here and tag their runner, who will tag the board paddler for that final water leg. The girls are just trying to get up to the feet now. They're up and waiting. You can see the potholes there. And the runners waiting on the beach anxiously ready to get into that sprint and absolutely fire in that transition.
You can see it's super tricky for these girls to come back in this swim. The water looks like there's a lot of variable depths. Oh, as we can see, the Newport runner there just takes a little bit of a stumble. So Sadie Maggs there would typically be out in the water, but we've had Warilla Point come around from the outside, absolutely flying around transition there. A Manly team, then Newport. So this isn't over by any stretch of the imagination. They'll tag Warilla Point, their board paddle there. She'll run into the water. She's done a good job just to stay on her feet, get over the top of that white water and get straight onto her board. So she's opted to jump straight on, no bunny hopping for her, and she's straight into her paddling.
And you can see the quality of these transitions indicate that there are some sprint specialists in here. So it's a really nice opportunity in the Cameron for the water athletes to actually compete with the beachies, and often they don't see each other, most of the weekend. So you can see these runners running around. A lot of them have a sprinting technique, and that can be the crucial leg in these Cameron relays. And at the end, it's anyone's race. If there's a couple on the wave, it can come down down to that sprint finish. So you want your fastest competitor on the beach in that leg.
Absolutely. How many times have we seen over the past couple of races it's come down to that sprint finish and is all decided in that last kind of 40-metre sprint. So you definitely want your fastest runner, whether if you can recruit some people from up in the beach track arena, you definitely want them in your team, which is so great to be able to see these competitors combine together in this Cameron Relay final. But it looks like we've had Newport just hit the lead, so I think that is Tilly Young, the winner of our iron person from before, has just snuck up the inside of Warilla Barrack Point, so she's done a very good job there to get her nose up on the inside as she makes her way around that can. You can see that lead just extended out a little bit there as she turned that can because she had the inside running, so she didn't have to paddle as far. The Warilla Barrack Point competitor just had to slow up and give her a little bit of room, which is kind of extended out a little bit, so she's kind of trying to pick up any little run here that the ocean is putting up on offer. With that little bit of wind that has puffed up, there are more runs on offer which the boards can pick up, so she'll be doing her best. She's just jumped back up onto her knees. She doesn't want to look around too much and try and pick up anything that the ocean is throwing up for her.
As it is an advantage being in front. You've got first pick at the runs. You can look at the ocean and see what the ocean's doing. We've got a little bit of that nor'easterly breeze still coming in, so there is something out there and she's starting to pick it up now. Newport looks like she's got a little runner in front, though Warilla Barrack Point's not giving up. She's pushing hard behind, and this is what we were talking about, Gem. It might come down to that run up the beach, though. Newport continuing to lift now. She's trying to give her sprinter every opportunity to take that gold medal. Manly looks behind to see a little shorey building now. Newport's got a couple of metres. It might be enough. It is going to come to this run up the beach.
Oh, it's going to be close.
It's going to be a close one here. You can see the sprinters anxiously, tag me, tag me. There you go. Newport have the first tag up the beach, up and away. Look at that beautiful technique, using the arms
that
flying
smile
across the sand.
That is
They've
Lisa
got it.
Durs there. So she isn't from up in the beach track arena. She is a very competitive water competitor herself. So she does enough to cross the line in first place. A smile as she crosses that line. The Newport girls there, followed closely by Warilla Barrack Point, but the rest of the field, you can see these waves are really starting to come into play. That bank is breaking out much further than this morning, but then they're having to still paddle back through that little bit of a gutter where the waves reform, so they've still got to be on their game. A few come a little bit unstuck and go a little bit sideways, so you've got to be paying attention, making sure you're looking where that wave's reforming and doing your best to try and hold it all the way to the shore to tag your runners there. So we're going to have a battle here. It's going to be tight for our minor places. We've got North Cronulla there. We've got some of our other competitors coming through. Wanda.
And I must say, Jam, you must be incredibly proud seeing Newport take that race out. You're doing some wonderful things there in mentoring the young girls coming through. I know Lizzie Wellborn, Piper Harrison, you've got some incredible seniors at Newport, and it seems like the club does an incredible job in empowering the young girls and nurturing the nippers coming through and continuing to those senior ranks. That must make you very proud.
It is. It's just fantastic to see these girls come away with the result that they should be all very, very proud of. They put in a lot of hard work. They're there every afternoon at the beach as well, so it's fantastic to be able to have them train with us, and they definitely put us through our paces, so it's great to be able to see them rewarded with a gold medal. We had Sophie Clues there lead out in the swim, into Tilly Young in the board, but we also had Sadie Maggs and Lisa Durs there with the run, so it's fantastic they're able to put together such a great race to finish off their state career here in Nippers, but I'm sure they'll continue to go on to Aussies in a few weeks' time, as will many of these other competitors.
Absolutely. You can see in this race replay the importance of that swim leg there and setting it up. So really it was those 5 teams out in front from the swim. It's a very hard task to catch that lead, and the board paddlers finishing off here off that string can. They started to lift the rating. You saw Newport there just do enough to pull ahead, and the beach competitor there sprinting up with a big smile, taking the win. They'll be absolutely thrilled. What a wonderful way to finish their weekend.
Yeah, a great finish to the weekend for these girls under the guidance there of Sophie's father, Michael Clues. So it's great to see Cluesy mentoring these girls and helping them with their training all the way through this season. So a fantastic reward for their hard work with a gold medal. But we're lining up now ready for our under 14 male Cameron final. So we've got teams there from Wanda, Swansea Belmont, Avoca Beach, South Maroubra and Wanda. So Wanda A and B in the mix, as well as Byron Bay, North Bondi, Coogee and 2 Manly teams. So The Manly boys will be looking to finish off their day strong. They've been strong all morning. We've got Cooks Hill, Coogin Headland, Redhead, Allura, North Stain as well on their home stretch of beach, as well as Sawtell to round us out.
Woo-hoo, go Sawty. And we've just got the official results for the under 14 female Cameron relay. We had Newport Team A there taking it out with the gold. Barilla Point in second. Manly Team A in third. Congratulations. Fourth was Avoca Beach, Redhead was in fifth, and your minor Team A, Gem, your old club, in sixth. They're rounding it out with the points.
Fantastic to see those Umani girls getting club points. So, of course, our top 6 places earn points for their club. So they'll be stoked with that performance. They should be very, very proud of themselves. They've had a great championships here over the past couple of days. So to round it out with a 6th place in the under 14 female Cameron relay is something they should be very, very proud of.
Absolutely. And the boys would have watched that race with the girls there. They would have seen the potholes. They want to stay on their feet, get a really nice, strong start. And they would have seen the crucial element of that swim leg. So these swimmers, they'd have gone around the cans probably dozens of times this weekend, but that all doesn't matter. It's what you can do right here, right now. You know, staying sharp, staying alert, making the good decisions, and knowing that all season, all of that hard training has led to this, you know, the Cameron Relay, really probably one of the blue ribbon events of the carnival. So they'll be very, very excited and keen. I think I saw a little front flip or a back flip there from the Sawtell competitor. So he's full of beans and ready to give his team a strong start.
Yeah, you can see the swimmers there have just been released by the starter, I suppose, to be able to go down and wash their goggles. So you can see most of the competitors went down into the water. It's a great opportunity to you know, suss out the conditions right in front of where your starting position is on the line. Have a look. Are there any potholes where you're going to be running in? Do you want to be waiting? Where do you want to start? Dolphin diving, how deep does the water get and how quickly does it change? So they'll be surveying the conditions right in front of them, knowing exactly what they're going to do. These boys have been out and around the cans a few times, but the tide has changed, as we've seen throughout the morning. So they'll just be getting that little bit of inside knowledge there before they line up as they're about to start here for this opening leg of the Cameron Relay.
And certainly they've raced each other, you know, all season and all carnival, and they'll know where the pace is coming from. They'll know, they'll look along that line and they'll know who's out there in front. And can we see at the moment is that...
Looks like Cooks Hill has had an absolutely great start. He stayed on his feet the longest, so he was able to negotiate those little potholes and that bank, stay on his feet, not fall over or not be tempted to start dolphin diving too early. And you can see he's got probably a 1 to 2 body length lead at this opening stage. So he's still dolphin diving out on this bank, and you can see at the top of the screen they're already into their stroke. So we've got competitors here on the bank versus competitors in the hole. So what do you think is going to pay off?
Far more shallow on that southern end, isn't it? It actually looks like the northern end's starting to move ahead here now. This is going to be really, really interesting. Still dolphin diving a little bit on this southern end, but the northern end looks like it's pulling out now. We've got one of the competitors making the most of that there. I can't quite make up the cap just yet. Absolutely that northern end now. So that's a complete reversal of the start there. It was an advantage on the southern end to start, and this just shows with the surf, you know, it's unpredictable at times. We certainly wouldn't have seen this happen, that now you've got the Manly competitor out there swimming strongly with a clear line to that front can. So he's going to turn in front and really have the advantage across the back here with clean water.
Yeah, we've got the team from Manly there. These boys have been out in front all morning, followed very closely there by a Wanda team, South Moobra up there as well. So they're starting to open up a little bit of gap though. The team from Manly is going to extend out to probably just over a can length as he makes his way across this back string of 9. So these boys are trying to give it their all. It's their last race of the day, but we've seen Henry Whitehead earlier in the day being so strong, so I'd say he's probably out in the swim at this stage.
And it is that feeling of being in front. You feel like you've got the race, you know, under control that little bit. You know, you can have the clean alley coming. You can look at the ocean and make the decisions back here in the pack. It can be a lot harder to swim. It's a lot more hectic. There's you know, so much going on. So I think it's a huge advantage mentally as well, being out in front, which we possibly understate sometimes. So he's looking around now, starting to have a little bit of look as he comes into the wave zone. He can see the boys a couple of meters, 5 meters back from him there. He doesn't want them to close. He wants to give his team every chance of going into that board leg with as big a lead as possible and doing what the girls did in the last race. So you'll see the kick start to pick up now. He's got a beautiful surf swimming technique, and here's the wave the Manly competitor wants now. Beautiful body surfing. Looks like he'll take it all the way to shore if he can.
Yeah, he's doing a great job to pick up that one there. It formed just at the right time, but it is not going to be enough to take him all the way into the beach. So he's going to have to put his head back down, keep swimming through that little bit of an inshore gutter. But he has opened up a sizable gap here on the rest of the field. Will there be anyone on this lead wave? Oh, they get a little bit of assistance to close that gap, but he is up and dolphin diving now, so I don't think it'll be enough for the other competitors to catch him. He's up on his feet. Oh, he just takes a little bit of a dive down onto that wave. He'll be up to tag his runner in first place, so they'll make their way up through the transition in front. The team from Manly looking very, very strong.
It is a bit cruel there. The waves are petering out a little more than I thought. They're not carrying through. The competitors having to stand up and negotiate those potholes. But look at this Manly runner absolutely flying, coming around to tag his board paddler. It's always a bit of a nerve-wracking feeling getting tagged in front, that's for sure, but the nerves are a good thing. It means you care. He'll be super excited to get out there, get straight stuck into his rating and see how quickly he can get around the course, because at the moment Manly is in the box seat to take home this under 14 male Cameron relay. You can see Wanda coming up there now, getting the legs up, starting to work their way around the transition. Some of the other board paddlers are getting tagged already, so the chase is on for the Manly competitor.
Yeah, it looks like we've got North Stain in the chase there, as well as Wanda. So those clubs are trying to close the gap. We've got Redhead there, up and around the transition. So it is fantastic to see so many of these competitors come together from different backgrounds in the water or the beach. So sometimes you'll see the sprint technique, other times you'll see the water competitors just battling around in the transitions as well. So it's fantastic to see, but we've still got, looks like we've got our chase pack here really closing the gap, but I think, oh, they're having to sit up and negotiate through that white water a little bit, but I think we've got our lead competitor here streets ahead from our Manly team. So they've opened up a really solid gap on the rest of the field.
Biggest lead we've seen all day, and sparing disaster, you would think that Manly will take home this gold medal. We don't never want to call it too early in surf, but look at him go. He's absolutely extending that lead. He's turned that can. He can taste that gold medal. He'll be looking into shore and lining up his route now to head towards those flags. He will tag his runner to finish it off. We've got North Bondi putting in a really great effort here around the cans. He'll be trying to hold on to that silver medal. He might think that the gold's a little bit out of reach at the moment, because look at Manly go. They've absolutely got this wrapped up. You would think a nice little wave to finish off. He's going to sit back and lift that nose up. That's important. You want to move back on your knee pads, lift the nose up, and he's going to cruise. Unlike the swim, we should be able to work this wave the whole way to shore. These males they're super light. They'll pick up most runners out there, and they're lots and lots of fun, which these nippers are absolutely showing that they are more than capable of handling of. And look at this Manly runner. Help, little bit of a pothole there, just a final challenge.
Sniper came out.
Finishing it off now.
Yeah, fantastic reward for those boys' hard work in that Cameron relay coming together, those 4 boys. But the minor places here, it looks like it's going to be a tight finish. We've got North Bondi just in front, a little bit of a gap, and second place. So he needs to get to the beach nice and quickly, because the rest of the teams are hunting him down. So he tags in second. Can the runner hold on? I think he should get there. If he continues to accelerate up the beach, which he looks like he's doing, he'll be around nice and easy for the silver medal. But we've got teams coming for the bronze medal, so I think it might be a Swansea Belmont cap there potentially. It is a Swansea cap. Got Cooks Hill up there as well, so depth and lots of talent from the Hunter clubs.
And Byron Bay in there too.
And Sawtell up there as amongst it as well.
Amazing. Go the country clubs today. They're doing really well, and they've all done themselves so proud. You can see these boys sprinting all the way through the line, no matter if they're 10th, 11th, 12th. They know every place counts, and they can finish up today knowing they've absolutely given it their all, as have all the nippers this weekend. They've done themselves and their coaches and their parents so proud and put their best foot forward.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see these boys crossing the line for the last time in their age group career here at the New South Wales State Championships. So Next year they'll make the jump up into the Open, so they'll be racing in our Open competitors next weekend. We're back here at Manly, Manly North Stain, Queenscliff, so I think the conditions are looking like they're going to be very different next weekend. We're meant to have a bit of swell on offer, which will be very, very exciting, as I think you guys are up in Queensland.
Absolutely, bit of swell on the forecast and wind around. We're supposed to have our state championships at Currawa Beach, so as you know, that's an open stretch of beach. You know, back in the day when the Australian titles were there, oh my goodness me, there was some huge surf, and you know, it's really a spectacle of surf life saving. So I hope there's enough surf, maybe not to have to move it, but we will see. But a lot of these competitors may be doing Aussies. The under 14s can race at Aussies, and certainly next year as they turn 15, they'll start to pick up the skis and start to, you know, learn how to paddle the ski, learn the right technique. They might do, you know, kayaking to sort of supplement their paddling on a surf ski. So that's a really exciting new step for them too, is taking on that new challenge, which I don't know about you, Jem, but I remember starting off, falling off the ski, throwing the paddle and feeling like I was never going to pick it up.
Absolutely. Those first couple of years of learning how to ski paddle, I think you definitely end up spending more time in the water swimming than what you do on top of the craft. So these boys have had that first challenge of transitioning from their fiberglass boards up onto the males this year. And then, yeah, as you said, Bonnie, in a couple of years' time, or at next year, they'll probably start to learn how to ski paddle before they make that transition up into the under 17. So it is great, the progression of craft, as you get to move through surf life saving, you get to paddle the bigger and heavier craft. So it was fantastic to see those boys from Manly take out first place, followed there North Bondi in second, with Swansea in third, Wander in fourth, Byron Bay right up the northern end of New South Wales in fifth, and then Cooks Hill in sixth, as we mentioned. So it's fantastic to see so many different clubs from all around New South Wales coming together, lots of different branches, so it's fantastic to see that depth. With Sawtell in seventh as well.
Sawtell just missing the points there. Shout out to Sawtell, South Maroubra, Avoca Beach and Allura. You can see a real mix right across the state, and I think that's something that stood out today is, you know, there is a mix. The country kids have stood up and done themselves proud. You've certainly seen North Bondi and Manly really dominate today as well. But good to see Cooks Hill and Byron Bay in there too. So, you know, smaller in numbers, but big in heart. And we're going to throw to an interview now following that race down on the beach.
We're here with Manly, the winners, the state champions for the Cameron, the last event of the day. How's it feel to win this race, boys?
Very good.
Yeah, so exciting, comes naturally.
And how about being at Manly, your home beach, in front of this crowd here? How's that feeling?
It's really awesome. I love competing at my home beach, so yeah, it's such a good privilege.
Do you reckon that came with slight advantage at all?
Oh,
Probably.
yeah.
You know, we've been practicing at this. Been practicing at this beach for a while.
That's so good to hear. And are you all going to stick together as you move on up into the Open competition?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Hope so, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. And how long have you all been together as a team?
Probably like 5 years.
5 years,
Yeah, quite a while.
Well, congratulations. And last race of the day, back to you guys.
Yeah, fantastic race there from those boys from Manly. Very, very stoked with that result to take out that gold medal in that under 14 male Cameron relay. And we can see how about that shot coming around the point from Freshwater around into Queenscliff there. Such a great amphitheatre for at these state age championships to take place. Beautiful day, beautiful water, beautiful conditions and amazing racing.
Gemma, been an absolute pleasure having yourself next to me again. I hope to see you again next year. Good luck next weekend. It's going to be on. Bonnie Hancock down from Queensland. Book's going to be an amazing read. Looking forward to sharing that. I guess the pages that we've got with my daughters, we'll read through that. And then we've got the finals package coming up. So we had a few pre-recorded races from yesterday. Hope you enjoyed the action on that. We've got some flags, some board relays. Great fun. And yeah, your 2024 Surf Life Saving Age Championships lives up to the expectations. What an event. Under 9 female board relay final. 16 teams, 6 placings, 3 medals only. We're away nice and clean. Again, a really low tide. Great to see the majority of the girls opting to drag their board. Swansea Belmont trying to bunny hop through, a couple of waves coming through. And it's such a hard skill to learn at such young ages, and these girls are doing a really great job here, Ben.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job here running into the water and negotiating the break. As you can see, some are sitting up and flopping and some of them are trying to jump over. I think the girls who opted to stand and jump over got a bit of a better run, but as we can see, there must be another wave coming because a lot of them are waiting. But Avoca's trying to go at it and just gone out of screen there.
Yeah, working hard. So we've got two teams for Swansea Belmont, Avoca. On the outside there, geez, the caps are hard to pick up, and these girls are having to wait. So not only just having, I guess, the nerves and the angst waiting to start the race, but now getting in there and knowing that you actually haven't paddled yet. You've been in the water for about 30 to 40 seconds, and we're still in that packet on the bank. Must be pretty tough for the young ladies.
Yeah, it would be, but now they're starting to get their own clean water. Well, they're getting out past the break, so the pack will start to form here. But it looks like Swansea out in front with Avoca. North Bondi tucked in there, and Wanda making their way onto that pack now.
So being from Wanda yourself, talk us through the program there. You're really great, strong paddlers from the top to the bottom. Is there something special in the water, or is it all about the culture?
It's all about the culture. Everyone trains hard, whether you're a 9 or a master. So having everyone working hard and pushing each other at training is a very important part there at Wanda. And as we can see, the girls are reaping the rewards of it.
That they are. So at the moment, Avoca leading us out in first place. Looks like we've got Coogee just tucked in behind at the moment. Again, synonymous with a bit more beach action, but being pretty strong through the water, and you would have no doubt seen that through the Sydney branch titles this year.
Yeah. Coogie's done very well this year. They've really improved their water section over the past few years, and it's great to see because now they've got a lot of young people coming through, and they're really benefiting from it. And they're
about to take the lead here. First changeover, 1 of 3 paddlers, and look at just the sucking water coming from underneath, way from out the back, over the falls, no boards flying, but the outside left, we've got the pink board coming in, which is going to come in comfortably with the lead. So to Coogee. So Coogee in 1 at the moment, North Curl in 2.
Yeah, the girls did very well the front two did very well to hold that wave just there. And North Curl coming in first with a very good run. They're running out now. The girl from North Curl opting to carry the board. Here comes Coogee as well, running around.
It's a solid lead at the moment there. Nice, solid double-handed tap on the back there. There won't be any worries with the officials there. Wanda making their way through. Avoca in there as well. Manly, Cronulla, Swansea Belmont, North Curl still maintaining that lead at the moment.
Yeah, doing very well there. As we can see, they're just starting to get out past the break. There we go. And he'll jump on now and start paddling with Coogee just behind him, trying to negotiate the break at the moment.
And the water is so clear just past that break, but a couple of ways to go through. Opting to roll there. Getting up pretty good there. Up and on the board, young lady. Want to get that break going as quick as we can. And we're off and away, so still 1 at the moment there. Another wave to go through. What's the decision going to be on this one? Front handle adjustment. And away. Looks like we're on a travelator. Not too much happening. Little peek behind. And we're out and clean.
Yeah, it looks like the girls behind also get out pretty clean just there, apart from this last little wave that they've had to punch up and through. It's knocked a few of them around, but the front two have gotten out and gotten away cleanly. So interesting to see how much of a lead these two can get on the rest of the field.
So North Curl 1, Coogee in 2. It's like a little bit of indecision there at the front. What the Raiders just slowed up that little bit. Try and get nice and close to those cans, ladies, because you want to minimise the distance. And then here comes the cavalry. Cronulla's through there. Swansea Belmont, Avoca, Wanda. Look at the line of that. That's perfect.
Yeah, up the inside there. Very good decision. Trying to keep the paddle as short as possible for her to get into the beach as quick as possible too. And push the other paddlers around her a bit wider. But as we can see here, North Cronulla trying to make the most of the runners on the way in here with Coogee coming hard and fast at her.
Yeah, North Curl trying to hold at the moment. Coogee getting the arms nice and deep. They've overtaken that lead now, so into first place. A couple of little rises and falls of the ocean. What's coming from behind? North Curl, can they pull down the nose of it? No, but geez, a couple of little adjustments there. Could be costly, because that would have given a nice little 10-metre lead there. But Coogee working strong at the moment. Again, a nice little runner there for them, nearly at shore.
Yeah, working it all the way into the beach here. Not much assistance there for her, and neither for North Curl either. But she's paddled the whole way in, looking strong, and now running up the beach to tag her next teammate, trying to give the team as big a lead as possible.
Solid lead at the moment. Good to see the nice high knees from Coogee. They're in the lead. Not too much behind. Swansea Belmont, where are they? We saw Coogee was in that second place. Can they hold on to it? Cronulla there as well. North Curl still in second. But at the moment, this race looks like it could be all but over for first place because Coogee is streets ahead at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can negotiate through this break cleanly, they should be out in the deep water first, and we'll get the best crack at getting around the cans and getting in.
Yeah, the transition for the ladies, they've been paddling a little while, having to get out and run that hard through the bank and then around for that transition must be tough for them.
Yeah, it's super tough. I know for myself it's extremely tough. So for these girls, it's going to be extremely hard, especially at such a young age. And having a roll there doesn't really help your cause there.
So nice little roll there. Coogee still trying to hold on. Had a little peek over his shoulder to see who was coming, but no one in shot at the moment. So this is Coogee A. Can they hold on? Lots of water moving, and then, what have we got here? Wanda
making their way through here and trying to break the rest of the pack, but it does look like there's a lot of moving water just there. As we get back to Coogee, who looks to be the leader at the moment, and has gone very, very well at the moment. So, yeah.
Looks a little bit extra bumpy at the back. I don't know if that wind's picked up a little bit or so, Ben, but it looks as if the nose just sort of cutting through, punching through the waves, trying to keep that rate up. But look in that back corner, who have we got there? The girls are having a look around, trying to figure out what is going on. We might have a tiny bit of confusion there, getting around the apex, making decisions, a little bit of confirmation possibly from the water safety. The girls know it is from right to left. They know what's going on. We're good to go. One more can, and then it is race on.
Yeah, absolutely. As they turn this last can, they'll try and pick up these runners and go as quick as they can into the beach and try and pick up the first wave so they can get home and get that gold medal. As we can see, Coogee seems to be working hard on the way in here, trying to use those runners to her advantage, but Wanda not giving up the chase too easy.
Yeah, lots of water moving. A couple of little adjustments there. Very, very tough conditions. Again, water moving from left to right, even from back to front. So you just said the tiny little runners there. Wanda having a little look behind. What else have we got there? Manly pushing hard as well. Sarah Martin, the last paddler through. But some great little skills here from Wanda, eking out every single metre from each of these little runners.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like there's a bit of water moving back out to sea just there, but the girls look to be paddling really, really well here and working hard on the way home. As Swansea sort of moved up onto Wanda here, and maybe if a wave comes through, you never know, it's a sprint up the beach for the gold medal.
So racing for at the moment, Wanda, Swansea Belmont trying to pick something up. Manly still in there at the moment. Coogee on that outside left, getting closer and closer to the bank. Can Wanda pull down the face of this one? I think they might have done it, man. Wanda's in. Is there anyone else on this same wave? But it looks quite calm. Oh, look at that. One knee on the board, holding on the front handles up and away. Take us through the finish.
Yeah, showing her skills just there, trying to stay on the board for as long as possible to avoid any potholes on the way home and get into the shallow water so she can run up the beach as quick as possible.
And we've got it. The team of Kelsey Georgiaris, Ava Bari and Sage Vogues from Wanda are going to take out the gold medal. The girls are out there. Congratulations to Wanda.
Yeah, what an awesome effort from the girls from Wanda just there. They'd be absolutely over the moon with that. I know Coach Michael Georgiaris would also be super pleased with that, so shout out to him.
Yeah, go Michael, but also Swansea Belmont on that sprint finish there over Manly, Eleanor Barry, Freya Craig, Olivia Sims from Swansea Belmont with the silver medal, Manly A, Riley Chapello, Emma Love, Sarah Martin. Congratulations, ladies. Cronulla Blue, Coogee and Avoca rounding out our top six. Well, what a championships here at the 2024 New South Wales Surf Life Saving Championships, brought to you by your local club. On behalf of Surf Life Saving New South Wales, our sponsors, your local club, Asai Oakberry Action, and also Sydney Northern Beaches Council, we thank you for checking in with us today for the conclusion of the Age Championships. Next week, we're back for some more hot action, Saturday and Sunday, KO freebies, also live on Facebook. We'll be live, we'll be here, we'll be ready to go. Big thanks to Adam Mills and the super lady commentators we had today, Gemma Smith and Bonnie Hancock. Hope you've enjoyed the action, because I sure have. On behalf of Surf Life Saving New South Wales, peace.